Good morning and welcome to the St Lawrence Ground, Canterbury. It's day 3, about to be session 1 of Kent against Middlesex here with myself, Matt Cole, and Jamie Reid beside me. And it's an absolutely beautiful day. I don't think living anywhere in the UK you'd be in any doubt that the southeast is nice and warm and toasty, and it certainly is. Bright sunshine as Middlesex take the field. Take to bat to extend their first innings. 319 for 6. They're 97 behind Kent. Doesn't tell the whole story. Kent bowled out for 416 and Middlesex 319 for 6. But a century plus partnership between Max Holden on 143 and Zavagahar on 62. Have put together, as I said, a mighty partnership of 160 so far to get themselves within sight of Kent's first innings total. The new ball is available to Kent in 5 overs time. I wonder how much that will change things. As quite often happens, will the ball just disappear to the boundary quicker? Anyway, that's a brief summary for the start of day 3. Jamie, welcome. Obviously, this is a place you know very, very well, and this game looks pretty well poised on the morning of day 3.
Yeah, it does. Kent will be hoping for early inroads, and Middlesex will look to just keep batting and get close to that total. You wonder if the two captains might chat. You don't see so much of it, do you, in this day and age with so much sort of interest and pressure on getting results? But you think to yourself, what will happen? And the good thing is with cricket is why we keep coming back, Matt. You don't always know.
No, absolutely. Chat from the Kent dressing room yesterday was that the ball perhaps going a little bit soft towards the end of the day in that final session, but that takes nothing away from Middlesex and particularly Max Holden and Zavagahar. This huge partnership already, which has knuckled them back into this game way back. Kent took 4 wickets fairly early yesterday, and 2 from Milnes early on, and then made further inroads as well with Hassan Mahmood once again proving what a great acquisition. He's been early doors anyway for Kent with 9 wickets at Lancashire Moor here, but getting themselves right back in the game. Middlesex, did you say, Jamie, could all change that what happens with a new ball, 5 overs time, even with the old ball? Kent take a few quick wickets and they got themselves a handy first innings lead. Middlesex will be looking, thinking, if we can take this partnership deep, we can put all the pressure on Kent's second innings.
Yeah, and that will be the hope and aim, that you can get a result. One side will obviously want to win it. Well, both sides will want to win it, but you think to yourself, there's the opportunity of hopefully getting a result on a very bat-friendly wicket. It's all about looking to try and take these wickets. That's what Kent need to try and do, get over the line, and then they can really put pressure on Middlesex. The closer Middlesex get to that Kent score, the better chance they've got, obviously, of not losing the game.
Yeah, and interestingly poised, particularly these two teams, as Parkinson starts the day, and it's driven away into the offside by Max Holden, and that will be 4 runs out of our sight. The overhang of the Frank Woolley stand just next to the commentary box does cut off a little bit of sight, but no problem at all to see the umpire signalling that one. A crisp shot through the offside, dropping a little bit short. Matt Parkinson on the first ball of the day, the 76th over, and Holden moves on to 147. Make that 148 as he hits the next ball for a single. Updates to come for BBC Radio Kent listeners and listeners across the south at 11, 12 and 1. Just to warn you, I think it'll all be right if everyone keeps concentrating, particularly me. 3-2-4 for 6 then. Middlesex here. I was just saying, as Matt Parkinson rudely interrupted by bowling the first ball of the day. Well poised as well. These teams 3rd and 4th in Division 2, just outside the top 2 promotion places. And Durham have got away a little bit. Northamptonshire in 2nd place. They're playing each other themselves. So as Zafar comes forward and just plays that pretty soft hands into the onside, fielded by Sam Northeast there. And no run. So Kent with a slip and a short leg in. For this, Ben Dawkins is at short leg. I think that's Keith Dudgeon at slip. As this one's played to Northeast once more at mid wicket, and there's no run.
So, yeah, you would expect Gohar to be a lot more watchful than Holden. He's seeing it very nicely, isn't he? The top order bat.
He really is, yeah. as comes down the pitch, does Zafar Gohar. It's a good bit of movement at the feet and just plays it gently up to long on, and that's Matt Milnes, Kent-seam bowler, fielding that one. So last ball of the 76th over. Around the wicket comes Matt Parkinson. Roll of the wrists from Max Holden. As you say, Jamie, he looks like he's seeing this very big already, doesn't he? Just sort of working to pull 4 off the first ball, which was a little bit short from Parkinson, but working it around already. And it's an expensive first over for Kent. 3-2-5 for 6 Middlesex, though. First over of the day. 95 remaining. And, well, it'll be sun-baked out there. A little bit of green on top, they said to start, but I think this wicket, every indication, unless it breaks up, this could be very, well, it'll be challenging to take wickets on, I'd say.
Yeah, absolutely. Grant Stewart is going to bowl from the Nackington Road end, so you would think to yourself that Kent have probably got eyes perhaps on taking that new ball. You're protecting and resting the 2 opening bowlers.
Yeah, absolutely. So Stewart bowling to Zafar. And just got a indication from producer Clara. Thank you very much. We're doing an update shortly, so I'll just be hogging the airways for a minute. Welcome wherever you're listening on BBC Sport Online, BBC Radio Kent, of course, and BBC London, or with the pictures from Kent County Cricket Club on the video stream. As Stewart round the wicket pops up off the bat of Zafar Gohar, and just not close enough to the Kent all-rounder to pouch. A big shout of catch it, as you may have heard, but Stewart just wasn't getting there as it went into the offside, looped up. A little bit of a tempter, though, Jamie, earlier on in the...
Yeah, very difficult, isn't it, for a fast bowler to get in behind?
Yeah, had to readjust his feet and go into the offside if he's going to do that. Never getting to him. And Zafar just plays that one, opens the face, does nicely, runs it behind square on the offside, and that'll be a single as they go to 326 for 6, 327 for 6 now, I think. It's sorry, Max Holden's 150, I believe, there. I beg your pardon, the scoreboard's not caught up quite well. It's a very peremptory signal for a man who's got a ton and a half, but there we go. But announced by Fred on the PA here. But yeah, he's gone through to 150, Max Holden. And Zafar into the offside, they'll take themselves a single. Well, we just had the first landmark of the day, and that's for one of the visiting players. Max Holden has taken his overnight total from 143 to 150. I have to say, for a man that scored a century and a half, it was a very peremptory acknowledgement of the fact he got to that landmark. He's clearly looking for a lot more runs today. Kent's task is to take the remaining 4 Middlesex wickets. They're 328 for 6 as soon as possible. They are 88 behind now, Middlesex on first innings on a sun-baked pitch here at Canterbury. So they are hoping that they can get themselves up to parity with Kent in their first innings. Kent, of course, hoping to take those quick wickets to get through them and perhaps have a first innings lead. But news from the Kent camp overnight was it's looking quite difficult to bowl on this pitch. It's sun-baked and good for batting on, but they've got the new ball available to them very shortly, in fact in 3 overs time now, so are hoping that new ball will help the bowlers get more wickets, or quick wickets, as I said, 4 to take in the Middlesex first innings. Elsewhere for our sides, Surrey are at Cardiff playing Glamorgan. They're 84 for 2, resuming on day 3. 169 runs, just short of making Glamorgan bat again, so they're in all sorts of trouble there. Hampshire 207 for 9 at Hove against Sussex, leading by 239 runs in the second innings. Commentary of all 3 of these games via the BBC Sport website and app. As Parkinson comes in, and it's just nudged into the onside. 329 for 6. I'll stop talking in a minute and let Jamie get onto the commentary, I promise you, but there we go. So yeah, updates for our Sussex and Surrey listeners as well on our shared show with Pat Marsh this morning. Oh, look, it comes. Parkinson, reverse sweep by Max Holden. That's a beautiful shot. They got close fielders who just watched that, maybe admiringly, maybe a little bit grudgingly, as that goes for 4. 3-3-3 for 6. I guess, Jamie, although it's the start of the day, these two look like they played themselves in already, but also they want to get quick runs here before the new ball is available.
Yeah, of course, and Holden seeing it like a football out there. He's scoring at a good clip, isn't he? He's scoring at nearly 79, and you have to think to yourself, 79 runs per 100 balls. He's 154 not out. Lots resting on him in this game.
Yeah, it's a possible bat and pad catch. It's gone past the right hand of Dawkins. Can't get there. Matt Parkinson expressing his excitement firstly, his frustration secondly. That's gone well to the right of any chance of Dawkins catching that one with his right hand. Comes in round the wicket again, the leg spinner. It's driven on the back foot by Holden. Up to Matt Milnes again at long on. He takes another single. So yeah, it's looking pretty brisk out there at the moment. Calder Kent did try and get the ball changed a couple of times yesterday, as they felt this Duke's ball was going a little bit soft, but that's the way it works. If you're this deep in innings, 78th over this one on the back foot. Safa trying to work that one past Grant Stewart at point. So they've got the slip and the short leg in. South North East fairly close at mid-wicket as well for a catch that pops up off the bat and pad, perhaps the left-hander. That's hit the pad. I think it's pretty apparent from where we're sitting. That's impact outside, a half shout from Matt Parkinson. End of the over. And I'd say for Kent, this new ball can't come soon enough, Jamie, because these Middlesex pair looking very much taking on where they left off yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. They've continued to bat nicely. As you say, no cloud cover, which means that the ball's not going to swing. It's difficult when the ball's this old as well for the bowlers to look to try and do something purposeful. Kent just looking to try and stem the flow of runs. Middlesex looking to try and score as quickly as they can. So we've got a little situation in the game where both sides will look to try and do their thing. All the time Holden's there. Middlesex are going to be able to bat nicely, aren't they, you would feel? And here is Grant Stewart from the Nackington Road end, just bowling onto the pads of Holden, who works it away out to deep square leg, and they pick up a single. A little bit of a misnomer, his career, because you get the feeling that he's better than perhaps the stats show, averaging just over 32 in first-class cricket, but he scored some real big scores. He hits a lot of boundaries, scores at a very good clip, and he's stylish to watch as Stewart's in again and bowling on off stump. A decent delivery running up past the umpire, making sure that he's really attacking that off stump. Strangely enough, with Stewart, wicket-keeper Benjamin is up to the stumps.
Yeah. Did this quite a lot of Blackpool last week, just certainly the more flamboyant players, the players trying to get down the pitch to try and restrict that movement, but challenging, as you say, for the keeper.
Zafar faces up once more, the left-hander, and Grant Stewart again bowling metronomically. That's the way he looks to try and do things. He's been fairly economic, not picked up a wicket yet. The Italian stallion, no wicket for 24 into his 12th over, so he's bowled quite tight. Parkinson at the other end has picked up the 2 wickets, or 2 of the 6 wickets to fall. But it really has been bat-dominating ball by some distance in this game.
Yeah, it's a decent one just outside the off stump, that one, wasn't it, from Grant Stewart. Got close, but 3-3-5 for 6 Middlesex.
Here's Stewart on his way once more, bowling fairly tight to the stumps. A little bit of width outside off stump. Out it goes towards the point region. The thoughts of a single quickly waved away. Holden wants to get back on strike. But these Kent fielders looking to try and stem the flow of runs where they can.
Yes, indeed. So tight over this one. As you say, he's been pretty economical. Grant Stewart so far going just over 2. Number 24 off 11.4 so far.
Zafar continues to twirl the bat. It's nice to see. Alex Stewart, of course, was the chief in charge of it as he bowls this time onto the pads of Zafar, who covers up, pushes it back down the track, and there's Stewart carrying out the bowling, wearing the number 9 shirt. Always good to get an opportunity for these fast bowlers to show just how good they can be in the field, and Stewart is a very supple man, so he falls into that criteria. 335 for 6 Middlesex. Kent put 416 on the board as Gohar just picks up a single here, plays it with soft hands, works it out to the vacant point region. Single picked up, which means that he'll keep the strike. That is the end of the over. 3-3-7 for 6.
Yes, indeed. And oh, and we got the beg your pardon. Just turn the TV on to see if we could get this or the England game. It's a test on, so 188 for 6 England. But also realised that the volume's gone up, and we don't have a remote. And tall as I am, I can't see where the where the volume is. So I might do that between overs. There we go. No smoke and mirrors here. 3-3-6 for 6 as Parkinson bowls, and they're into the final over before the new ball is available, and maybe Grant Stewart from the far end is just a bit of a warm-up for what might come, if anyone needs to be any warmer on this day. But again, good foot movement from Zafar, but comes forward bat and pad low to, I think that's Ekant Singh now at mid-wicket. It's a bit of a rarity to be able to see all Kent's numbers, but assuredly there are no cable knit jumpers on this afternoon, as this one's clipped into mid-wicket. And there's no run. Listeners have been, unfortunately, to hear me too many times will know I'm about to go into a Darren Stevens story at any second. He much loved playing in the sleeveless jumper, as that's worked off the pads. Is that a leg by? It is. The umpire at this end giving that, so a single. And in 38, 40 degrees heat, he scored a century at New Road in a game there, and I said to him, everyone was slightly eyebrows raised because he was still batting in the woolly jumper. So it's straight back at Parkinson, and there's no run. Decent delivery, that one. He just shrugged and said, oh, I just feel comfortable in the jumper. And there's not much you can say about that from a man that's had a career that as good as Darren Stevens. There we are. A law unto himself as all the way through his career. Off the back foot, single taken by Holden. He goes on to 157, 66 from Zafar off 148. Feels like they could do with some Stevens magic right now, but Kent Seamers will be looking forward to taking this new ball and trying to make the breakthroughs with 3-3-8 for 6 a score. 78 now. That deficit is being eaten into over by Middlesex, Jamie.
Yeah, indeed, getting closer, and that's why they've decided to roll the dice. It's no real surprise they've taken the new ball, Ken, and Matt Milnes will get the opportunity to bowl first with it from that Nackington Road end, so he'll get the chance to run down the slope and hopefully look to put pressure on these two batters. Holden 157, Zafar undefeated on 66. Some big news from the world of cricket. Ben Stokes and Gus Atkinson, Surrey's Gus Atkinson, pulled out of their respective matches at county championship level. So you would think to yourself that perhaps means, Matt, that they could come back in for the third test. We await to see.
Yeah, absolutely. It's as clear an indication as you can get, I think.
Here is Milnes in his second spell, bowling one down the leg side that just races through to the wicketkeeper, who has to dive across. Benjamin does the business, and the slip quickly comes out. 2 slips in place. Anna Gully looking to try and make this breakthrough, looking to try and put the pressure on one of these two batters and to pick up a wicket. That's exactly what Kent are looking for and need.
It was just a single over then from Grant Stewart. I wonder if it'll be Dudgeon or maybe Hassan Mahmood from the pavilion end. We'll see.
Milnes on his way once more, running past the umpire down the slope and offering a little bit of width. It goes straight past second slip and the fielder at Gully, and 4 runs to Max Holden. It's frustration etched across the faces of the Kent fielders because they know there's a genuine edge there. The batter will say he's played it with soft hands, and he's played it that way. It's one of those where you can argue either way.
Yeah, absolutely. As you say, it's an edge, but it's low, and through the third slip area, the vacant one, and Sam North East at second, and no chance for Dudgeon at Gully.
Holden moves on to 161 as he faces up once more and facing Milnes, who just gets one just to jag back. Decent delivery, worked wide of the crease and got it to really arch back in towards the left-hander. 2 left-handers out there from a Middlesex perspective. Peter Fulton will be pleased by what he's seen so far this morning. The new head coach, the New Zealander, has seen his side continue to score runs and score runs quickly. Holden looking close and looking good for that double century. That's certainly going to be on his mind, and Zafar, I'm sure, will think to himself, there's no reason why I can't reach three figures. He's been good in the county game, the former Gloucestershire all-rounder, as this one just races past the outside edge. Just as I say, Holden's looking good. He's thought about possibly opening up the face and just working that one through the offside. Fortunately, the ball got a bit big on him and raced through to wicketkeeper Chris Benjamin.
Yeah, this will be a challenging time for Middlesex. Sent the boys yesterday saying that still doing an amount off this surface.
Milnes has bowled 3 dot balls and conceded that boundary so far. Here he is to bowl the next one and offering a little bit of width and taking full effect is the batter Max Holden. He's caught it fairly low down the bat, but he's hit it with great pace and power straight out to the fielder at deep point, and he picks up a single.
Yeah, that one, as you say, just giving a bit of width. They're going to have to bowl very tightly here, Kent. Holden is absolutely set. Zaf's not doing badly, is he? 66 from his 148.
Yeah, he's played a good cameo. He's kept him company. Toby Rowland-Jones still to come, of course. Who can bat? He's been a real good player in the longest form for Middlesex for a number of years, Rowland-Jones. This one just races past the outside edge. Good delivery from Milnes. That's where he wants to try and bowl. And that is the end of the over. Middlesex 343 for 6. Kent batting first, 416 on the board.
Just checking Zafar's career stats and first class. I shouldn't look at that because it's his bowling average. He's got his career high of 100 exactly, an unbeaten century and averaging 23. He's done more than that. And these pair at the moment looking every inch like they're going to get. Middlesex close to this this total. Kevin Hand sent me a lovely debrief from day 2. He and Ben, we're a new pair, you and I, Jamie. We're brought in fresh eyes on this one. Some may say less experienced of this game, but fair enough. Hassan Mahmood then will come up from the pavilion end, and it's cut away. That was very close to Dudgeon. In fact, how much of a hand did he get on that? Keith Dudgeon, because he's gone to ground and not got back up again. There was a palpable ooh from the spectators, and that, as we look at the replay, unfortunately, the straight on camera is just outside that one, but look at frustration. But Hassan Mahmood already announced himself to the Kent public with those 9 wickets, helping bowl Kent to victory at Lancashire, and then 2 in this, including Les Deploy. He's not an easy man to dislodge in the county championship. Oh, it's a good ball. That's got some shape, some bounce as well. And Kevin Hand saying, it's been doing plenty, this pitch. But, not much evidence I would have said that in the first few overs from Kent, but maybe with this new ball, well, certainly you would think there's going to be a little bit more in this pitch for them with this ball. So the Bangladesh international, Hassan Mahmood, in his second game for Kent. He takes a break after this to come back in September for Kent. He bowls now to Zafar, who jams it into the ground. Back towards the bowler, and there's no run. Looking, I think, to cut that away, but just not given the width. 3, 4, 4 for 6. Deficit 72 then. A bit of chatter from the Kent fielders. Sam North East starting a hand clap at second slip, as you can probably hear. Dawkins at 1, North East at 2, Dudgeon at Gully. It's Hassan then. That's a great delivery, and Zafar's done well to tuck everything in and play inside the line of that one, I think. Looks a bit like a play and a miss from here, but it's a very decent delivery as well from Hassan.
Yeah, if you could show bowlers where to bowl it, where to pitch it, where to put it, that's pretty much there, isn't it? That 4th, 5th stump line just invites the batter to bring the 2 slips and Gully into play. He's done nicely, hasn't he, just to stay inside the line.
He's shown in this game already by getting deploy earlier in the innings, as he did it at Blackpool, how good he is at bowling round the wicket. Doesn't seem to be any changing quality from bowling over, challenging as it might be. And Zafar just, that's a good answer, in fact. Let's just check that back through mid-on, and they'll come back for 2. Good accuracy in the V. Again, decent delivery, but Zafar's equal to it. 3-4-6 for 6. He's on to 68. Max Holden has 163.
Looked an effort ball, didn't it, from Hassan? He just bent his back, put a little bit more into it, and it just meant the batter just had to push down, jam down on it comfortably too.
It's a good retort. It's the final ball of Hassan's first over of this spell. Zafar defends it on the back foot into the offside, fielded by Matt Parkinson. End of the over. 3-4-6-4-6. If you're around and about today, whatever you might be doing on a Sunday morning, a sunny Sunday morning, do drop us a line. kentcricket@bbc.co.uk. I do say that because we've had a couple of email addresses in the past, which I'm still monitoring actually. So, but probably slower than the BBC one now because they're in different inboxes. But it'd be great to hear from you. Tell us where you are, what you're doing, perhaps your hopes for this match for the different counties.
Matt Milnes just continues, bowls the first ball off the next over, goes wide off the crease and just arrows it back into Holden, who's happy to work the ball out into the covers and pick up a single. Brings Zafar, who's seen more of the strike, you would think, this morning so far. He's faced more deliveries, I would think. A good run rate for Middlesex, over 4 and over. Being able to score runs very fruitfully. Decent crowd in place, some fluffy clouds all around, plenty of blue sky as you would imagine. Canterbury bathed in sunshine, as is pretty much the whole of the UK, I would imagine. Not really caught up with the forecasts, but no real need to on days like this. Here's Milnes again. Little inside edge. Was there any bat involved? Because they're asking for the LBW shout, waved away by the umpire. I think there was a little inside edge maybe. And there's no signal, is there, from the umpire? So 1 run off the bat.
Yeah, I'd agree with you, Jamie, there. Otherwise, it's looking like a pretty good shout, isn't it? I think the umpire must be adjudging just the inside edge onto the pad as it goes away.
Single picked up. You can see Milnes deep in conversation with these Kent fielders. They'll very much be hoping that they can break this stubborn partnership. You get 1, you can often get 2. Milnes on his way once more. Right in behind it is Holden. Very low down the bat, but he made sure he was in position. Quite a bit of chatter out there from the Kent fielders. As you would expect, they know that they want a wicket, and they've got their 2 principal wicket takers on. Milnes and Hassan have both picked up 2 wickets apiece. They've both been fairly economical, running between 3.5 and 4 runs and over. So I suppose you'd say maybe a little bit expensive when, that's an oxymoron on what I said, but yeah, they've probably gone a little bit expensive, but they picked up their wickets. And here's Milnes again, charging in, bowling onto the pads of Holden, who just works the ball out to a very straight mid-wicket. 2 more runs to the Cambridge-born left-hander, and that is the Middlesex 350, coming up in the 83rd over.
It's batting bonus point number 3.
Yeah, of course, that's what you look at, don't you? Especially if you're going to go deep into competitions and look to challenge for promotion. Both of these sides, of course, would love to do just that. What can Milnes do here? He's gone for 4 so far from the 4 balls that he's bowled. He offers a little bit of width this time. It just races past the outside edge of Holden. No thoughts of looking to step across. It was very wide. Through to Benjamin it goes. Dawkins at slip, Sam Northeast at second slip. It looks very strong, that top order for Kent. Got some decent batters within the ranks. Players who know the game inside out and want to really contribute and play a part. Adam Hollyoake really making sure that it's all for one and one for all. As Milnes is on his way once more. Perfect textbook defence from Holden. Now this is the end of the over, so he finishes with a dot. Middlesex 350 for 6.
You're saying class player, Max Holden, just been looking at the tons in his first class career, 10 of them so far. His first of the season here, but had a good season last season in that respect. 4 of them, including one for the Lions against India A. I certainly remember him scoring runs against Kent before, but only once in first-class cricket has he got a ton, and that was for Northamptonshire back in 2017.
Yeah, he went there on loan, didn't he?
Yeah, and that was the game for Sean Dixon. Kent batter got a triple century. Is Hassan then continuing to Zafar, who picks that off stump, just works it into the leg side. Matt Milnes fields at mid-wicket. Yeah, so apologies to his connections and to Middlesex fans for forgetting that he'd already scored one against Kent in the Championship for Northamptonshire. But I think it's fair to say there were a lot of runs scored in that game, as Kent was 701 for 7 declared in their first innings. Northampton hit 568 in reply. It was an interesting pitch to bowl on, I'd imagine. It's Hassan then to Max Holden, the aforementioned, perfectly defends that off stump, up to Matt Parkinson at cover. Not a great deal of penetration so far by the Kent bowlers, trying to stick to their task here. This new ball is only 3 and a bit overs old. 351 for 6. Holden 166. Zafar has 70. The deficit now 65. Dropped into the offside by Holden. Quick run, in fact, across the outfield, which is pretty lively. They'll take 2. Ben Compton comes in to throw. And they do take just a single after seeing him hoving into view. Back for the first time after 7 weeks out with a finger injury. As part of the research, I looked back at what the exact injury was, and wished I hadn't. So I'm not going to explain exactly what he did to his finger, everybody. But in case you're a bit squeamish like me, 352 for 6. He's back though. That's the important thing, and healed. That's angled out towards Compton at backward point for a single. He did say to Ben Watts after the first day, though, he's very deliberately not fielding close, because they normally take up a position at point or cover or mid-wicket pretty close to the action. But for his safety at the moment, keeping the finger healing, he's in the deep. 353 for 6. As Hassan bowls then from the pavilion end. Oh, it's left. Holden just a little bit off the pitch. It's a late leave from Holden, but a good one too. Looked like he was going to flirt with that, then last moment takes the bat away. And there is no run. A spoiler coming up for the test match, by the way. I'm about to say this in just a second. So here we go. England are 9 down for 195. So it looks like, listeners, you'll be able to turn your full attention to this game very shortly. 353 for 6 if you're keeping an eye on that one as well. Hassan to Holden again on the spot. Hassan on the off stump, but Holden very solidly behind it. End of the over, just 3 off it, but no breakthrough for Kent this morning so far. Middlesex taking their overnight score of 319 for 6 onto 353 so far, and no sign of the let up. There's been a couple of half chances, Jamie, haven't there? I'm not quite sure if that carried to Dudgeon at gully off Hassan, and there was one that squirted through off Milnes as well. But Middlesex, I imagine, will be pretty pleased the way these two are going on.
Yeah, it's been bat on top, hasn't it, so far this morning? And the scoreboard obviously shows that. You wonder to yourself and you think to yourself, what will Kent do in their second innings? Will they look to try and set up a run chase for Middlesex and then look to try and bowl them out? That's generally the thought process you would expect, but you don't always see. A little bit of width on offer as the next over starts, and taking full advantage is Safar. A little bit wide of off stump, or quite a bit wide of off stump, and he picks up 2. He's kept good company to Holden. It's been a very, very good partnership, these two together, knowing that they're putting Middlesex into a strong position. That's certainly what you want when you're in the upper echelons of the division. You know that you've got every chance. You need to win sessions and then win matches. That one just arrows back in, bowling slightly wide off the crease and then looking to try and target off stump as it shapes back in.
So we were talking about Max Holden before, as you know, he's on 167 here, and he is one of those players, isn't it, has undoubted talent,
without doubt,
but
yeah,
just hasn't worked for him, I suppose, consistently enough over the seasons to put him in England reckoning. But early on in his career, it looked very, very much likely that he might be.
Yeah, he's played for the England second string, so he's in the thought process, but it's just doing it consistently. Look at somebody like Tom Westley at Essex. You pick up 1, there's going to be 2 there for Gohart. Suddenly he's finding a few runs, the dot ball and the 2 twos so far from the 3 balls that we've seen so far. It's all about making sure that you do it consistently. He looks very elegant on the eye. You then look perhaps down the years, I'll name another Essex player, somebody like Alistair Cook. He didn't have too many scoring shots, but what he did was he played his own game very effectively. I think there can be something said for that, making sure you know your own game when you break into that England side, rather than looking really pleasing on the eye, but then maybe giving bowlers more opportunity to get you out.
As you say, got that ton for England lines last year, so he's still on the record. I mean, he's still only 28, so there is still time for Max Holden, but that's a quality operator.
Matt Milne's on his way once more and getting a little bit of lift out of the pitch here, bending his back. It got big on Zafar, who just played inside the line, got the bat well out the way, swayed, and it went through to Benjamin. You can see Holden just going down to have a little word. Just a reminder that there is a contest. You wouldn't expect anything else. These bowlers looking for wickets. They got the thirst to try and do just that. I'll be able to pick up the sound of a plane just running overhead. Milne's charging in from Nackington Road once more. This one's kept low. Just a little bit of indifferent bounce there because that went through almost like a pea shooter. Benjamin did really nicely to stop any buys there.
Yeah, it's a big player miss, isn't it, by Zafar down the wrong line. But as you say, it kept very low. Who knows where that might have ended up had he managed to edge it. Well, he got back to it, but Matt Milne certainly trying to catch the eye of the Middlesex batter, put it that way, after that one. And after the bouncer as well. Just trying to work up aggression here and pace.
He's got 1 to go in the over, finishing up, and an LBW shout. Is that a good shout? It looked pretty good to me. Was it possibly going down the leg side? We'll wait to see. We won't get the benefits, or will we get the benefits of a replay there, Matt? Because that kept very, very low, and that's a real big shout.
Yeah, it doesn't look bad. As you say, I think the only question will be whether
is it on the slide?
It's sneaking down the leg side, but yeah, massive shout there. Milnes was almost in full celebration mode, and at the end of that, he's gone into that's sculpture. It's Rodin's The Thinker. He's down with his kneeling with his fist pressed against his forehead. Not out. 3-5-7 for 6.
So difficult with the naked eye because you can look at it, you can think that might have been out. Umpires get one look. We get the opportunity to see it time and time again, and I think that's what we have to take into account. Difficult for the on-field umpires, much easier for officials off the pitch.
As something's hit the floor in the commentary box next door. As Mahmood, it does keep low again. Jamie, you were talking about that inconsistent bounce for Matt Milnes, that far end, and that one has scuffed along a little bit outside Max Holden's off stump. He's left it alone in the end, or not able to play it. He's on 167, 357 for 6. I'm a big believer in that as well, Jamie. And, you know, we get plenty of debate with listeners and, you know, in the commentary box itself as to whether one's out or not. And you see it. I try and make the point. We've looked at this a dozen times and two of us say two different things. That gives you an idea of how difficult it is for the umpires who are standing it there getting the one opportunity in the county championship. Is Hassan, the inside part of the bat from Holden, a bit low as well. Zaffa, sorry, beg your pardon. It's a direct hit from Milnes. Well, that's a fascinating one. I think Milnes believes that out. It's a great bit of work.
Well, he was a little bit lazy, wasn't he, Zafar? He wasn't expecting the fieldsman to do that.
Yeah, I think he's grounded his bat just before there, but he was jogging into the far end, and I'd imagine that's probably excitement from Matt Milnes and from the wicketkeeper there. It's a great throw, but for Matt Milnes, you can almost see the steam coming out of his ears at this point. He believes everything's going against him.
Yeah, he's double T-potting everybody, isn't he, now?
He's trying to catch the eye of the square leg umpire and getting nothing. So Kent absolutely desperate to make this breakthrough and get something of a first innings lead here. Middlesex standing firm at the moment. Zaffa with a languid drive. It's stopped by Matt Parkinson at cover, and there's no run. 358 for 6, so it is a 58 deficit now. All happening just at the moment in the middle of these last 2 overs.
Just picking up on what you said on the test match, great to see Joe Root score the 77, but to see the 3 batters get out for no score this morning, tough to take. Yeah,
Margate's Jordan Cox is still there, but he has 12, and it's a losing cause unless something absolutely miraculous happens, obviously. Here's Hassan bowling to Zaffa, gets all of that, driven into the offside. It's fielded by Ben Compton, who's at point halfway to the boundary. The partnership, though, is 200. That gets warm applause from the Kent supporters as well as Middlesex supporters here. It's not the biggest crowd. Sometimes do find that here at Canterbury. I'm not sure if it's particular to this ground, but some days when it's baking hot, that obviously people have all sorts of other things to do with their time, perhaps, or maybe thinking could be just a bit too hot to sit outside in the sun all day. But
the benefits of being able to listen to you, Matt.
There we go. I wish that was an inducement. But down the leg side wall, and that's a bit of a spray from Hassan. He puts his hand to his head. No chance for Benjamin, and it's 4 byes. 3, 6, 3 for 6. Yeah, certainly what we would say as always with the commentaries, wouldn't we, Jamie, is we're delighted to be watching the cricket. And if we can, you know, if you've got the sun lounger out, perhaps you're doing something in the garden today or down at the beach, then see with the BBC Sport app, you can take us with you wherever you go, and with the pictures, courtesy of King County Cricket Club as well. 363 for 6. Those I haven't already put off, Jamie, I would say, but you're too kind.
Really unfair on Benjamin there, the 4 byes.
Yeah, that was really to count against him. As Hassan bowls on the off stump, defended stoutly into the offside by Holden. He still has 168. Zaffa has 76 as 24 of his all-time best, and this partnership just over 200 runs. As we just heard the applause for Middlesex, who are working their way towards parity, and they're 6 down here. Kent wanted quick wickets with the new ball. They're 5 overs into it so far here at the St Lawrence ground, and no wickets taken after Middlesex resuming 319 for 6 on day 3 here at Canterbury.
It's a great hand, isn't it, from both of these two, just to carry on from where they were. When you go to sleep at night, you think to yourself, what I want to make sure is that when I get back out there, I'll just carry on in a similar vein. It doesn't always happen. You see bowlers have had rest, they've been able to recuperate, and then they wake up and you see a flurry of wickets. It hasn't happened so far. 363 for 6. Just playing this with soft hands is Zafar, just opening up the face, and into the gully it goes, all along the ground. Milnes, though, happy with that.
He's just taken a couple of paces down the pitch as well, hasn't he, Zaffa? Just to try and shake Milnes off his lengthened line. As you were saying, Jamie, Kent not afraid to have Benjamin standing up to the seamers, but Zaffa challenging Matt Milnes. And perhaps captain Danny Bell-Drummond as well to keep the keeper back.
Milnes at the top of his mark once more. 2 for 64 into his 19th over as he bowls on off stump and just covering up his batter Zafar. Up to mid-on it goes. No thoughts of a single.
It's something New Zealand did really well against England in this test match, I'd say, with keeper up to stumps to some bowlers of some, how can I put it, pretty lively pace, I would say. Trying to keep the batters tethered.
Yeah, it just stops you batting out of your crease and changing up the lines for the bowlers. Milnes has been pretty metronomic so far since coming back in, and this time he's offering a little bit of width and driving down the pitch is Zafar. The fieldsman got right in behind it, but couldn't stop the single.
Yeah, see, hear the encouragement on the effects microphone for Matt Milnes then. I think they're calling him Milner rather than Mad Dog at the moment, but perhaps once he's worked up a head of steam.
Daniel Bell-Drummond with a couple of quick claps of the hand to try and keep the fielders on their toes. 364 for 6 Middlesex. Lots of width on show here. Holden happy to just play inside the line. He's faced 222 deliveries. That is the power of concentration, especially in these conditions. 168 not out, so he scored at a real good rate. 77 at the other end for Zafar. He's been out there for 168 balls. So this has been a real good partnership and a game-changing partnership, without doubt, by these two. Kent perhaps think to themselves, they look at a change of bowling. Do they look at Keith Dudgeon? He's been able to pick up victims, hasn't he, throughout the campaign, the South African. Milnes continues, though, and bowling a good delivery, which, again, just jamming down on it is Holden. Pushes up the ground. It might race away for a boundary. Is it going to be stopped by the fielder? No is the answer. So, again, all the pace on the delivery, and he just needed to make sure, Holden, that he got right in behind it, just leant forward. Very elegantly picks up 4 runs.
As you say, fantastic partnership. If you look at where they were against Kent's 416 yesterday, they were 35 for 3, 47 for 4 at one stage when Caleb Faulkner had gone, even 136 for 5 with the departure of James Cracknell. 159 for 6, Seb Morgan.
Again, this one just races through to wicketkeeper Benjamin, who's on the move, and that is the end of the over. So just 5 from it, or 5 from it. I don't say just 5 because all of these runs are very crucial for Middlesex, and this is a record partnership for the 7th wicket between these two. Batting just so nicely, and you see bowlers work so hard on their batting, making sure that they can really contribute. I remember when Duncan Fletcher took over as England, he said you want to be multifaceted cricketers, you want to be a 3-pronged cricketer. Not only do you do it in the field, you do it with bat and ball. And I think everybody sort of thought, well, no, if you're a bowler, you're kind of pigeonholed as a bowler. If you're a batter, ditto. But he made sure that you got those all-rounders really contributing and getting every last sinew out of your game. And there's something to be said for that, Matt.
Yeah, absolutely. The game's developed so much, hasn't it, in the last, well, certainly the last 20 years, but last decade, players play much more of a part down the order as well. Very few like proper rabbits in county championship cricket, let alone test cricket these days. This one's driven to the offside, by the way, by Zafar. A little bit low on the bat, didn't get all of it. It's straight up Matt Parkinson at cover. So, I mean, you get in both sides. I mean, look at the likes of Matt Milnes and Keith Dudgeon, who are batting what would have been in the tail for a Kent side years and years ago, both very handy with the bat. And as you say, Zafar coming at 8, scoring 77. No sign of let up. Has Hassan bowls to him as I say that. Of course, he beats the outside edge. 3-6-8 4-6, but he doesn't have him. So yeah, fantastic partnership between these two, and Kent really struggling to make inroads on this 3rd day.
169 was the previous best. That was back in 1933. Kevin Hand was a young schoolboy in short trousers for that one. He's just kept us informed of that. So thank you, Kev. Well done.
Indeed.
he's indoors with the curtains pulled, I would think.
Yeah, just 2 very hot days here at Canterbury. Bouncer from Hassan, and the helmet's come off from Zafar. Has that hit the helmet?
Yeah, he's
It has,
him.
yeah. And so the umpire's saying, well, that's one for the over. Actually, has it? Because there is no physio check. And I did wonder, because he's just shied away from that one, and the helmet's come off.
Must be very loose then, mustn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Zafar was thinking less about his about any injury and more worried about the helmet bouncing onto the stumps there. But so with no injury to the batter, which is great news, we can certainly say that was a very handy bouncer from Hassan. Seemed to follow Zafar head high into a leg stump.
Daniel Bell-Drummond's gone in at leg gully. I think he might bowl short here.
Just wondered how much that's shaken him. And she goes good length. It's a double bluff, or the bluff. And it's cut away, fielded by Compton at point, and there's no run. So yeah, this will be interesting whether they will look to do some short stuff. And Zafar's gone off for quite a long wander off to square leg there. It's just to compose himself. 2 slips to the gully, as you say, Jamie, with Daniel Bell-Drummond at that leg gully. Will they look to go short here again? Hassan Mahmood then bowls to him, does go short, and he's the go at this one as he gloved it to the keeper. Benjamin tosses it up. It's a bit of a late appeal from the wicket keeper, it has to be said. Benjamin's run away for celebration. The umpire says, that's your 2, Hassan. Zafar's definitely gone for it. Sam Northeast comes up. Well, that's just very gentleman of you. He's come to check with Zafar that to ask him, did you hit it? Zafar said no. Sam's absolutely fine with that. Goes back to second slip. Who knows what that polite inquiry or otherwise was.
Good captaincy from Bell-Drummond,
yes,
because he just shook the batter up a bit here.
Yeah. So he's had his 2, Hassan, so he shouldn't go short. Maybe go just back of a length. No, on a good length on off stump. And Zafar's equal to that one, defensively offside. So interesting over again with a maiden from Hassan and trying to build pressure here, Ken. They found it very difficult with this partnership, which is 200 runs plus now at 368 for 6. So it's at 203 between the pair out there. Max Holden on 172, Zafar Gahar on 77.
And the deficit now less than 50. It stands at 48, and that's the first maiden of the morning. So Middlesex have found batting relatively easy. Holden's moved on to 172. Zafar has 77. The partnership now worth in excess of 200. And Kent will know all the time they keep chipping and getting ever closer towards that score. The game could turn here. Holden is watchful as this one races past the outside edge, just kept low from Milnes. 2 slips and a gully in place, a man on the drive at straight cover.
The camera, the real ale tent is up there at the fairly well attended, I believe. That's just next to the sight screens. There's 2 big marquees at the far end of the ground as we look.
Milnes on his way once more and bowling on off stump to Holden, who just opens up the face and works it out to the fielder at deep point. Stewart comes racing in the floppy sun hat.
Sure, which one is the supporters tent? Which one is the beer tent? But I'm imagining the one that was slightly better attended is the one with the libation. But maybe I'm besmirching people's reputations there. Who knows?
Probably a safe bet.
Either way, 369 for 6 here. It's the visitors who are enjoying their afternoon out in very nearly afternoon out in the sunshine so far. Change in the field. Again, are they going to go with a leg gully? Looks like, yeah. Ekant Singh is there. Will Milnes go short to Zafar, I wonder?
Yeah, it's a little ploy, isn't it, for the batter? He's got to make sure that he is going to get that short one. And when's it coming? You never really know right there, because he's just bent his back and it's gone arrowing over the top of the batter. I think Max Holden just came down and said, look, you're batting really nicely. You're 23 away from 100. There's no need to panic. No need to worry. Scored at a good rate. Middlesex still in excess of 4 runs and over. Amazing to think in the championship, if you'd have said that to somebody back in an umpire's day, of somebody like David Shepherd, that this will be happening. I remember he told me just ahead of the T20 starting, the Devonian, that competition wouldn't take off, or he couldn't see it taking off. Well, it has, and some. Middlesex 369 for 6. What a great umpire he was. 4 more runs there to Zafar. Much more like it. Bat and pad closely together. And just pushes the ball through the vacant cover region. 4 more runs to the Middlesex total.
Yeah, I can remember going to those early games as a spectator, and very much that just curiosity, really, to see what it would be like. But big crowds almost from the get-go, certainly the ones I went to here at Canterbury. Went down to one at Hove as well, and I think everyone curious, but I think it's fair to say it has caught on now, Jamie. I think given that 20 years, I think the experiment may have worked. Certainly those in India think so.
Yes, indeed. It's amazing, isn't it, how things do change. This is very nice from Gohar, just opening up the face here. It got a little bit big on him, but somehow he's managed to make sure that he's just opened up that offside and picks up 4 runs. Very, very elegant.
Yeah, you make that point about them going at 4 and over here. Max Holden's strike rate is 76.5 here, 173 from 226. Just shows how fluidly runs are coming off his bat.
Yep, indeed. They've not been able to make the breakthrough as yet. And you can see frustration etched across the faces of these Kent fielders. They're trying their best. They're looking for a little bit of assistance. They've not really found it. They've taken the new ball in the hopes of making the breakthrough. As it is, Middlesex have just continued to bat nicely as Gohar's sounding his defence here. Northeast does the fielding. Dot ball, end of the over. 377 for 6, Middlesex.
Yeah, I think you can see also from Daniel Bell-Drummond's field placings at the moment what he thinks the ball is doing, and probably not very much. The second slip's come out now, so it's Dawkins at slip, and then Northeast the closest to him at gully. So they're thinking either it's a thin edge or perhaps a thick edge at a mistimed drive. And at this point, I won't say that's exactly defensive from Danny Bell-Drummond. He's just trying to find different ways, Jamie, at the moment, as you were saying, with that field positioning for the short ball.
Yeah, you think to yourself, if you're a captain, if you can pick up 1, it very often brings 2 and maybe 3, especially when you're looking to attack the lower order batters. He just needs to try and find a wicket.
Yeah, Hassan Mahmood to that end for Kent. 377 for 6. Oh, that's a good shot through the offside. I don't think Holden's timed it perfectly, but it's 4 runs. Perhaps it was just the gentle way he drove through that in the offside that's deceived me, because that's gone for 4. Quick off the outfield, on the outfield, through cover. And so 4 off the first ball of the over. Doesn't harm the strike rate either from Max Holden. 177. See, his career high is 211. I'm not talking that away, Middlesex fans. I'm just signposting these things, but at the moment, 23 4s and 1 6. He is very much looking like the proverbial Rolls Royce as Hassan then bowls to him round the wicket. The Bangladeshi bowler, and does get one to nibble away, or just hold its line outside the left-hander's off stump. He's coming round the wicket. There's no run. Decent delivery, keeps a little bit low. Not a shooter, but 177 for Holden now.
He's bowling really wide, isn't he, of the stumps, and looking to try and arrow it back in towards that off stump. That's the area where he's looking to try and attack, and that's giving Holden the opportunity of scoring runs fluently through that offside.
Yeah, was as he bowls around the wicket now, 381 for 6. And just nudged off the hit by Holden. Off a good length delivery out towards square leg. Kanch comes in from the boundary to field. Yeah, is it Kanch? Might be gone Stewart for a second, but underarms it back to Matt Milnes at mid-on. Until we take that, but I was talking to Hassan a couple of times last week. Firstly, to say, obviously, hello. What's your debut like so far? But then taking 6 wickets in the second innings, talked to him again, and it was a little bit squally at times at Blackpool last week. Hard to imagine now, I appreciate that. But, was trying to joke with him about the weather. He indulged me with a smile for those kind of comments and hoping it might be a bit warmer at Canterbury. That one comes off a thickish edge, but it's all along the ground. It's played with soft hands by Zafar. Just gives the mime to Holden that's done something off the pitch to deceive him, but it's gone for 4, and no shout from the Kent fielder because there's nowhere near a fielder through a vacant third, fourth slip area. He goes on to 89, but not saying this is quite Dhaka or Chittagong, but perhaps more the conditions he's used to than 17 degrees with a biting wind coming off the
yeah, it's more subcontinent than the north of England.
It is, yeah. Though Blackpool, lovely place to go if you've not been listening to this as an outground. Really enjoyed it there. Short ball, reaction from Zafar is to defend it down into the ground of the offside. Not too far away from Harry Finch there at point. Sharp one, Jamie. Once again, the helmet came off in response to what a bouncer last over from Hassan. He's just a bit deceptive, isn't he? He's not the tallest man, but gets some really good bounce off a short length. Yeah,
he did get good bounce on that occasion, and he just made sure the batter that he read the situation, read the script. You can see why he's frustrated out there, Hassan. He's gone for 9 off this over. He's only been able to pick up the 2 wickets so far in the innings, and he very much knows that as one of the strike bowlers, there's a lot of pressure on you to try and do the necessary, especially with the fans looking on and hoping.
Yeah, they're going, him and Matt Milnes, we look on the scoreboard for more or less identical economy rates of just about 4. So, I mean, they'll be disappointed with that for a start. As you say, he's looking for these wicket-taking balls. Looking for his strike rate, never alone the batting strike rate. As he bowls to Zafar now, does go short. Zafar was waiting for that one, wasn't he? He was in position very early, just back of a leg last ball. Hassan had another short ball available to him of the 2 he's allowed to bowl in the over. Ducks underneath it, dot ball, end of the over. And at the moment, Middlesex 386 for 6. Not entirely without alarms, but a pretty good first hour. Certainly by the way, they just haven't lost a wicket so far, and closing in on that Kent first innings score, now just 30 behind with Holden on 178. Zafar Gahar batting at 8 on 89 from 181 balls.
And it's going to lead to the first change of bowling since this new ball has been taken. Keith Dudgeon, the South African, coming into the attack. No wicket for 64 from the 12 that he's bowled. So he's been expensive, running along at over 5 and over. But Hassan and Milnes, very, very similar, both picking up 2 wickets from the 20 overs that they've bowled so far. Wickets certainly will be the hope and aim for Kent, because Middlesex have pushed it along to 386 for 6. Let's see what Dudgeon can do here.
Yeah, certainly bowls at a decent lick, does Dudgeon.
Holden just watches on as Dudgeon comes wide of the crease and then arrows one back towards that off stump. The batter happy to just leave, let it run through. Benjamin has a little chat with Dawkins, the slip fielder. Sam Northeast also getting involved in the chat too. Kent move it around the ring and then back to the bowler, and Keith Dudgeon wants a little change in the field. The slip's coming out. Dawkins is going to go in on the drive, is he?
That's interesting, yeah. See, he's going to tell Zafar he needs to move. I think he's going to... Oh, yeah.
Very, very straight, isn't he? Michael Vaughan often employed this sort of position. So he's going to arrow one towards the stumps and look to possibly get one to pop up to Dawkins. A slightly different thought process now for Holden, who's seeing it nicely. And facing up to Dudgeon, he does open up the leg side, but gets right over the top of it. Pushes it to Matt Milnes, the fielder, at a very conventional mid-on. and then very straight for that drive. Whether you call it straight mid-wicket or very straight mid-on. Standing basically where you would expect the non-striker to stand.
Yeah.
That's probably the easiest way of summing it up. Finch will come in now at slip. Very close to the wickets as well. He's in front of the wicket keeper. Oh, a little bit of width on offer. And you could see Holden just threw his hands at it. He fancied that he might possibly be able to pick up a boundary. As it is, it raced through to the wicket keeper. You don't want to give it away here if you're Holden.
It's a very good point, isn't it? I mean, he's concentrated for 232 balls so far. I can understand perhaps a little lapse every now and then, but
the deficit now is only 30. Holden facing up once more. Here's Dudgeon on the approach and bowling on off stump. He's going to pick up one. He'll probably come back for a second because he's set out at deep point. Grant Stewart has to go racing round there to extra cover on that boundary's edge, and 2 more runs to Holden. He takes his score on to 180. Perfect score for a darts player. Zafar, whisper it quietly, has moved to within 11 of a century. 388 for 6. Middlesex in the sunshine at Canterbury. Holden looked to try and open up the offside. It just wraps against the thigh pad.
it couldn't have gone much better for them this morning, could it? If they were looking at what the new ball might hold for them, they've coped with it pretty well so far. Although Holden just limping away from that one. Might not entirely agree with me after that delivery, but certainly in terms of the way they batted, it's been carrying on from where they left off and against the new ball too.
Holden up against Dudgeon, offering him a little bit of width, but it's just got big on him. And it runs through to the wicketkeeper.
And they're just going to have a brief drinks break here. I think they are indeed, and quite rightly too. Seen it all over the World Cup. Why not the cricket? They're standing out here in some very bright sunshine. Yeah, the match. I'll just get pinged. Maybe wore one in the last over from Dudgeon. We're updating BBC Radio Kent listeners. The perfect time to do that, really, in a few moments' time. But pretty much the perfect first hour for Middlesex here. 388 for 6, resuming on 319 for 6 this morning. 200 plus partnership for these two now. Max Holden on 180 and Zafar Gohar on 89. If you're looking forward to seeing the Test match highlights tonight, the spoilers are about to come up, so stick your fingers in your ears. Look away now. England have been beat. Updated BBC listeners across the southeast right now. Well, the players are having a drinks break at the moment, Pat, so no immediate action for you, but it's all been Middlesex, the visitors today, so far in the first hour of this third day of the game. 388 for 6, they're now just 28 behind Kent over with their overnight score 319 for 6. Is the partnership of Zafar Gohar on 89 and Max Holden, who's now on 180, a record partnership for the 6th wicket against Kent in all-time first-class cricket. So doing really well here. Kent have struggled to make any openings or penetration with the bowling so far. They have taken the new ball. It's 11 overs old, a couple of half chances, but nothing more than that for Kent so far, who may be now staring down the barrel. It looks very likely of a first innings deficit. Having had this team, Middlesex, 165 for 6, they really have struggled to take wickets. So that's their task for the second hour before lunch and for the rest of the day. Middlesex hoping to keep wickets intact and build a first innings lead here. Elsewhere for our side, Surrey 144 for 2. They're still 109 short of making Glamorgan bat again in their game at Cardiff. So with it all to do, Surrey the away side there. Sussex themselves are playing Hampshire at Hove. They're 17 for 1 now in their second innings. It's a straight chase now for them. They need 2, 3, 6 more to win that game against Hampshire. So commentary of all three of these games via the BBC Sport website and app. And we will resume very shortly. Hassan Mahmood is going to be replaced by Grant Stewart at the pavilion end here. So double change now for Kent with Dudgeon coming on at the far end. Stewart's been by far the most economical of the Kent bowlers so far. They just want him to strike if he can. So another 25 off his 12. They've used 6 bowlers in total. The 4 pre-mentioned seam bowlers. Akansh Singh, who bowls some lively medium pace, and Matt Parkinson with a leg spin. But I think Middlesex will be pretty pleased to have seen off Kent's opening pair with the new ball as Stewart bowls and into the offsides. Avakahar just engineering it out to Matt Milnes at cover. I suppose it's a I would say it's a landmark for them, Jamie, but seeing off Milnes and Hassan with the new ball, it's another step forward for this pair.
Yeah, it really is. You're thinking to yourself, if you're Zafar, that you're 12 away from beating your previous best. 100 not out is his best first-class score. And Holden at the other end getting closer to his PB.
Yeah, 32, I think. I'll recheck the figures. It's a short ball, well, back of a length from Stewart. It really doesn't get up. It whistles past Zafar, who's was gonna duck, but it didn't get up terribly much. Goes down the leg side, and there's no run. The left-hander, he likes a bit of a wander, doesn't he, Zafar? It's going off towards square leg just to compose himself, clear the mind before the next delivery.
He's got a bit of the Jack Russells about him. He really has.
Going off for a wander, and why not? Just to compose yourself here. Slipping a very wide gully now as Stewart bowls to Zafar, and there is no run. Really, as you were saying in the last over, with Dawkins going on the drive, taking him out of slip, shows what Kent think of this pitch at the moment. The likelihood of getting an edge receding as far as Daniel Bell-Drummond can see. Hoping for a catch on the drive, perhaps popping it up forward to Matt Milnes at mid-wicket. Or mid-on or mid-off. So they do have a slip in. He's at sort of a second slip position, Dawkins, in a wideish gully. Sam northeast, as this one's defended by Zafar. And there's no run. 388 for 6, Middlesex. So Stewart with 3 dots so far. But most importantly for both these two sides, the final column of Middlesex's score has not changed since these two took up the bat again at 319 for 6.
Stewart has at least bowled with good control, hasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. Try and put pressure on now. Shortish ball and doesn't move, but when it's left Zafar off the pitch, it's a no ball. So effort ball from Grant Stewart. Hittable, says the umpire, but he's overstepped there as Grant Stewart. So 2 added, 390 for 6. So it looked like a decent delivery, but actually was always leaving Zafar, so not threatening him, bodily or otherwise, and he hadn't played a shot at it. No ball anyway. So full length delivery from Stewart. Looks like a good length, that one, but it is nicely played out to the offside by Zafar, and he gets a single. We'll move on to 391 for 6. He's on to exactly 90.
Yeah, so he's got half the runs that Holden has with 180, so just goes to show these two have really transformed the game, given Middlesex every chance of perhaps getting something really positive from this fixture. And when you consider where the two teams are in the division, it's a very, very big fixture for both.
Yeah, absolutely. And still got a few overs to try and wrap up more batting bonus points. Well, the next one comes in 9. I don't think they'll have too much problems with that. So it's played in the offside end of the over. Just been talking about the test match. So England bowled out for 209 today. Eventually New Zealand winning by a big margin, 253 runs then. And that means a level series at 1-1 with all to play in the third test. Elsewhere in the T20 World Cup, Sri Lanka's women have been bowled out for 98 against West Indies. It's in between innings there. Elsewhere, Inter County Championship Division 1. Essex 61 for 3, still 212 short of making Nottinghamshire bat again in that game. Sorry, as I've just been saying, 144 for 3, trying to fight back against Glamorgan, 109 short of making the Welsh side bat again in that one. Yorkshire 76 for 5, 5 wickets away from an innings defeat unless they make another 192 against Joey Everson playing for Leicestershire in that one. And Somerset 69 for 3, still trailing by 53 in the second innings against Warwickshire at Taunton.
And that one's just got a little bit big, hasn't it, on the batter. Zafar just popped one up. It was into the direction of Matt Milnes, who was set fairly deep at mid-wicket, and maybe that was his saving point. Dudgeon thought that you could possibly dive through. All bowlers think it, don't they? No real chance for Milnes.
No. So saying again on the update, Sussex, it's a straight run chase for them now on day 3. 235 more they need to beat Hampshire. They're at 18 for 1. Hampshire needing 9 wickets at Hove.
And here is Dudgeon racing in once more. This one's been hit high up in the air. It might go for 6. 1 bounce 4. Just managed to hook it round the corner as it bounced into the surface. He opened up the leg side, and that takes Zafar on to 94.
Yeah, he may be thinking almost, we're talking about T20 style, but once he's cleared the infield there, he's absolutely safe. Fine on the leg side, isn't he? And there is man now going a little bit narrower at fine leg, and Sam Northeast has been moved away. Crikey.
Yeah, he was looking to pull it in that sort of direction. He went very straight with it.
This is defensive now, isn't it? The fielders behind square or well away from each other. No slip, no leg gully.
Yeah, you're into damage limitation mode, aren't you, if you're Kent, knowing that Middlesex are eking away at that target. That's what time he goes leg side again. They're going to pick up 1. And through to square leg. 1 run taken.
Yeah, not great when you think of its first change, isn't it? And already you're on the defensive here. No close fielders in for Keith Dudgeon. Or they are coming in for Max Holden. This is interesting. So they're assuming that Zafar is going to swing for the fences, maybe. Is Holden more likely to edge? That's fascinating, isn't it? He's the batter on 180 and the top order batter.
Yeah, Dudgeon wants a fielder there, doesn't he, on that straight drive. He's facing up here to the South African, just jamming down on it. He's going to pick up 1 here, Holden. Works the ball down to long leg.
Yeah, they're very much not seeing Zafar as a tail ender, are they, at this point? And, well, they might not with him on 95. Perhaps they're thinking nervous 90s, maybe.
Yes, of course, he's only 5 away, also got that personal best to contend with. So you're thinking to yourself as a batter, you just want to see it through. He's got plenty of big match experience. He was an overseas with Gloucestershire, now a locally qualified player. But of course, he has represented Pakistan at test match level. And he can bat and bowl, in fairness to him. 3 away from the 400 here, Middlesex. Plenty of bottom hand on this as he just drags it to Milnes. At straight mid-wicket, no thoughts of a single. 19 the deficit now. 45 minutes away from lunch. You just wonder what sort of position Middlesex will be in and what sort of condition the game will be in when we do reach the interval.
Yeah, almost certainly going to have a first innings lead here, as you say, Middlesex. They're still just 6 down and batting well.
Zafar facing up, 5 away from a century as this one goes out towards the fielder who's taken the catch, and would you believe it, he's got him. Keith Dudgeon showing that perseverance pays off. I think that Zafar here might well have got it wrong, and he sent back 5 away from a century. He's frustrated, you can see that. Holden just drops his bat at the non-striker's end, takes off his gloves. Both of them are frustrated, but that could prove to be a big wicket for Kent. Dudgeon celebrates as Compton takes the catch. Zafar gets the round of applause. He's on his way back for 95.
Yeah, low catch from Ben Compton in the end. It was a really good one. But as you say, rather fell for the trap there, Zafar, but you could see from his point of view, perhaps attack the best form of defence from him, but he has gone for an excellent knock, just shy of his second century in Test match cricket. In Test match cricket? In first class cricket, I should say. No Test hundreds for him. But he's done Middlesex's cause no end of good, though, and has nothing to be sorry for his teammates about. But he does go, as you say, that leg trap, if you like, or the trap bowling short from Dudgeon has paid dividends. He goes in the 93rd over. But what a partnership that was. They came together at 165 for 6. So it's a 232-run partnership between Max Holden and Zafar Gahar. As I said, he'll be sorry, as you say, Jamie, I'm sure, for his personal milestones and not being able to take this any further forward. But this has been a massive part of the game for Middlesex. They could easily have crumbled yesterday, 47 for 4, 165 for 6. But these two really kept their nerve and more, Holden and Zafar, to get them into the position where they're very nearly at parity with Kent, with 7 down now.
Yep, senior player coming out to the middle, Toby Rowland-Jones, former Middlesex captain, of course, vastly experienced. He joins Holden. These two would have batted together numerous times throughout their respective careers. That is the end of the over, so Grant Stewart is back. And a quick shout out to one of my old mates, Pete Finch, who's listening on the Isle of Sheppey, hoping for a wicket, he says, clearly a Kent fan. He said, if they need a wicket, I'm good for a couple of overs of filth. You're not going to be needed, my friend.
That you brought it, though, Pete, to be honest.
Absolutely.
There we go. We'll put you down for that one. It's in the wickets column. This one's guided away by Rowland-Jones, although it was an ooh and ah from the Kent fielders for a single to get him. Sorry, it's from Holden, is it? Beg your pardon, the new over. So there was an ooh and ah from the slips, but guided down through a third area for a single. And Rowland-Jones will now take up the. So the cudgel, very much the bat. A career high of 103. Kent would like to see him nowhere near that, of course, for Middlesex. Could this be another fruitful partnership as they try and build a lead here? They're 18 behind. As Stewart now bowls to Rowland-Jones, gets a bit of away movement. It's come off a thickish low outside edge, and that'll go for 4, but it's all the way along the ground. So it's more of a groan than a shout from the Kent fielders, and that's 400 up for Middlesex. And they've got themselves a 4th batting bonus point. Kent got themselves 4 as well, with actually last ball of their allotted overs. Matt Parkinson hitting for 6, but they are getting it well inside the boundaries. Well, they were looking for a 450 here. Well, I'm sure they'd be looking for it, but 7 more overs to try and get it. Rowland-Jones immediately on to 4, 2 slips and a gully in as Stewart bowls. Short ball, Rowland-Jones, tall man, but bends the knees very quickly, gets underneath that. And there is no run. So, yeah, it'd be great to hear from you. Do get in touch. If you've got Jamie's personal number, you can, of course, get in touch with him, but kentcricket@bbc.co.uk. I'd love to hear from you wherever you are.
Yeah, the official channels are probably best.
Oh, well, I wouldn't say that at all, Jamie. It's like, if you've got the ear of Jamie Reid, crikey, you're a privileged...
You're mixing in very low circles.
I was going to say you're a privileged person, but driven, that is a great shot, as you're right, from Rowland-Jones, straight back past the bowler.
Well, he's on fire, Matt.
Yes, there we go. Not quite back-to-back 4s, but he's got 8 of the 9 from the over so far. Low on the bat. It's giving it a chance, Grant Stewart, isn't he? Bowling a full length. That's, for Tom Helm, that was very much the mode of attack on the first day against Kent. Conditions just a little bit different now. But Stewart trying to go Yorker length. Roland Jones absolutely equal to it. 8 off 3. His T20 batting so far. Stewart to him, rolls the wrists over that one. It's elegant looking shot into the onside. Lots of bottom hand. Fielded by Danny Bell-Drummond at a wide-ish mid-on. Grant Stewart's economy is going for a Burton here. 10 or 5 so far. Holden on 182. It's a mighty innings. 238 balls faced so far. Said has held his head when wickets were falling around him too, as Max Holden. Stewart just shines the ball, takes a bit of sweat off the brow. Little word with captain Danny Bell-Drummond, comes round the wicket now to Holden. He just defends that into the offside. End of the over. 4:07 for 7 Middlesex. Now just 9 behind here on BBC Sport Online, BBC Kent and BBC London. The BBC Sport website and app, and with the pictures from Kent Cricket. Welcome, really listening. I'm Matt Cole, alongside me, Jamie Reid, watching this one today. An engaging contest between these two sides. Kent have just taken their first wicket, but Middlesex, that was a partnership of 232. Now hoping to make another decent partnership, or a few of them, to build a first innings lead here in the sunshine at Canterbury.
Yeah, indeed. A little bit of chat between the two umpires. Are they going to have a little look at the ball? It looks like they might be. We await to see Messrs Baldwin and Watts certainly coming together. Captain's never too far away. Toby Rowland-Jones just goes down to have a little word with Max Holden. Both of these two have certainly flirted, and in Rowland-Jones's case, had it not been for injuries, I think he would have been more of a regular in England colours, because he's a wonderful bowler. He really is. Fantastic to watch. So metronomic with the way he bowls deliveries. But he had those injuries to contend with, and it certainly thwarted him, but that's been Middlesex's benefit. I think they're happy with the ball. Well, I don't think it's going to be changed.
No, Matt Parkinson's never short of a word. Trying to encourage the umpires there. Yeah, it's being shown.
They've had a good look at it, haven't they?
I was going to say, the umpires held it up for a good few seconds to both Matt Parkinson and to Daniel Bell-Drummond.
I'm pretty pleased with it, lads.
Yeah. I don't know what more you can say as an umpire.
Yeah,
it's round.
Needs to be changed, ump. They're putting the pressure on. But they're getting absolutely no luck. Rowland-Jones, the right-hander. We've had a couple of left-handers on display so far this morning. Go Hart batting really, really nicely for his 95. Holden still there on 182. Rowland-Jones, 9 from 4 so far, making batting look easy. His leg side of the ball here, opening up that offside and working the ball to, that's Finch at point. Just hit one of those wicket ends. You have to be so careful, don't you? You don't want it popping up and dislodging a tooth or causing problems to the eyes. Good fielder, Finch, former Sussex man. And while we mentioned Sussex, we should mention our old mate there, Paul Farbrace, because he's got it so tough, hasn't he, with the off-field issues.
And they've been doing so well in the Championship. Astonishing.
Yep.
Really.
Good young players coming through. 4:07 for 7 Middlesex. Rowland-Jones, that's just kept low on him. A little bit of bat and pad. It was bat first. He was almost like one of the traffic cops, just sending Max Holden back. The last thing they would want is a run out, a foolish run out, especially when you're within 9 of Kent now.
Yeah, absolutely. Just saying the other day what he was here at Kent when they were in financial trouble of their own, and I thought he did an incredible job there, without obviously, you know, the promotions or the trophies. But
Rowland-Jones just steps inside the line of a bouncer from Dudgeon.
I'd have to say, saw him at Sussex the other day, you still couldn't meet a man more generous with his time, and not just to media or to other players or people in cricket, but supporters, anyone interested, anyone in the ground at all. He's a generous and gregarious man, Farby, isn't he? And quite how, I mean, it seems just almost like wizardry what he's doing at Sussex at the moment under the financial strictures they've got. He's built a fine team there.
Yeah, tip of the hat to him. Roland Jones facing up here. This one just gets squeezed out onto the leg side. It maybe was a bit of thigh pad. I think it's just squirted off the thigh pad. They're going to get overthrows, though, here. He's going to have to chase it, the Kent fielder. They're going to take at least one more, maybe two more. Not nice for the extras column, this. There we go. 3 leg byes. Matt Milnes was the player who took aim. He's now double teapotting, chuntering away. And that kind of sums up Kent's morning. Middlesex have moved to within 6 of the 416 that they put on the board. And mindset-wise, it just changes. You look at the likes of Dawkins, Compton, North East, who've got to go in, those top-order batters. You suddenly get 1 or 2 early wickets. Games quickly change, don't they, on big partnerships. This one races past the outside edge of Holden's bat, 18 away from a double century. It's difficult for any batter to score runs, but he's a fairly hirsute individual. So in these conditions, it's not easy.
A little discussion between Danny Bell-Drummond and Grant Stewart out there, passing the time of day.
And here is Dudgeon at the top of his mark, just stopping. Dead ball. Batter just pulled away there. I'm not sure if he saw somebody move in the crowd, maybe. 1 to go in the over, 1 for 72 inside the 15 that he's bowled here, the South African. Here is Dudgeon on the charge once more, bowling slightly wide of the crease. Holden looks to work the ball to the fielder at point. Sam North East does the fielding, and it's a maiden. Dudgeon's bowled 3 so far from the 15 that he's bowled, 1 for 72. From 15, that is the end of the over. 4-10 for 7.
Indeed, so the next rule of the day, Jamie's done a very fine commentary stint, but also we are working up the an appetite for lunch. So there we go. I'm just handing the duties on to Jamie to fill in. In fact, I'll take you off mic and you can discuss it with Nick, or who's there we are. He's got to get the silver service going,
like Nick.
I think. Here we go. And so Stewart then bowling to Roland Jones. Bottom hand involved again as he's taken out from off stump to mid-on to Danny Bell-Drummond. Doesn't quite time it. And there's a dot ball. And going back to the some very, very high-ranking discussions going on next. I've already revealed what they're going on about, but very important. Feed the inner man and all that. More importantly for Middlesex fans and for Kent fans. Oh, and Nick's disappeared. Well, I hope he's got mine. There we go. He's gone. 6 in deficit. Yes. And the next one's a dot ball. And some chatter around. There we go. I think we've sorted out the repast. 4-10 for 7 Middlesex then. They have lost Safika Hafer in the 90s today for 95, but Roland Jones is out there and he's started pretty sprightly. 9 from 11. It's more of a tester from Grant Stewart just outside the off stump.
Just popped on him, didn't it? That one, it got a little bit big, bit of tennis ball bounce.
I mean, Kent will be hoping for that and more with this new ball, which they've already questioned with the umpire. And had it given back to them. 15 overs old, and this one's driven by Roland Jones. See what confidence he has in the pitch already, Jamie. He's stepping to that one, isn't he? And trying to drive that past Hassan Mahmood at mid-off. So Roland Jones already looking pretty confident in the surface. We've seen 1 or 2 keep low, but Canterbury does have a has a tendency, doesn't it, towards the latter part of the match to, well, they to come back on that one. Sorry, Stuart's about to bowl to Roland Jones. Oh, that's a good shot, actually. He's taken it off middle stump and flicked that away low to square leg. Finch Fields, single taken. Nice again shot from Toby Roland Jones. But can do that here at Canterbury, can't it? Just get a little bit lifeless third and fourth day. I know they've been trying whatever they can to give it more bounce and carry here, but seems to be doing that, but not a great deal of pace in it. So if it's keeping low, it's not necessarily threatening the batters.
No, amazing, isn't it? Especially when you think Kent also play at Beckenham, that's got plenty of carry, hasn't it? It's a real good pitch for carry.
Yeah,
in the north of the county.
Left some green on top, but as this one's turned into the onside by Holden, end of the over, defended 4-11 for 7. But as Ben Compton was saying, they've tried to leave a little more grass on top. Then the sun comes out, absolutely bakes it in the third day now. It's not exactly a road, but more difficult, certainly more challenging to take wickets on. Certainly can define it that way. Middlesex batting well, 4-11 for 7.
Yeah, good groundsman, isn't he, Adrian Long? Dudgeon's going to continue.
Brother of Nigel, of course, who played for many years here and still on the umpiring circuit.
Yeah, what a wonderful umpire he is. Nigel Long, very, very good as an umpire. Former Kent player, of course. Very good fielder. 4-11 for 7. Middlesex 5 away from Kent's 416. Roland Jones on strike. Staying leg side of the ball, he'll just shuffle across and opens up the leg side, works it out to the fielder Singh, who's out there at deep mid-wicket. They take one and they'll settle for that. Fairly close it went out to the England Youth International, who looks a decent prospect.
Yeah, good arm from that distance as well. Yes, I can't have got a few on the umpires list at the moment with Martin Saggers, who's done some international umpiring now, hasn't he? And James Treble, of course, also formerly with his parish. I'm afraid it doesn't seem that long ago since James Treble was bowling for Kent, but there we are.
Yeah, times quickly change, don't they? He's just feathered this through and Dudgeon has got his wicket. Holden has just opened it up and he's ran it through to the wicket-keeper. And perseverance very much pays off for Dudgeon once more. Benjamin takes the wicket and that is, or takes the catch rather. Dudgeon takes the wicket and that is the end of an excellent knock by Holden. He's batted beautifully for 182. And you look all around this very knowledgeable crowd here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. And everybody gets up on their feet to applaud what's been a wonderful knock. He's taken Middlesex to within 4 of Kent's first innings total, 412 for 8 as he departs.
Beautifully summed up, Jamie, as you say. The Kent members beside us all rising to applaud Max Holden. A very, very fine knock. And it's easy to project and say, maybe it's a little bit of a tired-looking shot, but he's been out there for so long that sometimes even the luck just runs out. Dudgeon takes 2 wickets with the new ball, and really pleased to see from him as well. I mean, you know, he's a charming bloke off the pitch, but as soon as he'd celebrated in his follow-through, he saw Max Holden going and immediately went and shook his hand, patted him on the back, shook his hand, aware of what a great innings that was. I mean, they'll be delighted, Kent, to have got rid of the batters that have done so much damage. Zafar for 95 and Holden for 182. And now the deficit is still 4, 2 wickets to go for Kent. They'll be obviously hoping these go for nothing. Middlesex now with Tom Helm joining Toby Roland Jones. The lower order charge with trying to work on that platform and make what lead they can. But what an innings from Holden. Still, you know, even resuming today on 143, looked so classy when he started.
Yeah, he really did. Very well played. He'll make his way back to the dressing room, have a nice cool drink, and he's certainly going to earn his lunch because he's batted beautifully. And Now it becomes a one innings match, doesn't it? Which way is the game going to go? Well, we'll continue to see it twist and turn because that's the way cricket goes and that's why we all enjoy it. But you said about the members, supporters getting up, Matt, and that's a huge thing for me in cricket because there's so much respect from both sides. And I think that's what makes this beautiful summer sport the sport that it is. That you can see rival supporters all getting behind the opposing team. I love seeing it. 4-12 for 8 Middlesex, facing up to a bumper is Helm. Tom Helm, the new batter to the crease. He just got down very low inside the line of it in any case, but when you're as tall as he is, it's a long way down onto your haunches, but he's done nicely. Dudgeon has picked up 2 suddenly. They've shared the wickets around here, Kent, haven't they? 4 have taken 2 apiece.
Yeah, good for Dudgeon. Obviously, he's already bent his back trying to take wickets, so you could see what that one meant to him.
4.7 his economy rate, so he's been expensive. He's on his way once more, and he's bowling one that just has Helm in behind it. Didn't really get forward to it, almost trapped on the crease, but the good thing is it got big on him. Just use those long levers just to push forward. It just popped up off the surface once more.
Yeah, just going back to crowds, I mean, T20 matches these days very much more tribal, aren't they, than the county championship, if you like, and quite often there'll be absolute silence meeting a meeting a landmark from an opposing player, but championship cricket still holds on at many venues to that sportsmanship.
Dudgeon continues and bowls one down the leg side that just races past Helm through to the wicket-keeper. Good take down the leg side, had to move across sharpishly.
There is just something about cricket in that respect, isn't there?
Yeah.
It feels like you're
yep.
watching, when you're watching somebody do something fantastic like Max Holden, that almost like I don't know much about art, but you're seeing a great artwork, you're seeing a great movie or something like that. It's a great thing, whichever side you might be rooting for.
Yeah, I'm sure that Jack Russell, we mentioned him earlier, would have done something special watching that innings. 4-12 for 8 as he bowls another bumper. Dudgeon, suddenly he's really found his mojo, got it back with the 2 wickets that he's been able to pick up, getting both the big guns. Middlesex 4-12 for 8, that's the end of the over.
Yeah, I was saying how charming Keith Dudgeon was off the pitch and shaking the departing batter's hand, but there is no quarter asked for or given, certainly with the ball there, bouncer to Helm testing him. But yeah, 4 the deficit now. It's 22 minutes or so to lunch. If you're clock watching, this first session still pretty much has belonged to Middlesex, I would say, with the runs they made before Zafar and Max Holden went. Getting them so close to Kent's first innings total of 416. So Stewart now bowls, and that one's clipped away very pleasantly by Toby Rowland-Jones. It's an exercise in batting. After, I think it was the first day Kevin Ham was talking about Ben Compton, where he started playing his cricket, and it was in Greater London. He was saying, oh, it all started at Richmond. Looking it up, and I didn't get a chance to correct him, and I'd love to correct Kev Hand when I can, because he's usually absolutely on the money, so I wanted to get that in, but so I'm going to say that in his absence, but perhaps he'll be listening. 4-13 for 8, because I did look at the record books for Ben Compton. There is a point to this, don't worry, it's coming up in about an hour. Oh, it shapes away from Tom Helm, and very close to following it into the gloves of Chris Benjamin there. Helm, and there's no run, but he actually started club cricket playing for Wimbledon, did Ben Compton, before he played a couple of years there before going to Richmond. And his first game, Toby Rowland-Jones's brother, Ollie, I think, was on the opposition. There we are. There was a point to it. It was long-winded. 4-13 for 8. I'm trying to bring Middlesex into the Kent chat as well.
And of course, to bring Kent back into the chat, he's now at Sevenoaks Vine, isn't he, with a former Middlesex player. He's his cousin, Nick Compton. They're both still playing, aren't they?
Absolutely right, of course. Yeah.
Dan Crawford's been in touch. Matt, we mentioned about that record partnership between Holden and Zafar Gohar, and the 232 beats the 169 stand between Jack Hearn and Nigel Haig It was at Folkestone in 1930.
There we go. As you say, before we were watching cricket, but we believe Kev Helm was there. Ducked underneath that one did Helm. It's a no ball as well. Again, Stewart, with the effort of trying to dig the bouncer in, has just overstepped. So 2 more to the total. Middlesex 4-15 are just 1 behind now. It's very competitive. 4-13, 4-15 for 8. It should be, I think. Not sure if the scorers have seen the umpire's signal yet. They have at Les Ames stand. And they put the extra 2 up there as Stewart bowls. Could hear that from Helm. Very low on the bat indeed. Looked at the toe end accusingly, but back at the bowler, and there's no run. Yeah, it's a small world, the cricketing one, isn't it?
It really is.
When it comes to the Comptons. Helm yet to score. Roland Jones has an attractive 12 so far. Coming in at 10 and 9 respectively for Middlesex on this first session of the 3rd day. And that's steered through the offside by Helm. That's a good looking shot. Didn't need to move the feet very much. Weight on the back foot through the offside. Ekant Singh runs off to cover to retrieve it over the rope. 4 runs, and that is the lead for Middlesex. They are ahead.
What a way to get off the mark.
It was a very, very pleasant shot, wasn't it? We talk about club cricket. I can imagine there were a number of club cricketers who'll be very happy to get off the mark, whether they bat at 1 or 11, quite frankly, with that shot. Absolute beauty from Tom Helm.
I'm just glad to get off the mark in any case.
Yeah, that'd be, yeah. That'd be just having 1 run on the ball would be handy for most of us. Helm faces Stewart again, tempting him outside the off stump, but that's driven very pleasantly. And off the front foot this time, Ekant Singh fields. They take a single. And is at the end of the over. It is indeed, ends up being a bit of an expensive one. 6 off the bat, 2 no balls. Middlesex still, well, say, fairly motoring along. 4 and a bit and over, 420 for 8. Although they are still 30 runs short of that final batting bonus point.
I love that from Tom Helm. Leave it to me. He picks up the boundary and then he just works one out to the deep cover boundary. Picks up another single. I'll take the strike. Roland Jones has to just look on from the other end. Does a little bit of gardening now, Helm.
He's just saying, I played myself in now. Don't
Absolutely.
you worry, I'll be fine.
Absolutely. 420 for 8. So Middlesex and now in credit. And every run that they make will move them away from Kent. Dudgeon, who's going to approach and then move tighter to the stumps. Just sees Helm work the ball out to deep square leg and pick up a single. Singh again does the fielding. And it comes on the full to Benjamin. Roland Jones comes back on to strike. These two getting the opportunity just to survey the scene. They're going to get the chance to bowl on this strip slightly later. Very much be hoping to make some early inroads into that Kent top order. Could set up a real interesting final day. Of course, with the invention of T20 cricket, no real target is unachievable. Game's really moved on, hasn't it, in that regard? Here's Dudgeon once more. Oh, he's managed to just go offside of it, and that's 6, surely it is. It just bounced up nicely onto the surface, and Roland Jones has hooked the ball round the corner, worked it down to, well, just basically swiveled on it, and he's picked up 6 very welcome runs.
Well, yeah, 427 for 8. They've got 110 overs to make 450. I must sound ultra conservative when I'm saying they're working their way towards it. They're absolutely flying, so at the run rate they're going, they'll have absolutely no problem making it maximum batting points. As you said, could be really important at the end of the season. And these two vying to get into the top 2.
Yeah, you look back on it, don't you, and you think to yourself, this is where we were able to pick up a point, this is where we surrendered a point, and it could all prove to be crucial. Head coaches look at that, don't they? They look at it in fine detail. When they've got the pen and paper out, that's often the reason why they're making markings. This is offside from Roland Jones. He's really crunched it down towards vacant third. Sure, if there is a fielder at third, Matt, you've got a slightly better view than me, but he's picked up 4 runs nonetheless here. Roland Jones, we're trying to have a look. It doesn't really matter.
Can't see
All that
feet,
does is that 4 runs have been picked up. One thing I should mention, we're set slightly further back, and that's because it's such a boiling hot day. Matt has done wonderfully well, everybody. He has set it up. It's almost like home from home here with these fans.
Well, I got tipped off, actually, from the Kevin Hand, Ben Watts partnership. They know all about thermodynamics, so the fans are... What's that? Ball's up in the air. It's just beaten the right hand of a Daniel Bell drum, and it's a pull from Toby Rowland-Jones. He really is throwing the bat here. They'll come back for 3. It's hard run and really well done in the end. They are pushing the boundaries, if not exactly hitting the boundaries with that one. This is already... Where are we? 14 off the over as that one goes past Bell Drummond's right hand. Apologies, I've wandered into your over there.
No, no problem at all.
But yeah, there was a long chat on the first morning. I was listening to that one and about the positioning of the fans. And Kevin Hand said that you need one that's facing the window in front of you to drag any fresh air there is into the box. I've got one behind us as well, trying to circulate from the members zone, and that is a big shot through the onside. Tom Helm, not to be outdone, has pulled that away for 4. And they are making a mess of Dudgeon's figures here. He's got 2 wickets. Yeah. Absolutely flaying the bowling at the moment. And so, thank you, Jamie. But yeah, I'm just going where... Was that standing on the shoulders of giants, I think? The pair that are in here on the first few days have set the rules for moving... I won't say cool air around the country box.
Well, Kevin Hand thinks he's a broadcast engineer on top of a very fine broadcaster.
There we go. It's all the science. That's a leading edge. Is it going to be caught? No, it'll go safe. No chance for Hassan Mahmood. There was cries of anguish, I think, from Ben Dawkins, just thinking at slip, it must be going somewhere near a fielder. It spent so much time in the air. But Hassan got there as quickly as he could. It's bounced before it's got to him. And that is a punishing over from Dudgeon and a brilliant one from Middlesex. They're flown to 439 for 8. And what sort of lead will they make? Well, whatever lead it is, they're making it quickly, Jamie Reid.
Yeah, they are, and it's entertaining, isn't it? It's pleasing on the eye. People who are here are enjoying it, whether you be over on that far side enjoying a liquid lunch or whether you're going to enjoy something of more sustenance. We're going to see the spin before lunch here. Parkinson into the attack, or back into the attack, I should say.
Yeah, absolutely. So Stewart, Dudgeon's last over, rather, being punished by the batting. And Kent still toiling here at Canterbury to try and pick up the wickets.
I think they want another ball here, don't they?
Oh, they're getting what they want now. All it took, but Jamie, was Tom
That
Helm.
expensive over, yeah.
Roland Jones.
He shouldn't be doing this, umpires.
Smashing it out of shape. Do you think that's what they started with? It's almost like a legal case. The circumstantial evidence. Look, they've just taken whatever it is, 15, 19, and their batters 9 and 10. This ball must be rubbish. And the umpires are gracefully acceding to their requests. But yeah, what did that go for? It was just 2 at the end, wasn't it? So they were already on 11, 14, 17, 18. I think that was 20 off the over.
Wow.
And beg your pardon, no, I've gone too far. It was 18 off the over from Dudgeon. But still, it's made a mess of his figures. 2 for 28 now, off 5 in his spell. Parkinson comes on. And, well, maybe Kent are thinking just this thing. If they're swinging for the boundaries here, perhaps just get the spinner on, wait for the miscue, rather than thumping the seamers around.
Well, already the lead's moved on to 23. Circumspect, or slightly circumspect, Middlesex getting towards Kent's total, and then they've really looked to push down on the accelerator, having gone ahead. Helm's made it look ridiculously easy out there, 11 from 13, as has Roland Jones, 25 from 18. the bat really dominating the ball in this game.
And those two will be looking forward to bowling themselves. Down the leg side from Parkinson, it's stopped by Helm, and there's no run. By Benjamin, and there's no run. And we're trying to get bat on it, but I think he had a little look at that one, to be fair, Tom Helm. Just spinning on the leg stump. That was tossed up, given some air, and driven by Helm into the offside.
I think if you were to ask a fast bowler, would they prefer to face spin or pace? I think they would always say pace.
Yeah.
It's difficult to pick, isn't it, the spin bowlers?
It's Helm faces Parkinson, gets well forward. It's a good point. In the olden days, Jamie, when I grew up, you'd always have the fast bowler, wouldn't you, to frighten the tail enders because they couldn't play pace. But these days, things have changed a lot with lower order batters. They net so much concentration on making sure that's part of their skills. It's driven to Dawkins this one at cover, and there's no run. But I don't want to talk down the skills of Helm and Rowan Jones. Have already played really well, but in some respects, as this one's defended off middle stump very well. If you're a batter that is essentially offering the bat to the ball, but has some decent timing, it flies the boundary a lot quicker, doesn't it? Off the pace. A little bit more subtlety needed with the spin, and this one comes off the offside of the outside of the bat, but into the offside, fielded by Northeast. We haven't seen that graphic go up very much today. There's a maiden over from Matt Parkinson, not just for him, but for the rest of the bowling attack as well. Middlesex have continued their assault. They're 430 for 8. They are 439 for 8. Sorry, 23 ahead of Kent. Rowan Jones has 25. Helm has 11. If you're just joining us, Savagahar went for 95 to end a 232 partnership with Max Holden, who went a few overs after for 182. Those are the 2 wickets to fall. Otherwise, Middlesex have still been dominating with the bat.
Yeah, indeed. 8 minutes away from lunch. 100 overs have been bowled by these Kent bowlers, and that takes it out of you out there in the field. 1 or 2 of the clouds just disappearing. They're lovely and fluffy, almost like candy floss up ahead, and plenty of blue skies. It really is a glorious day right the way across the UK. But here in Canterbury, we're thoroughly enjoying ourselves. Lots of sea not too far away, and I'm sure lots of people are down at the coast really enjoying themselves. And if you are here and you're listening via the different means, it's great to have your company. As going leg side of it is Helm, down to third it comes. And it's safe. So he picks up one. High up into the air it went. Just made sure he stayed leg side of the ball as he pushed it into the surface, Dudgeon.
So I'm going to have to sort out my hand signals. I gave you a thumbs up. That could have meant anything, couldn't it? Could have meant it as a catch.
I couldn't hear any cheering.
I was trying to say it was a fielder
I thought
there.
you were helping me out, yeah.
Not indicating a 4 at least. We'll try and work it out during lunch. My apologies, Jamie. There we go.
Helm suddenly more watchful after playing out that maiden. He's only going 11 off 19. Roland Jones, a strike rate of 137. Here comes Dudgeon. What can he do this time? Helm's hit it high up into the air. Bell Drummond should take the catch. He has to watch it and takes it just beneath his eyes. Watched it calmly, the Kent captain, into his grasp. And that is the end of Helm's cameo. He's on his way back for 11. Dudgeon strikes once more. He's picked up the 3 wickets so far this morning. And Helm has to make his way back. 440 for 9.
Yeah, you could see exactly what they're trying to do here. Middlesex, I mean, they'd like 10 more, that's for sure, with a wicket more for a batting bonus point. But I have to see what I've seen over the years, Jamie, is there are very few captains that worry over much about getting that extra batting point. It's very much about more about the match situation and concentrating on trying to play a natural game rather than getting bogged down. So I might be wrong in that respect, but I have a feeling that, you know, it's something that works in your favour if you do that. You know, you get to those landmarks, but I don't think captains are over obsessed by it.
No, I think that's a fair point. Sharma, the new batter, comes out to join Roland Jones.
Having said that, they wouldn't mind an extra point. So, so I'm sitting on the fence in some ways, in many ways.
Yeah, it's one of those that in the overall scheme of things, you want to make sure that you make every point count. But I take your meaning. It's all about looking to try and put runs on the board, and they don't get picked up. Although, in fairness, batters say it, don't they? Oh, I wasn't sure that I was 3 or 4 away from... and then you suddenly see them start to cover up a bit more. Yeah. They know personal milestones, they really do. Don't get fooled otherwise.
No, I heard that from so many players. Even been corrected by 1 or 2 when they say they're not interested in stats, and you say, I think that's 1,000 runs for the season.
1,002.
Yeah, exactly. 1,002 it'll be.
Yeah, they're counters. They really are.
I said this before. I saw Sam Northeast last season before his move, and we didn't talk about that at Glamorgan. And I said, I haven't seen you in ages, Sam. Not since you hit the 401. And he looked at me, put his head on the side, and said, 410, Matt. It's like, fair play. Those 9 all important. That was something of an innings.
Here's Sharma, the last batter for Middlesex, facing up to Dudgeon, who's got one that's just kept low. He's pushed it towards the stumps and working it leg side towards the fielder, who's in very close at mid-on. Singh is that fielder. In fact, it's not Singh, is it? It's Mahmood under the cap. Stewart is in at slip. Northeast at almost second come third slip. There's quite a bit of distance between the two. Glove down the leg side, and he's given it.
That's a heck of a catch, isn't it?
Has he taken it?
Oh, the umpire had signalled out. Surely.
He did signal out. Yeah, I think he thought that he'd taken the catch diving away to his down the leg side there. Certainly appeared to be some bat involved, but he dropped it. So he did raise the index finger.
Ah, you're right. Sorry, yeah, beg your pardon. It squirted out from underneath him, hasn't it?
Yeah.
I didn't see that. I thought he'd pouched it and the finger went up. So, yeah.
Sharma lives to fight another day. Middlesex 440 for 9. We're only an over or so away from lunch. Another bumper. Sharma ducks in beneath it.
Yeah, good eye, Jamie. My apologies there. I just saw the umpire put the finger up. I hadn't watched the entire passage of the ball there. No wonder Chris Benjamin was looking a little bit quizzically at him.
I think Mr. Sharma, yeah, they were all looking a little bit.
Yeah.
Not really understanding the script. It's a hot day for us all. They'll enjoy their lunch.
Yeah, quite so. Kent wouldn't mind lunching on the 10th here, that's for sure. Think about batting.
What can Dudgeon do here? Just opening up the leg side is Sharma, but straight to the fielder, Mahmood, and that is the end of the over.
We did start a little bit early, I think, on the clock, but what do the umpires say? Time for one more?
Certainly get one more in, I think. Yeah,
absolutely. But yeah, fascinating morning it's been, but it's belonged to Middlesex, really. Can have taken 3 wickets, but they got themselves parity. They got themselves a lead of 24 now. Matt Parkinson is in deep conversation with captain Daniel Beldrum and his faded Kent cap. Daniel with from dark blue to a pretty light brown now. It's the way you can tell the age of the caps, not necessarily of the wearers, but certainly how long they've been with Kent. 440 for 9 in Middlesex. Roland Jones has hit a blazing 26 from 19 so far. I don't think there's any reason to think that with Sharma at the other end that he's going to rein himself in. But let's see what he does against the spinner. As I say that's just a very conservative little nudge for 1. Nicely done by Roland Jones. They take themselves a single. We will be, as Jamie said, at the interval after this, whatever happens.
He's already England under 19, Sharma, isn't he? So he'll know Ekansh Singh.
Enjoyed watching him bowl as well. There's a few in this game, aren't there, that have been part of that setup. Yeah, Kevin Hand talking about him, much as Kent think about young Ekanch and Ben Dawkins in this. Very well thought of at Middlesex, and tossed outside the off stump, driven. It's a good sharp stop actually by Hassan Mahmood on his knees. That was hit with some force by Sharma. I'm quite sure how much he's middled that. I think he was looking a little bit squarer, but or rather forward of the wicket, but it's gone square. Single taken. 4-4-2 for 9. Parkinson then to Roland Jones. Slip in, close catcher on the offside as well. This is a push towards Hassan. He'll field that with a lot less trouble this time. The slip is Dudgeon. Dawkins is the man on the drive at mid-wicket. That's a cover, rather. To the onside by Roland Jones. Dot ball. So 2 to come here. Middlesex 4-4-2 for 9. Parkinson has 2 to come. Well, 1 if he can take a wicket, obviously. This is to Roland Jones. Down the wicket. It's a big shout for LBW. I think it's hit him outside the impact outside the lung, but that was not the walk down the wicket. That was a country stroll for Roland Jones. Very, very relaxed as he came a couple of paces down to Matt Parkinson. Has missed the ball as well. Hits the pads. This time just leans on that into the offside, cuts it away to point, and that is the end of the morning session with Middlesex 4-4-3 for 9 then. I think that's the end of the session. I thought we'd started a bit early. None of it.
9 wickets down, isn't it?
9 wickets down. I do apologise. Thank you. At least someone's paying attention. Jamie, thank you very much for that. Of course. As Fred's just explaining on the PA, possible 15-minute extension here. So we are going to carry on through the first part of lunch. Yeah, 9 down. Roland Jones 28. Sharma 1. Those of you shouting at the radio and at your devices online, I do apologise. I go and think about what I've done.
So Roland Jones will want to just carry on here, scoring runs. He knows that he's got Sharma at the other end, who's decent enough with the bat. A decent number 11, you would say, the Isleworth-born batter. 4:43 for 9, 7 away from maximum batting points. This has gone high up into the air, should be taken, is taken, and that is the end of the innings. So we've only gone 1 ball past the allotted 1 for lunch. Finch takes the catch. It was just put straight into his arms, almost a little bit like catching practice. And Roland Jones' stay is at an end. He's been dismissed for 28. Another wicket for Dudgeon, who picks up 4 across the piece now. And Middlesex have been dismissed for 443. A lead on first innings of 27. This game is certainly well poised, Matt Cole.
It is indeed, as you say, just a 27-run lead. I think Middlesex will be very happy with their morning, certainly taking it on from 319 for 6. That massive partnership between Zafar Gahar and Max Holden. Zafar going for 95, Holden for 182. Spirited runs made by Roland Jones towards the end. He made 28 in short order. Helm with a quick fire 11 as well, but absolutely poised then as these two teams go in for lunch. We'll be back with you in just around about 40 minutes. There's an update coming for BBC listeners across the southeast as well. Otherwise, it'll be myself, Matt Cole and Jamie Reid with you in short order. Impeccable timing as always, Mr. Marsh. 4-4-3 all out Middlesex. Then they've just gone into lunch with that final wicket falling. That means a lead for Middlesex of 27 against Kent. So beautifully poised this match going into the second session after lunch of day 3. Kent were hoping for quick wickets to get rid of a big partnership between Max Holden and Zafar Gohar. They were 319 for 6 Middlesex overnight, but they went on and on and on, Zafar and Holden, to get Middlesex near parity. 232 their partnership ended with Zafar 95. Holden went in short order afterwards for 182. There were quick fire runs from both Helm and Roland Jones for Middlesex, meaning they do have this first innings lead. Kent were hoping the new ball was available very shortly after the start of this third day, that they would get through the wickets quickly and get themselves a first innings lead. It's not to be. Kent will be batting then in this very competitive, earning a very short lunch for our sides in the showing up into the top division at lunch on day 3 today at Hove. They're 64 for 1. They need 189 runs. Beat Hampshire at Hove. Hampshire needing kits for victory there. A straight shoot in the fourth innings between those two sides. Whereas Surrey at Cardiff against Glamorgan, 177 for 4. They are making runs, Surrey, but have just 6 second innings wickets left and are still 76 behind Glamorgan, short of making them bat again in that match. So it all to do for Surrey. Commentary continuing of all 3 of these games via the BBC Sport website and app in around about 35 minutes time. And welcome back. Session 2, day 3 here of Kent against Middlesex at Canterbury, the St Lawrence ground, with Kent coming out to bat for the second time. Last ball of the first session saw Toby Rowland-Jones exit out of the bowling of Keith Dudgeon. 4-4-3 all out then, Middlesex. The visitors a lead of 27, so beautifully poised with 5 sessions to go here at Canterbury. Early on, partnership finishing at 232 between Zafar, who made 95 in the end, and Max Holden, who finished with a roundly applauded 182. 4 wickets for Dudgeon, took the 4 to fall this morning. In fact, Kent looking for early wickets, didn't get them. Middlesex powered on and passed Kent's first innings score of 416. So there we are, set up. The jeopardy for the two sides, I suppose. Kent, well, I'm sure they'll start steadily, but will want to put pressure on Middlesex, perhaps with a view to try and bowling them out on the final day. Middlesex, they get amongst them early, perhaps cause a collapse and win themselves. Obviously, all results possible at this stage. Beautiful sunshine out there, has been all day. Very, very warm. I'm Matt Cole, beside me Jamie Reid, and pretty much even Stevens then for the first innings. I suppose most of the, even not those cynical, would say favourites on a draw here, but sudden wickets can do strange things to the mind, can't they?
Yeah, they really can. 2 innings to go, 5 sessions, as you say, Matt. And with the invention of the T20 cricket, you just know that anything is possible in cricket now.
It's a good point. Almost anything is chaseable. Dawkins is going to face Rowland-Jones to start. Dawkins immediately takes a step down the pitch and defends it back at Toby Rowland-Jones. I have to say, that's good chirp from the Middlesex fielders, and why not? Having batted so well, certainly latterly. Now trying to get behind Toby Rowland-Jones, who is a seasoned campaigner, but a bit like the great Darren Stevens, he doesn't seem to get any worse with age. Toby Rowland-Jones, far from it. So he comes in now to bowl to Ben Dawkins, very much the other end of the experience spectrum. 19 years old, under 19 international, straight back at the bowler, and there is no run. But I think a bit like Darren Stevens, we'll all miss Toby Rowland-Jones when he eventually decides to hang up his boots, but I'm not expecting that to be another 20, 30 years at this point, so who knows.
No, he certainly enjoys the game, plays with a smile on his face, and you love to see that, Matt, don't you? Players that really want to compete.
Yeah, certainly wouldn't be putting his body through this if he wasn't fully committed to it. Ooh, outside the off stump, the shout from the wicket-keeper. Dawkins flirted with playing it. It did withdraw the bat, to be fair. It's probably on length, a fair leave anyway, just outside the off stump. But Toby Rowland-Jones, lively bowling already. Actually getting through his over pretty quickly as well for a quick bowler.
Yeah, fairly attack-minded field. Helm, who you would think will probably bowl at the other end, is at slip. Robson's second slip.
Yeah, so gully there as well as Rowland-Jones bowls and just pushes down on that. Does Dawkins up to mid-off, and there is no run. You know, the gully's Ben Geddes there.
Yeah, very talented young cricketer, former Surrey man, who really does have a bright future ahead of himself. Needs to try and nail down and score some runs, but talent-wise, he's right up there.
They've then got Sharma. Oh, sorry, it's Zafar. Sorry, I should have seen enough of him by now. A point to know it's him. Cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Deep backward square, left by Dawkins. That's moved off the seam from Rowland-Jones, but not enough to shake Dawkins. He leaves that one through to the wicketkeeper. There's no run. It started at a fifth stump line probably and just come back, but as it's leaving the batter and the stumps. Bouncing on the spot is Tom Helm at first slip. The slips both have, Ian and Sam Robson both have the floppy hats on. Rowland-Jones, good ball. That one. Bat and pad from Dawkins as it comes towards him. Grounds his bat. End of the over. Maiden to start from Toby Rowland-Jones as Ben Compton comes to do a bit of gardening. Quick chat, quick punch of gloves with Ben Dawkins. Compton, as I said earlier, if you're not a Kent fan or just getting up to speed. He's been out for 7 weeks with a sickening finger injury, but he is back now. Delighted to be back as well. Got 53 in the first innings. His interview after the first day, he said, well, delighted to be back after 7 weeks. I was finding it a bit difficult out there. Wasn't quite sure if I was just playing badly, but ever the self-effacing man, Ben Compton. He and Dawkins both made half centuries in the first innings, but no one got to 3 figures. Max Holden is the one man to do that in the match so far with a glorious 182 and a decent strike rate as well.
Here is Helm to bowl the first over from the pavilion end, running up past the umpire and putting one straight on the money to Compton, who starts with a dot, just pushes back down the track, perfectly elegant in defence. Compton pleasing on the eye. He doesn't score at a good clip, but in Championship cricket, you need players like that, obdurate batsmen. You don't necessarily see it quite as much as you did in the past, but he can certainly protect his wicket. He values it with his life, Matt Cole.
Absolutely does, and he's not afraid to be stubborn. He's not afraid to be boring, but he scored a mountain of runs to back that up too.
Here's Helm once more, just bowling outside the off stump. It's shaped straight back in, taken by the gloveman. Cracknell behind the stumps. Middlesex, well, knowing that they've got that first innings lead, only a slender lead. Durham and Northants making the running at the top of the second division. Derbyshire third in the table, then it's Kent and Middlesex. So a huge game, this one, for both sides. If you are to have aspirations of going up into the top division, you need to try and find a way of winning these games. Here's Helm once more. Again, very, very impressive the way he's got the ball just to do the talking, and it's kept very low on Compton, who's sound in defence once again.
Yeah, he looked to score very much behind the wicket. Ben Compton glances and particularly cutting the ball. Looking at his wagon wheel for the 50 he scored was completely characteristic. I mean, of course it would be. That's the way he plays his cricket. He's prepared to let the pace do the work for him and look for the gaps behind square.
9 dots so far. Can Helm join them up and make it the perfect 10? Again, just keeping low, and you can see the slip cordon really making noise. There's plenty of chatter out there.
I hope I didn't say all his runs were scored behind square. All his boundaries were called behind square, Ben Compton in his 50. So not every single run, but yeah, certainly looks to farm where he can.
Helm's at the top of his mark once more. Roland Jones looking on at mid-on. Deploy the other side, the skipper. As Helm bowls one that just shapes away. The umpire thinks about extending the arms. You don't really see them, do you, in Championship cricket? 5 dots so far in the over. So it would be good from a Middlesex perspective to just keep the pressure on these Kent openers. If they could make it 2 successive maidens.
Yeah, absolutely. I had to. They were fairly circumspect, this pair, starting on the first morning. Only a good old look, but I think it was doing a bit more than it is now.
Helm slightly wider this time, arrowing one back in. And again, as we've seen so far in the over, happy to just be watchful. No real surprise. It's the way Compton plays. 2 overs bowled, 2 maidens. Kent 0 for 0.
Yeah, and Jamie just mentioning, excuse me, Derbyshire going third.
Apologies, just a little drop of water for Matt Cole. No real surprise, it's one of those days.
My apologies, I think I'm back now. But Derbyshire going third in the division because they've beaten Lancashire already by 9 wickets. So going above these 2, yeah, a really great start for them. And it's Roland Jones bowling too. Dawkins plays it into the offside. Thanks for that, Jamie. Sorry, yeah. Throats do get dry on a day like today.
They really do. You've got to keep them well oiled.
So, yeah, Derbyshire finishing 25 for 1, winning by 9 wickets at Derby. Oh, sorry, it's at Chesterfield, that one, isn't it, against Lancashire. So, done within 3 days there. The top 2 playing each other to give you the situation there. Quite similar to here. Durham 405 all out in reply to Northampton's 450. So, Northamptonshire batting second, 14 for 1, a 59 ahead. Roland Jones to Dawkins defends that into the offside. Worcestershire against Gloucestershire, going a bit slower there. Takes them some time off the field, but Worcestershire 293 for 6 in their first innings, are 4 runs ahead with 4 wickets remaining. Of course, that in Division 2. In Division 1, Essex in all sorts of bother at Chelmsford against Nottinghamshire. They're 90 for 5 and they need another 183 to avoid losing by an inning. So Nottinghamshire, the champions, the reigning champions, looking to close that one out for victory. As Roland Jones bowls to Dawkins down the leg side. Looked to follow it, but didn't get anything on that. It's taken by Cracknell down the leg side. Surrey still have it all to do against Glamorgan. They are 181 for 4 in their second innings, so doing okay with a big partnership, or a size partnership, between Rory Burns and Ollie Pope now. Burns has 85. They're 181 for 4, but they're still 72 short of making Glamorgan bat again there. Yorkshire in all sorts of trouble, 133 for 7 in their second innings as Roland Jones bowls to Dawkins. Straightforward defensive shot into the offside to cover, and there is no run. So yeah, they're 133 for 7. Leicestershire need just 3 more wickets to win that one by an innings. Yorkshire 135 needed to make Leicestershire bat again. Somerset still 18 behind Warwickshire on 104 for 4. So again, big work for them to do. Sussex resuming after lunch, need 187 more to win. 9 wickets remaining. That game's a lot more even between those two sides, Sussex and Hampshire. So Roland Jones then bowling to Dawkins. Nice little clip into the onside. They go for a quick run. A shy at the stumps. Is that Sharma? I think it is. Having a shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end. Didn't connect. I think they were quick enough through that anyway. And it is the first run on the board for Kent. So they're now 26 behind.
You could see Dawkins just wanted to get off the mark. He knew he was running to the danger end. It will put pressure on the fielder. He's got those long strides and was comfortably home.
Yeah, as you say, you can see the reason for wanting to get off the mark, and just dropping it into the offside was good enough for him. 2 slips and a gully in, as Middlesex did in the previous over off the bowling of Helm. Is Roland Jones to Compton, who goes for a pull, and it's a delightful one, and that's square for 4 runs. Short for Roland Jones. Compton, he's still very much safety first. He's not gone for that hell for leather. He's just more or less guided it on the pull out to a square leg. And there we go. You do your homework, Jamie. You do your stats. You've seen Ben Compton 100 times before. You looked at his wagon wheel for the first game. As I say, he scores all his boundaries behind square. And he's clipped that one on the pull for 4. There we go. He's got more shots than that.
Yes, he really has, and it's London bus syndrome, isn't it? We wait for runs, and then we see 2 in successive balls. Boundary to get up and running for Compton. Helm is going to continue from this pavilion end. Kent suddenly 5 for no wicket as Helm, wearing the 7 on his shirt, comes racing in and gets one that just keeps low.
Wondering if that did a little bit as well. Just an angle bat, wasn't it? As Dawkins played that back at him, or if he was just hurried by the bounce maybe. But yeah, Helm bowled really well in the first innings. Yeah,
he's a good bowler, isn't he? He bowls from great height, gets plenty of bounce and carry. It's not the quickest of pitches from what I've seen today. You saw that previous delivery from when Compton comfortably put it away. It just sort of died in the surface, sat up very invitingly, and I'm not saying he's rapid, Roland Jones, but he's certainly not slow, and it just sort of gripped in the surface. This one runs very wide. It was a very wide sort of channel that he bowled there. Runs past Dawkins' outside edge and through to the wicket-keeper.
I heard Kevin Hand say on the commentary yesterday, can't remember which wicket it was, but saying that's the Tom Helm that should be in the England reckoning. That when he's on song, again, Max Holden, he is a powerful player.
Yeah, bowlers are often rhythmical, aren't they? When they find a little bit of form and when they really find their trajectory. And he's one of those who bowls. He's got a nice, very good approach to the crease, good coil position. And you just think to yourself that he does have undoubted ability.
One that suffered with injuries, but I wonder what a fast bowler hasn't, unfortunately. It's almost par for the course, isn't it, to pick up stress injuries as you go through your career, particularly young bowlers, it seems to happen to.
Yeah, well, it's a lot of toil, isn't it, on the body? Makes it very difficult. Here's Helm on the charge once more, running up past the umpire. Another quick single as it's pushed towards the fielder at mid-off. You could see that as soon as he hit it, he was very much taking off, and Deploy did the fielding.
Yeah, a well-judged single from Ben Dawkins. So 6 for none. Compton off the mark with a 4 pulled away in the last over. But that is a tactic that some attacks have used against Ben Compton, trying to shake him, going for the short ball, because he tends not to play them, so can get himself in a little bit of trouble.
3 dots and a single so far for Helm, who's bowling one down the leg side. Compton just almost losing his footing as he fell away, trying to get a bit of bat on it. In the end, it runs through to the keeper.
Actually, Kent towards the end of the Middlesex innings as well. Hassan Mahmood bowled a couple of really great bouncers, didn't he? And Dudgeon the same, trying to unsettle the lower order. I don't know if it will be a tactic for Middlesex at the top of the innings, though, when the ball's doing a bit more.
Here is Helm running in to complete the over just ahead of 2 o'clock. As that one feathers through, he's edged it. Compton is on his way back. He's just feathered it through to the gloveman and making absolutely no mistake. That's exactly what Middlesex were asking for. Cracknell takes the catch. Helm celebrates the wicket. And that's a big wicket. Compton sent on his way for 4. Just the kind of start that Middlesex wanted here.
Yeah, it's just a great ball, isn't it? Forcing Compton to play. Is it hitting off stump? Is it going away? He's just nibbled at it. And he makes the mime. It's just done something off the pitch. Just left him. Just nibbled away from Helm. And he is caught behind. And fantastic for Middlesex. All the joys. I know just how difficult Ben Compton can be to get out, and the mountain of runs he scored, particularly as a Kent player, and to have them 6 for 1 at this point. They're still behind Kent at this point as well, on a pitch that looks to be flattening out a little bit. They'll be delighted with that.
Yeah, got plenty of runs in the first innings, and maybe just with that stroke, you see that he's not quite back to his imperious best. He'd love to get a crack at England international honours. The injury coming at the wrong time, you would say, for Ben Compton. But he's back now, and Middlesex will be delighted that he's making his way back to the pavilion, because he is a very tough man to dismiss, as is the new batter.
Yes, indeed. Sam Northeast comes to the crease, back with, well, the county of his home county, basically, Sam Northeast, after a while away. It's been 7-8 years since he was last here, but yeah, he's got runs already this season. Sam Northeast made 42 in the first innings. A number of Kent players making decent, not even starts, but establishing themselves before getting out. High of 70 for Chris Benjamin, that 416. Northeast made 42, but Compton out for single figures. And Roland Jones now bowling to Ben Dawkins. Squirts a little bit off the edge on the ground. So he's played it with soft hands, and it's stopped at gully by Ben Geddes, and there's no run.
Yeah, very good goalkeeping, wasn't it, from Geddes, diving quickly away to his right-hand side, stopping any thoughts of the ball squirming through.
Yeah, they'll be delighted to get rid of Compton. He can be very difficult to dislodge indeed, the proverbial limpet, but there's a good point, Jamie, whether he's quite back to where he was before he went away with the injury. But outside the off stump from Roland Jones, with Cracknell already up to the stumps for Roland Jones, just behind Ben Dawkins, who's shown already that he's quite at home walking down the pitch. Less so now. Was ball just a little bit wide. He didn't go for that one. 2 slips in a gully and well behind Cracknell. And that's tucked into the onside by Dawkins. No run, it's fielded at mid-wicket. So 6 for 1, Kent, still 21 behind at the turn. 4-4-3 for Middlesex against 4-16 for Kent. 27 the difference between the two sides. Looked very different yesterday when they were 165 for 6, Middlesex. That huge partnership between Zafar and Max Holden has taken them to this position. Very much nearly, as Dawkins defends this one to the offside, and there's no run. So, but early wickets will be just what they required here. Middlesex, if they can just put the doubt in the Kent batter's mind. They may have been fielding on this morning thinking, yeah, it's not doing so much now. Any thoughts of complacency or this is going to be a cruise of a second innings? Already banished. Roland Jones then to Dawkins. Good full pitch, that one. Sharma fields at mid-wicket, and there's no run, not played with any aggression by Ben Dawkins. Roland Jones goes back to his mark. 38 years old now, still bundling in with a new ball and asking questions of the batters. Dawkins defending. End of the over, Roland Jones. There's another maiden. 3 overs, 2 maidens, none for 5. And Kent are 6 for 1 in their second innings. Still 21 in arrears to Middlesex on the third day here on BBC Kent and BBC London via the BBC Sport website and at BBC Sport Online, and with the pictures of Kent County Cricket Club on the live stream, of course, with Matt Cole and Jane Reid with you today on a very warm day, pretty much perfect for cricket. Shirt sleeve order out there for the spectators who've made their way into the ground.
Helm to continue, right arm over the wicket, up past the umpire he goes and just arrows one back in towards the off stump. Push back down the track by Northeast, and Helm does the bowling himself. 32 years of age, he's come through the Buckinghamshire system, had the opportunity to join Middlesex, so I'm not going to go golden oldies, but they're both elder statesmen of the game. 38 at one end, 32 at the other end rather. You think how much experience you've got between this new ball partnership. They've been there, they've seen it, and they've done it. Helm's picked up one, and he's got the thirst for more, I'm sure. Kent 6 for 1, second time around as Northeast just pushes to point. Good bit of fielding. You can see Middlesex very chipper in the field. No real surprise. You'd expect that to be the case. Faulkner there does the fielding. Dan Crawford listening in, very much a Middlesex fan, also a Fulham football fan, so he's seen a little bit of change after a lot of stability in Southwest 6. 6 for 1, Kenton. Oh, that's just gone straight past the outside edge. That's a wonderful piece of bowling. A better batsman might have got a nick, they always say.
Time was, of course, when Middlesex were perennially in the upper reaches of the County Championship. Now they're the second division side, and Fulham are very much a fixture in the Premier League.
Yeah, times change, don't they? You think back to those wonderful cricketers of the past, the likes of Gatting, Cowans, Desmond Haynes. They've had some wonderful cricketers down the years. Ernie Embury, John Embury, of course. Going slightly wide and arrowing one back. Helm again. He's bowled with such clinical accuracy here. Very, very impressive on the eye. He's only gone for 1 run, and he's bowled 16 deliveries. Very, very impressive from Helm, who's looking to try and make it 2 maidens from 3. Really putting pressure on these top order batters. They've picked up the wicket off Compton, and there's hunger and thirst to make it more. Here is Helm bowling the 5th ball of the over. A little bit of width on this occasion, and that's glorious from Northeast. He's just opened up the face and worked it in front of square on the offside. It beats the fielder at point, and Sam Northeast has played one of the better shots of the day so far.
Yeah, it's just sort of steered away, isn't it? As you say, beautifully timed and placed by Sam Northeast. We've been talking about cricketers at different ends of the spectrum. See, Vaibhav Suryavanshi has just brought up another incredible landmark at 15, an 11-ball 50 for India A.
Wow.
The fastest half-century in the history of List A 50-over cricket. Goodness me.
Amazing. Here's Helm to complete the over. Nice ball. It just kept low. Northeast very watchful. And that is the end of the over.
Again, that's the wonder of this beautiful game, isn't it? Almost when you think, well, you know, seen a lot of cricket by whatever age you get to, perhaps, and may think you've seen it all, and then a talent like that comes along and almost unthinkable feats of batting at this point. I mean, for anybody, let alone 15, whether he was 25, 35, but there we are. Here, much closer to home. It's a beautiful scene at the St Lawrence ground. 10 for 1 Kent as Ronan Jones bowls. Dawkins just looking to attack him a little bit more there, trying to cut it away, but doesn't really time it. It's that backward point to have a go hard, who applauds the bowler, just keeping the volume up. Up to the stumps is Joe Cracknell right now, the Middlesex wicketkeeper. So Ronan Jones from the Nackington Road end, down the slight slope. And perhaps a slope right to left helping him a little bit as the ball comes back into Dawkins as well. And he defends it. But Joe Cracknell's right in his ear, shouting how much he loves the delivery from his bowler. 10 for 1. Barely a breath of wind today either. If you're in, certainly in southeast England, that'll be the scene for the next few days, I think, as well. If you like it hot, perfect for you. This is Dawkins, up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, of course, what we probably should say is, even though it's lovely to have it nice and hot, and a lot of people do like it hot, if you do have issues with your mobility or whatever, do try and stay safe. If you've got a neighbour who can help you out, just remember you're never alone.
It's a very good point, Jamie, and there are amber warnings, aren't there, for heat in the south and southeast of England for the next couple of days, and it can be very difficult for some people. As Ronan Jones bowls to Dawkins on the front foot, back at the bowler. So sometimes it's one of those things as cricket commentators joke about getting a bit sunburnt or a bit dehydrated, but you really do have to be very careful.
Yeah, keep hydrated.
Yeah, it's the heat we're going to have over the next couple of days. 10 for 1. Kent there. No shortage of noise out there. Press with the Middlesex, how much they are keeping the excitement up in the middle for their teammates, driven by Dawkins from a foolish delivery. Sharma fields at mid-on. So the two slips, gully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and this deep backward square leg. I don't think there's a third man. As Jamie said, we'd more or less have to, we probably need some sort of safety lines, Jamie, wouldn't we, to get any view beyond the
absolutely
the overhand of the woolly stand. And I'm not trained going off the side of the building, so defended by Dawkins. End of the over. Yes, it's another maiden for Toby Ronan Jones. 3 of his 4 overs have conceded no runs. He's none for 5 of 4. Tom Helm at the other end is the one who's got the wicket so far. Ben Compton nicking behind off Helm. A beautiful one that just nibbled away from him. He went for 4, 6 for 1. Middlesex being bowled out for 4-4-3, 27 ahead. So Kent, by dint of that, at 10 for 1, are still 17 behind.
Yeah, work to do from a Kent perspective. Sam Northeast has looked comfortable since making his way out. Scored that imperious-looking boundary that got him off the mark. Dawkins, more circumspect. He's been very watchful at the non-striker's end. 10 for 1 is the score as Northeast pushes back down the track again. Fielding carried out by the bowler and then pushed round the circle. You can see that Dawkins at the non-striker's end is just rehearsing 1 or 2 strokes and looking to try and find a little bit of rhythm, a little bit of a gear. Certainly looks a very talented young man. Good partnership between the two of them in the first innings, Dawkins and Compton. Both of them scoring runs. North East as well, hitting 42. And he's facing up to Helm, who's running up past the umpire. What a glorious stroke that is. Just as we praised North East when he got off the mark, that's a perfect carpet drive. Beautiful. All the timing, making sure that he just used the pace of the delivery. What a way to double your score.
Lovely shot from Sam North East, as you say. He's quite something to watch at his best. And carpet drive, lovely description. Just gliding away. Of what is, of course, a very fast outfield with the warmth, the sun that we've had.
Helm at the top of his mark. Good thing is with a bowler, you very often get the chance to do it again, and this time it's much, much better. Just pushes North East back. He wanted to come forward again, but he was more on the money there, bowling a better length, no width on offer, no chance really for North East to score. Can hear all of the fielders really making mention, and we should mention, nice little bit on the scorecard there, a Charlton Athletic legend in memory of Peter Scoop Burrows.
Yeah.
We'll talk about Scoop very shortly, because what a fine man he was. Helm again, bowling one on the off stump, and North East just pushing forward. Saw a lot of him up at Charlton, and very, very special man. He loved Charlton, he loved Kent cricket. He lived really, didn't he, for live sport?
Yeah, absolutely, for both clubs. Absolutely devoted, great journalist as well, and a wicked sense of humour, I think it's fair to say,
Yes.
as well.
Yes, indeed.
But,
yep, nice man. He'll be remembered. He'll be well looked after. Make no doubt about that. May he rest in eternal peace. 14 for 1 is the score. Bit of width on offer again, and he's just repeated the dose. It might not go all the way. The fielder will try to cut it off, but isn't going to be able to do so. In the end, the ball just about had the legs to get away from Gohar. He couldn't quite stop it, despite his best attempts. 18 for 1, Kent.
yes, indeed, through the offside, and Sam North East. Well, these are, so in terms of risk reward, these are just good shots from Sam North East. Not looking risky. Some ways, Tom Helm would love him to drive, but at the moment, he's looking like he's played himself in already. But quick wicket or two here for Middlesex changes everything.
And here is Helm looking to try and do that, and just again pushing North East back. North East had to make sure that he got over the top of it, and that is the end of the over. Helm just gets one or two bits of applause from the field, and that is the end of the over. 18 for 1 here.
Yeah, with Dawkins on 2 and North East on 12. And Dawkins has taken his time. He did in the first innings here, and really important innings last week against Lancashire. And Kim probably had the worst of the conditions on what was a pretty spicy pitch on the first couple of days, and he gutsed it out for he was in single figures off 50, 60 balls, I think, in that occasion. Got himself a 50. As Ronan Jones bowls to Dawkins. Up into mid-off, and there's no run. And it sort of goes, not exactly goes against, but some would say these are the hardest things psychologically for a young batter to do, particularly opening the batting, is not being frightened of not making runs. And that's, Dawkins seems to have that, in that he's already prepared to guts things out. But 18 for 1. I'll see who defends that. I'm sure his coach, Adam Hollyoake, would say, he said to me before, as a batter, it seems to be you're never more than a low score away from being on a slump. And and as a bowler, you're never far away from being a couple of boundaries away from being a hopeless bowler. So it can be it is a great level of cricket. But as I said, it's good signs from Dawkins in terms of his temperament. It's 2 from 29. And Middlesex will be very happy to see him go for a low score, of course. Defended back at the bowl, and there's no run.
Yeah, I remember the great Graham Ford, the former coach here, said to me that you can't get too high and you can't get too low as a cricketer. Yes, of course, you want to score boundaries, and He sort of pointed to a cricketer, I won't name the cricketer, but he said, you'll have people like him, and then pointed at me, trying to get you to say nice things when you score a lot of runs, and then he'll be on at you when you don't score runs. I thought, yeah, that's very kind of you to say that. It's going to make it difficult the next time I try and speak to him. But I kind of took his meaning, and I think you have to be like that, don't you? Very measured.
Yeah, and Roland Jones to Dawkins, again settling on that off stump. So there's all sorts of pressures, not only on your own form, but from media, from social media, as Adam Hollyoaks pointed out these days as well. But as I said, I'm not trying to set Ben Dawkins up for a fall here, but the signs are, and we've seen it no matter what he does in this innings before, that he has that concentration and he has that ability not to get ruffled by being on 2 from 31 when North East has got 12 from 12, which bodes really well for his temperament. And it's just dropped down onto his toes, I think. Yeah, he's just limped away from that a little bit. But yeah, I think what I'm trying to say is that a lot of players come through and batters come through with incredible talent, but maybe it takes them a while to settle into how tough county championship cricket is, that the concentration you need when things aren't going your way, when conditions are difficult. He seems to have a very good temperament in that respect. But Roland Jones will want to shake that if he can do, at least for the moment. Defends that into the onside, does Dawkins. He is at 2 from 34. Guess what sort of over that is from Toby Roland Jones? Yes, you're all correct. It's another maiden. 5 overs, 4 maidens, none for 5 for the... am I allowed to call him a veteran? Would I get away
At 38, I think you will,
Would I get away with that to his
safely.
face, do you think?
Well, you can look him in the eye, can't you?
Well,
That's the positive.
could.
Yeah.
But I couldn't run away quick enough in case he did take offence.
No, well, you and I are in the same boat there.
I've got the talking boats. I've got the turning circle of a tanker. So, but yeah, certainly very experienced, Toby Roland Jones. It's a great spell of bowling from him. There'll be the first change, though. Tom Helm is going to be replaced by talking about promising young cricketers. Seb Morgan from the pavilion end.
Yeah, he's a good bowler, Morgan. He really is slightly shorter in stature and bowling down the leg side first up. But he's got a bright future ahead of him, make no doubt about that. That really was a gentle loosener to start. He can bowl much better than that, and he will do so.
So for Ben Dawkins, it's been friends reunited from the Under-19 World Cup. So Seb Morgan played in the final. Ben Dawkins did as well. And with Joe Moores at Lancashire last week. Morgan
bowls a delivery here to North East, who just covers up and pushes back down the track.
Caleb Faulkner, of course, was in that side as well. Crikey, I'm just catching up on all the... a lot to chat about. Probably played cricket together, these people.
Yeah, Morgan went to Winchester College, but was born in Malaga, so born over in Spain. Only 18 years of age, but a big future ahead. You know, don't you? It doesn't really matter how old you are if you can go out there and do it on the big stage. Oh, that's got big on North East. It just runs past the outside edge. You could see he just withdrew the bat away from it, Matt.
Yeah. And I think Sam North East knows he was a whisker away from just edging that behind. Yeah, 5 wickets in the first innings from Seb Morgan, who looks mighty lively coming on at first change.
He's very wiry, isn't he, the way that he looks to try and bowl, and I like his style, very loose, and this time is a great delivery that maybe is going down the leg side. Sam North East has certainly been hit here. It's a powerful and painful blow. Morgan again asking questions. 4 good deliveries. The first one maybe not, but the 3 after have been good.
Yeah, tell you what, looked like a... Well, it sounded like a good appeal, but as you say, maybe just slipping down.
Yeah, I think that can be the only reason why the index finger didn't go up. 18 for 1 Kent as Morgan on his way once more. And this time he bowls outside off stump, and single figures now the deficit. Kent find themselves just 9 behind with 9 wickets in hand. North East 12 from 17, seeing it nicely. Dawkins very watchful, 2 from 33. But he's got a glowing endorsement about his mentality from Matt Cole, and I think that's huge. If you can be like that, it's a massive, massive thing. North East just jams down on this, and that is the end of the over. Morgan starts with a maiden.
Yeah, I think, as I said, I'm not going to name names, but I think, you know, the cricketers that we've all seen come through as sometimes astonishing young talents, but it just takes them a while.
Yeah.
To learn that you don't have to play a shot of ball. Sometimes you really don't want to be playing a shot of ball, even if you've got the talent to, you know, to score boundaries off them. But yeah, we'll see where he goes from here. But I'll say this whatever sport I watch though, and you know, particularly cricket with the appreciation people have of opposition players as well as home players, it's just great to see these young talents coming through, isn't it? Dawkins and got Faulkner and Morgan. We've just seen bowl as well as Dawkins plays into the offside. Off Roland Jones, dot ball, almost needless to say. Just thinking, it's just the story behind it almost, isn't it? Thinking what careers these guys could have, and just, you know, getting to experience as a fan through the years, how they'll progress, what they'll do. And so there's a lot of fabulous young talent on the field. Players from both sides in this game. Roland Jones to Dawkins, defends that. And one for those a bit longer in the tooth. Someone like Toby Roland Jones, who, as you were saying, Jamie, still loves his cricket. He's going to test these. This is where it's such a great competition, the county championship. There's a lot of people who moan about it and say it's not a great, you know, there's not a great standard in Division 2. Facing Toby Roland Jones, I would argue, he may be 38, is a huge challenge for a young player. They'll learn an enormous amount. Ben Dawkins batting against him here. Bat and pad, I think, that one, as Roland Jones goes into the appeal. Took a while for the wicketkeeper to join in, but dot ball. There we go. I feel like I'm preaching a sermon here, Jamie, but...
No, it's a really good point, Matt. And the one thing I would say to sort of add to that, and really sort of add a little bit of gloss to what you've said. The one thing about Roland Jones at 38, where he knows his skill so well, he doesn't give you any free shots. He doesn't give you any free runs. You see a lot of bowlers who bowl 5 really good deliveries and then give you a boundary. This guy doesn't.
No, absolutely. As Jones bowling to Dawkins leaves that. Joe Crack was just trying to frame that closer to the stumps than perhaps it was, put it down into Dawkins' mind, but still a very good delivery. I mean, this will be a testing net, and the fact that it's a competitive game, that adds to that pressure, doesn't it? For, you know, these are real life figures, real life careers for these guys. So, yeah, absolutely 18 for 1. I was about to go on a rant. Perhaps I'll hold off on that for just a second. as Roland Jones bowls to Dawkins. Ooh, that one just rises on him a little bit. I think he's left that. Looks like he was going to try and cut that one away through to wicketkeeper. I'll say through to him. It's more or less at the chest of Joe Cracknell. I think he's trying to engage Ben Dawkins in conversation. Maybe not. He's off talking to the man at mid-wicket there. But I just love it. There are those that tell you you need no more than 6 teams in a championship to produce great quality cricketers. I don't believe that for a second. Here's Roland Jones to Dawkins. Yeah, it's another maiden. 6 overs, 5 maidens, none for 5, 18 for 1. Kent here are still 9 in arrears. And Roland Jones, what a test this is for Dawkins and for Sam North East with all his experience as well at the top of the innings for Kent, with Compton having gone. Caught behind of the bowling of Tom Helm for 4.
Yeah, good point, well made. I hear you and I'm with you. I mean, the cricket pathway through to the England side is fine. Let's not try and make hurdles. Let's not try and say that things need to change when they don't. Morgan to continue, bowling his 2nd over of the innings. A little bit of width. North East didn't get right in behind it. Of course, it may be a little bit low. It sounded a little bit as if it was towards the toe end of the bat. Dare
I say it as well, for some people, there is more to cricket than just the international
Absolutely.
Side or just the big franchise tournaments.
Correct.
It's an entertainment for people. It's a passion, isn't it? The counties that they support, the clubs they've grown up supporting as well. It's big part of people's lives.
Yeah, and cost comes into it as well. It's expensive to follow the England national team. Another dot as North East covers up and pushes to extra cover, whereas you can come and you can buy a membership. And of course, it's a great social because you don't have to drink. We mentioned that there's opportunities to get alcoholic drinks. You can bring your own drinks. You can bring your own entertainment, or the entertainment's provided, but you can chat to people. It's a great way of being able to get out. And of course, for youngsters, it gets you away from the screens, doesn't it? Which is another big thing being discussed. Here's Morgan bowling a straight delivery and just wrapping his hands around it and turning it onto the leg side. Is North East. The sum outcome is another dot. I'm a big advocate of that. I've got 3 young children and I just think it's massive. There's so much that the school look to try and do to push them towards computers, which I understand that's technology. Nothing away from that, but I think of my upbringing, lots of outdoor activity, and I think we need to make sure that we continue that and make sure it keeps happening, and live sport is a wonderful fulcrum for that.
Yeah, cricket clubs, well, your village clubs, your town teams,
They'll take you, won't they?
provide a lot of support in that direction as well. It's a wonderful thing to be a part of, but yeah, more of that sort of thing, I say. 18 for 1.
Yeah, we're all in unison on that, mate, no doubt about it. Can he complete the over with a couple more dots? He's bowled 10 so far and not gone for a run this time. He does concede as North East just jams down, and it's worked out backward a square on the leg side. Squirts past the umpire, and North East does pick up another single, and it's been very watchful, this from Kent so far, second time around.
Yeah, they're having to be as well. I think Middlesex proving nagging with the ball so far. They bowl very little with any width. You say Ronan Jones is absolutely on the money, like a metronomic bowler. Morgan asking questions too.
Here he is to complete the over. Runs past the outside edge of Dawkins. And that is the end of the over. So 8 the deficit now for Kent.
Yeah. 19 for 1. And Jones 9 for 5 off his 6. And we'll keep going from the Nackington Road end. A bright sunny day here. You're very welcome wherever you're joining us on the BBC Sport Online or with the pictures on the club feed here. The gulls just keening above us here. Always mention this to polite the gulls here. It's Ronan Jones to North East playing to the offside. You don't get mobbed like you do at some football and cricket grounds. They just hold off. They might wander onto the outfield when everyone's gone, but better class of goal here at Canterbury. 19 for 1. Or perhaps the patrons are so mean they know they're not getting any food, Jamie.
Could be that. One went for me up at Scarborough.
Oh, really?
I had a bit of a too close for comfort.
That's yeah.
Scary.
If you're not a fan of large seabirds, then it's generally it's Ronan Jones to North East, pushed into the offside. They've more or less, that's a defenders it for a dot ball. They've more or less taken over. Is it the Grand Hotel there? There's just it's almost like those horror scenes of, I'm not saying they're horrible, but those horror scenes, the bats surrounding a castle. You've got on the upper levels just birds nesting on the balconies. I think it's the Grand Hotel right there at Scarborough, but it's quite a scene. But yeah, there are a number of them. 19 for 1. As Ronan Jones comes over the wicket, bit of width there, and North East is on top of the bounce, clipping it away, but stopped at point, and he can't get runs there. And that's good fielding by Zavago, batted so well, but also just keeps the pressure on Kent as well here. North East thought that was the outlet ball and doesn't get any runs from it. Kent's at 19 for 1. But yeah, Scarborough can be a bit lively in that respect with the feathered friends.
There's people moving behind the wicket.
Yeah, just quite a long way back from the sight screens, but they're just near them. And yeah, Ronan Jones saying, yes, we need you to. Oh
It's
no,
you
beg your
two there. They're
pardon,
going to go the other way.
Is it the ones at the front?
Yeah, they're just going behind.
Oh, there we go.
We'll wait for you. Don't worry. And that same person's going to do it in the white.
Oh no! There we go. Yeah. Now, just stay there for a minute. Yes, well, the steward's on the balcony to our right. Bit of a roll of the eyes there, but there we are. No harm done. 19 for 1. Sam North East facing Toby Rowland-Jones. Leaves that outside the off stump. It was a good leave in the end. Through to the wicket keeper. And there is no run. Yeah, a couple of football grounds I've been to as well. Pretty sure Torquay was one of them. Doing a Gillingham game there. And as soon as the final whistle goes, more or less, anyone makes a move towards the end, they are on top of the ground. I remember doing pitch side interviews there with them, basically gulls sweeping past your ear. I mean, it's an experience, that's for sure. But
yeah, not a pleasant one.
No, they may be saying, we were here before you. 19 for 1. Their territory is defended up to mid-on. Fielded by Sharma. Yeah, that's the man there. What a young talent. Chucks that to Tom Helm. Beg your pardon. Sorry, this is a change of bowling, isn't it, at the far end? I didn't mention that, but yeah, Ron Jones has been taken off after his 6-over spell. Helm bowling to so is he talking about goals? To Northeast, and just drops that into the offside. Thinks about a run. He's not going to take it though. Zavagahar is swooping down there to use an ornithological pun. End of the over. It's a maiden. So 5 runs have been scored off that far end, I think, in the first 7 overs. And Kent 19 for 1. A little bit becalmed here. And that, with the ball moving less, Jamie, it really is what Middlesex need to do, isn't it? They need to put the pressure on, the psychological pressure on Kent, thinking we're just not getting away. We can't score runs at the moment.
Yeah, of course. And Kent need to make sure that they're watchful. They need to take the shine off the ball, knowing that if you keep wickets in hand, there will be runs and you will be able to score them as the innings goes deeper and progresses. Another dot as Dawkins, 2 from 41, just plays some strokes and rehearses and thinks to himself, this is what I should be doing. A little bit of a twirl of the bat, moves away and then back into position. And Morgan at the top of his mark, runs in once more, right arm over the wicket, tight to the stumps. And again, it beats the outside edge. You can hear they're really getting on top of him here. The Middlesex fielders, they really feel that Ben Dawkins could be out anytime soon.
Yeah, and as I said, I think there might be a symptom of the pressure these two here and North East have been under in the recent overs. They just haven't been able to get the ball off the square. He's really gone for that one, hasn't he? From Morgan, seeming a little bit away from him. And got close to it as well.
Here is Morgan again, with the Middlesex fielders right behind him as this one just arrows back in. It's a good leave from Dawkins. But again, it was fairly tight to that off stump.
I was talking about Ben Dawkins' mental strength. He's going to need all of it here because Morgan is bowling really well, giving him questions to answer every delivery. He's still on 2 from 43 balls here, Ben Dawkins.
3 dots so far for Morgan, who's only gone for 1 from the 15 balls that he's bowled so far. And again, that's right on the money. And covering up and jamming down is Dawkins once again. Really is watchful from the young man, and Sam North East will be talking to him, trying to keep him going. Went to Harrow School, of course. Sam North East broke all the records there. Taught by a number of teachers, one of which David Ellery, the former top flight referee, who was the headmaster later on. 19 for 1 Middlesex. As again, Morgan just sees Dawkins cover up. 1 away from another maiden.
Is he talking about Sam North East? Was it rackets, the sport?
Yeah, very good
really
at rackets. Yeah, superb at that.
Won all sorts of trophies doing that as well, the old hand-to-eye coordination. as you say, prolific as a schoolboy, wasn't he?
Yeah, he really was. And he's kept it going, an excellent first-class career. 19 for 1 is the score. This one races past the outside edge, and it's another maiden over from Morgan. 3 overs bowled, 2 maidens. He's only gone for 1 so far. Very good run per over rate.
Yeah, exactly what's required. They've offered almost nothing to Kent. In fact, on the odd occasion, they've gone a little bit wide because Kent are finding it so difficult to score runs. It's almost sometimes you think those deliveries are more likely to get wickets as they try and free the arms. And so Helm running his second over from the far end. He has 1 for 13 off his 5. That's the wicket of Ben Compton, caught behind off the for just 4 in the 4th over. That was Helm now to Northeast, outside part of the bat as he squeezes forward, and it bounces to Ben Geddes at actually it's Max Holden now at a gully. Goes down, just hold his back a little bit. I wouldn't be at all surprised if he's a little bit stiff, Max Holden, given his long stay at the crease.
Toby Rowland-Jones has just gone off. Nathan Fernandez is on the field.
Thank you very much. Good spot. So Helm, angling run, comes into Northeast, leaves that. Intake of breath from Jamie Reid there.
Good leave, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was in the end. Again, you could see him playing that one Northeast. He didn't, but almost that movement towards it. He's taken a late decision to lay it through, and it's a good decision too. So yeah, 2 slips gully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. Square leg just in front of square, deep backward square area. It's the Middlesex fielders as Helm bowls to Northeast, leaves that again. Probably could leave that on length actually, and has done on line, certainly outside the off stump. And there is no run. But I've got the individual analysis up here. I might have a look at that in a second. The number of dots and the scoring rate here, but Kent finding it very hard here, having to just brazen this out, brave it out a little bit. So 2 maidens before this one from Helm. That's just squirted past the stumps. It's an inside edge from Sam Northeast. Goes behind his feet. The narrow corridor between his heels and the stumps, and ends up not 2 feet away from him on the leg side. Very, very close as he just trying to block that one out to playing on. Great bowling from Middlesex here. And Helm to Northeast, tries to catch it. Good stop though in the offside by Fernandez, I think that is, who's come on as the sub. Indeed, in the covers. It wasn't a catch in the end, it's gone to ground, but again, no runs. And make it, I think it's just one run in 5 overs Kent have taken here. Yeah, the last time they scored, apart from that 1 run, was the in the 8th over. A couple of boundaries coming in that one from Sam Northeast. The runs have dried up since then. 19 for 1. Last ball of the 15th over here. Northeast clips it off his toes. That is a beautiful shot to try and release the pressure there. Would it go for 4? Fielders after it. That's a really good stop on the boundary. And I think that's Sharma again. It's a relay throw coming in, but Sharma has sprinted after it to make sure it's just a couple for Sam Northeast. It's 22 for 1. Beg your pardon, it's 3, wasn't it? Sam Northeast has taken the strike once again. He's on 16, Dawkins on 2. Finally, Kent have got some runs on the board after being becalmed. Middlesex bowling brilliantly here at the top of the Kent innings, trying to make this small margin of 27 runs between the teams look even bigger with early wickets.
Yeah, indeed. They faced 90 deliveries, Kent, and they've scored 22 runs in that time, also losing the wicket of the opener, Compton. Perfect in defence is Northeast, who picked up those 3 off the previous ball. It was a wonderful bit of work, and he's so quick across the ground, isn't he, Sharma? Rapid. He's now fielding at mid-on. a native of Isleworth. So very much a Southwest London man. Oh, that's got big on the batter Northeast. It's just sort of hit the top of the bat. And you can see they're right on top here, Middlesex. Kent being made to really work hard. Morgan giving nothing away. He's come on and bowled beautifully. You can see why he's already being talked about as a FEC, a future England cricketer. On his way once more, right arm over the wicket and bowling very straight to Northeast, who works the ball down to fine leg, takes one, and he'll settle for the one again. Good bit of work in the field. They really are on their toes out there, as you would imagine, making it difficult. And there's still a deficit here for Kent to overcome, albeit that they are chipping away at it very slowly. Morgan at the top of his mark, more chatter. Plenty of noise out there. As Morgan bowls again, and Dawkins right in behind it. Very watchful, low down on the bat. Can be a lonely place out there when you're lacking a bit of fluency. But the most important thing, people don't necessarily look at how many balls you face. They just see how many runs you've scored. That's what you're judged on. Stay there, eke it out, grind it out. Good times ahead. 23 for 1, Morgan. On his way once more, an arrowing one back to Dawkins, who just lets it race past the outside edge.
That looked mighty close from here to getting the edge, yeah. 2 or 48 for Dawkins here. I mean, the other argument you'd say, even if he's not scoring runs, Dawkins here, you know, there's extra fatigue on the bowlers, isn't there? The more balls they have to get through to get you out, and shine coming off the ball, but they're just not moving the scoreboard here, Ken.
Morgan charging in once more, and perfect in defence is Dawkins. So just the one run coming off that latest over from Morgan, who's bowled 2 maidens within his first 4. Helm at the other end, 1 for 16 from 6. The ball dominating bat at the moment. Middlesex might have only picked up 1 wicket, but Kent finding it tough. 23 for 1, still 4 behind.
Yeah, 16 overs gone in this innings, 52 remaining in the day. No surprise there it is. It's been predominantly seamed so far. South Northeast will face Tom Helm, who's 1 for 16 off his 6 so far. Northeast defends that off the off stump. Back at the bowler, on his toes, Tom Helm, as he stops the ball, tosses it out to Fernandez, the subfielder at cover. Goes back to his mark. 7 in dark blue on his white shirt. Just looking around the ground, there's lots of probably very welcome shade, I'd imagine, for the members to our left now in the members' pavilion. Doesn't always feel that good, maybe in April when the temperature's 8 or 10 degrees and the wind's whistling around. You probably like a bit of sun, but on a day like today, it's perfect watching conditions, nice and breezy. What a picture Canterbury is on a sunny day. We're looking towards the Nackington Road end. Trees lining the far end. Driven, a little bit uppish to start, but absolutely perfect placement from Northeast. I don't know if he was in full control of that at first, but it goes for 4. And he moves on to 21, the score on to 27 for 1.
Yeah, bit of width there. They bowled on and around the stumps. They've made it difficult that you've got to get it right. Whereas if you offer up that little bit of width, Kent have looked to try and be fruitful, certainly Northeast.
Yeah, he may feel it. Well, punishing the bad ball is the watchword, isn't it, for batters? Certainly his format. Getting what you can, and because Helm's on the money, the next ball straight back at the bowler. So yeah, lush green as far as we look behind the floodlight pylons at the far end here at Canterbury. 2 big marquees right and left of the sight screens. To the right, the old Les Ames scoreboard, a traditional big manual scoreboard above the hospitality boxes there as well. Digital scoreboard to our left, showing all the facts and figures. As this one, Northeast goes for a single. Dawkins is motoring towards an on-striker's end. Did some good backing up then. Northeast for a moment looked slightly hesitant as to whether he should take the run on, but Dawkins giving him full confidence running to the danger end, and that's a single. To our left now, if you've not been to Canterbury for some years, or maybe you're looking at an old photo, you have just seen greenery on the left, but there's the Freeman House flats there, white with grey roofs. And just me saying it as someone who comes here often, but they've been pretty sympathetically done as well. This is left outside the off stump through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. And I say that just partially in hope that someone might give me a discount on buying one at some point. But there we go, with the balconies overlooking the ground. Perfect place to watch cricket. If you weren't in the ground, it's pretty much like being in it. And then we're in the long block of buildings, which starts on our right with the Cowdrey and the Woolly stand right next door to us. The members stand to our left, the Underwood Knot. And the club offices through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. But yeah, it's just a very green scene still here. And end of the over. It's another tight one from Tom Helm, 28 for 1. And of course, you've been here many, many times, Jamie, and seen the changes here. And I think, like everybody, when the building started here, of the flats on the left and the change of buildings around this side of the ground as well, there's always a feeling, isn't it, that you're messing with tradition, and you're a bit fearful of what's going to happen at the end. But I'd say, as a Kent fan personally, I think it's been about as tastefully done as it could be.
Yeah, of course, you wanted the club to remain, and sometimes it does need selling off of land to help with that regard. A little bit of width on offer to Northeast, who's cutting, but only to the field at point. Yeah, you need to make sure that you do it as well as can be expected. And it took a lot of time, didn't it? There was talks of possibly a hotel, and then in the end it was the retirement properties. And I think all the time there's that little bit of uncertainty. And of course, with Kent being a members club, members feel that there's an entitlement to know what's happening and to be able to make a little bit of a decision. But the decision makers always do what they feel is best for the future of the club, and I think you're probably right. They do look pretty decent, and I have to think to myself, in my old age, I certainly wouldn't mind living somewhere like that where I could watch live cricket on a regular basis.
Well, in 30 or 40 years, when you're old enough to retire.
Dear.
Okay.
I feel as if I'm there on some days, Matt, as we all do, especially in this heat.
Here, but pleasant enough to watch from the commentary box, that's for sure.
It really is, especially with this setup that we've got with the fans. Very pleasant it is. Another dot from Morgan, bowling really nicely, the young man.
Yeah, we've been using the scientific method. It's not the Higgs boson here, is it? It's the Watt's hand thermodynamic layout of the fans, which I think I'm using here. Kevin Hand will tell me off tomorrow if it's not correct, Jamie, but trying to keep things aerated here. But
wonderful engineers, both of those.
Yeah, absolutely.
Two. Here's Morgan continuing into his 5th over and bowling one down the leg side that's just been tickled round the corner. They'll pick up another single. And you can see that runs haven't been plentiful, certainly for Dawkins. Northeast scoring at more of a clip, 23 from 46 for him. It's been very watchful from young Dawkins, who's back onto strike. He took his gloves off, just looking to try and change things up and find a little bit of rhythm. That's what he wants to try and do. Find a little bit of a touch, and once you get that first boundary, it can sometimes really get you moving. Here's Morgan to bowl the 5th ball of the over, and instantly Dawkins just put that long lever out and said no chance of a single as it worked into the covers. By the fielding is carried out by these Middlesex players who are all on their toes, holding the latest fielder under the floppy. Lots of floppy hats on show, no real surprise. Glorious sunshine all around Canterbury. Beautiful. Nice place to come. I don't think I've ever been to a ground where I've not enjoyed it. But there are some more picturesque than others. 29 for 1, Kent, with work to do here. Still 2 behind. Morgan to complete the over and just worked away down to the vacant third man, and that's going to be 4 welcome runs for Dawkins. Suddenly he moves from 2 to 6, and that will make him feel much, much better. And Kent now are in the lead, leading by 6, 33 for 1.
Yeah, and I was saying how patient he was, but this does seem to be quite an extraordinary feat of patience here, as you say, 6 from 53 for him. But this was very similar to what he did at Blackpool against Lancashire on a more testing surface than this, I would suggest. But yeah, eventually made 54 off 118. Very important innings there. But he is looking to frustrate the bowlers as much as the other way around. Brief drinks break here, then 33 for 1. But yeah, I hope I've got the configuration of the fans right. I have to say, with Messrs Watson and Hand, you know, it is cricket's game. They've got 2 great commentators, but you wonder what a loss to science it is, Jamie, that those 2 aren't working in some other field that perhaps could be saving humanity. But there we go, at least from climate change.
Well, Kevin Hand told me that he was the new James Don. Or was James Dyson the old Kevin Hand? I'm never sure.
We look forward to hearing more about that tomorrow. Presuming the game goes into a 4th day, absolutely. He'll be waxing lyrical and telling us about maybe some of his new inventions. Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, inventions. He can do many, many things. And you might want to ask him about the plastering as well, because he's a dab hand at renovations. And he's turned his hands to a little bit of, well, with the surname that he has, a little bit of property renovation and plastering now. So... amazing. There isn't anything that man can't do.
I'll tell you what, if he's listening right now, there's plenty of jobs to do at Cole Towers. We can get someone to fill in for him tomorrow. He's more than welcome.
He'll give you at least 10% off. But watch the quotes, because he does tend to push him up, or he does for me anyway.
Well, that's business, he'd say. Others would call it something else. But
that's how he makes the money.
33 for 1. It's quite a brief drinks break, not quite World Cup standard. But actually, I don't want to wander into that, do I? They'll be angry. There'll be angry emails about that. 33 for 1 drinks breaks, quite a normal thing in cricket. Ben Dawkins has taken the helmet off, the gloves off, and himself a drink. For the other fielders taking advantage as well. Hydration. It will be warm out there, I think it's fair to say. 33 for 1. With North East on 23 from 46. Dawkins going at a grand strike rate of 11 so far. 6 from 53. Former of this parish, of course, Raoul Dravid would think that's a perfectly normal way to play cricket. The walls he would call, though he was a great stroke maker as well, wasn't he, when needed, Dravid, but he could certainly put the shutters up. 33 for 1. North East has 23. And this one's just nudged into the onside. Nicely taken by North East. They jog through for a single. He moves on to 24, and Dawkins has strike once again. So you're listening to BBC commentary here, BBC Local Radio, once again, covering every ball of the County Championship. A joined up service in conjunction with the ECB. Kent against Middlesex here. Representatives from radios Kent and London. And there's a Helm. Hear the effort as he exploded into that delivery. Just worked into the offside by Dawkins, no run. And of course, with the pictures from Kent County Cricket Club as well on the live stream. Great pleasure to have your company on this sunny Sunday afternoon. And set to be wall-to-wall sunshine as well tomorrow. As Helm comes in. Tall fast bowler, angled run into the stumps, releases to Dawkins. Just defended back at the bowler, reaches low with his left arm, which has a sweatband on it. Tom Helm. Toby Rowan-Jones, his bowling partner. Those opened the bowling together. He's just doing ball polishing at the moment. There is once again no run for Dawkins. 6 from 55 now. 2 slips in a gully behind him with a wicket keeper. Up on his toes, Dawkins. Just saw Dawkins a little bit of width there, but couldn't get the ball away. Not enough from Helm for him. Helm's been superbly accurate so far, and Dawkins was just trying to jab that on the back foot through the offside. Can't pierce the field. There's no run once more. So 49 remaining here. 32 overs remaining when we go to tea. So a good hour, if not more, with the seamers on. As Helm bowls. Going to try and take wickets for tea. Get to see him off. Back at the bowler once again. No run.
I think sometimes if you're watching and you're a youngster, you're learning more as a cricketer in situations like this. It's lovely to see crash bang wallop and lovely to watch T20. Don't get me wrong. People love seeing boundaries. They love razzmatazz. That's life in general now. But being able to watch this, it's almost like a test, isn't it? Because it's so hard to score runs. They're having to grind out runs that they are scoring. This is really teaching people.
Absolutely. It's Helm to Dawkins. Back at the bowler once more. End of the over, just one off it. 34 for 1. You know, I think trying to describe it to people before that, you know, not necessarily interested in cricket. So why would you want to watch a game that goes on for that long? So well, what? Sort of similar to me is, yeah, why would you want to watch a movie rather than a 10-minute cartoon, for instance? The cartoon might be fantastically, you know, entertaining for a short amount of time. I'm not saying T20 is that, but you know where I'm going with that. A movie can take you places. It could tell you a story over a longer period of time. That's the way I feel about 4-day, 5-day cricket.
Going to see a little bit of spin here. Zafar Gohar is going to get the opportunity to come on. And interesting, I was talking to a Middlesex fan and a Kent fan sort of interjected, talking about cricketers who play with smiles on their faces. And the Middlesex fan said to me, that's the one thing he loves about Roland Jones. He's coming towards the end of his career, but always plays with a smile on his face. The Kent fan, Sam, who I was talking to, said there was one Sri Lankan who did it. I'm thinking to myself, it's got to be Muralitharan. And he's thrown out Malinga Bandara. Remember him?
I do remember
Bandit,
him,
yeah, who always had that cheery persona, but one of those players who didn't really excel under Paul Farbrace with Kent. But he did play with a smile on his face. I think that is fair to say. Yeah. And you do remember those type of characters.
That's true. I was thinking more of players maybe off the field with smiles on their faces. But yeah, you're right. Actually, on the pitch itself, you're absolutely right. So
Lasith Malinga played with a smile on his face in Kent colours as well. Certainly wouldn't have gone for Bandara. But we all have our heroes up and down the years. You always hear that, don't you, with overseas sides, that you get people who pick their own players, and it's all subjective, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a name I hadn't thought about for a while, but he was Murali's understudy effectively, wasn't he? Almost for his entire first-class career. So we played a handful of tests, maybe not even that, I think. I have to look up his figures, Malinga Bandara, but yeah, fascinating.
Gohar is to continue here. And that just runs past the outside edge of Dawkins' bat. It really is a thorough watching exercise, this, for the young opener. 6 from 59.
Yeah, there we are. 8 tests he played.
He did play as many as that, right?
31 one-day internationals as well, but yeah. Younger than Murali, obviously, but he had a long career, didn't he?
Yes, he just kept going, didn't he?
Yeah.
Took all those wickets. That great relationship, healthy and unhealthy at times, with the late, great Shane Warne. They really did take wickets for their countries and played with a smile on their face. Warney was exactly the same, wasn't he, Shane Keith?
Yeah, what a man.
Here is Zafar to continue. Bowling a slightly quicker one, going aerially is Dawkins. Is it going to race away to the boundary's edge? It is. Some more welcome runs and he's into double figures. Is Dawkins starting to find the kind of form that Kent need him to find on this? He's 10 not out. North East 25 from 48 at the other end. 39 for 1 now, Kent. A slight change in the field. That fielder is going to be set slightly deeper out at deep mid-wicket. And you would think that he won't maybe bowl as straight, although he does just that as he bowls into the pads. And Dawkins picks up another single. 6 off this first over, still 1 ball to go. Had that spell, of course, Zafar, as an overseas player with Gloucestershire before joining Kent. Before joining Middlesex, I should say. And that is the end of the over. So he's gone for 6 off his first.
Yeah, just looking to change things up. I can understand this from a Middlesex point of view as well, just having a look at the spin. Because although they've kept the runs down, absolutely, with Kent 40 for 1, I'm just thinking, could we sneak a wicket in from the spinner here? But I told this story many times of Shane Warne captaining Hampshire at Tunbridge Wells, and the mark of the man at the end, everybody in the ground wanted an autograph from Shane Warne.
Yeah.
Went and got his own trestle table, out of the pavilion at the Neville, set it up, and didn't go until everyone had got an autograph that wanted one. And from an absolute legend of the game, didn't know anybody anything in that respect. You could quite understand if he'd had enough public attention for 5 minutes, but just thought that's, just shows the absolute class of the man, as well as being an incredible cricketer. But yeah, much missed. Dawkins to face Navya Sharma. Ooh, on the leg side. Joe Cracknell got very excited by that, I think. I don't think Dawkins has touched it, to be fair. So Sharma, just 20 years old himself. Actually, been recently playing, there we go, again, hands across the two clubs in the same Lions team as Ekansh Singh against South Africa A.
Yeah, he's got that floppy hair, so he's got the sweatband on.
Indeed so, yeah.
Or headband.
From the Nakita Road end, which, if you don't know, this ground is on a slight slope. It also goes right to left as we look at it. Dawkins, it's going down the leg side. It's going in that direction. Thank you very much, Navya Sharma. It's very kind of you to show exactly what I mean. Not sure that's because of the slope, but Dawkins thought about hitting that.
It is difficult, isn't it, controlling it when you've got the slope, especially when you're bowling at a good clip like he is. He needs to just adjust that radar a wee bit.
I think that's something we, I don't know if you do, take it for granted about Canterbury. You know the slopes here, but as you say, can be unsettling for a bowler.
Yeah.
Much as they talk about the slope at Lords as well. Bowling on it, slopes far end to near end and right to left as we look from the pavilion end. So yeah, that's on the money. Full stump line through the wicketkeeper and there's no run. 40 for 1 then, Kent. But yeah, there we are. Well, shout out to Malinga Bandara, I like that. Excellent. And a short spell here.
And of course, the positive is we don't know that he's not listening.
No, that's true. Our tendrils reach far and wide.
Remember, we had that. I can't think who the overseas was at the time, but a member of his family was listening, and then he tuned in.
There we go. Oh, bowls him! And has got Ben Dawkins, and he could see the body language, the disappointment from Ben Dawkins, but off stump flattened. He's gone for a very watchful 11 from 65, but it is just 11, and Kent are 40 for 2. And Navya Sharma, brought into the attack, has a wicket in his first over, the 20-year-old. Whoops of delight from Middlesex, who perhaps just sense, after getting a small first innings lead, that they can press this advantage home in the second session on the third day here at the St Lawrence ground. Kent 40 for 2, Dawkins gone for 11.
I'd like to see that again. I'm not sure if he didn't do him for pace. It looked a slightly quicker delivery. He's bowled pretty quickly, in fairness. He's very sprightly, isn't he, the young man from that Nackington Road end? And when you're running in down that slope, it gives you that little bit of extra zest. I tell you what, that's a big wicket to pick up. Dawkins on his way back. Both the openers back in the hutch. Here comes Daniel Bell-Drummond.
Yeah, and well, Dawkins frustrated them for a long period of time, but Sharma has cleaned him up. 40 for 2 then. In comes Daniel Bell-Drummond, who made just 5 in the first innings.
It's a fairly long tail as well when you think you've got young Singh at 6, and then you've got Grant Stewart, Keith Dudgeon, Matt Mills. They can all bat. I'm taking nothing away from them. But you get one of these two out. Chris Benjamin in next, the wicketkeeper bat. Middlesex are hoping and dreaming.
Yeah, Benjamin will look to attack as well. I'm not sure if that will, well, perhaps make Middlesex feel they're in with a chance. But yeah, absolutely. No, Tawanda Mayeye still in the side. Is out of concussion protocols at the moment. We wish him well because he's been out for a couple of games now. And but yeah, out of the middle order. Joey Everson, of course, away on loan with Leicestershire right now in the top division. But yeah, Middlesex then have Kent 40 for 2. But you make a very good point, Jamie. A lot of responsibility on Danny Bell-Drummond, Chris Benjamin and Ekant Singh, 4, 5 and 6. Bell-Drummond, the captain, used to that responsibility. Straight back at Sharma. That white headband, as Jamie was saying. Keeping the fringe out of the eyes. Played into the onside by Bell-Drummond. Yeah, it just looks like a very good delivery from Sharma. Seaming in to Ben Dawkins. Just playing it now, yeah. I think there's a hint of a cutter there. But this next one to Bell-Drummond. End of the over, 40 for 2. Well, captain's dream that, isn't it? For Middlesex, for Lairs Deploy. Put Sharma on. What's he done? 1 over, 1 maiden, 1 for none. Kent 40 for 2. Dawkins on his way to follow Compton into the hutch. And Bell-Drummond starts on none. South North East has 25 for Kent. And they have a lead of just 13. So in a 1 innings game, they are 13 for 2.
Yeah, what a start. Wicket maiden. Always nice to get up and running. You can see Roland Jones just moving around the field. Both he and Deploy will be the leaders in this side. It doesn't matter if you're captain or not. If you can add some value, people want to listen. Here's Safar continuing. Just tickled away on the leg side towards square leg, where the fielder comes and does the work. It's Sam Robson. And again, you can see Zafar just wanting to keep his hands dry. Just bending down to pick up any dust that he might be able to get onto his hands, just to stop that sweat from spreading. Bell-Drummond comes on to strike. He's faced 2 deliveries so far, yet to get off the mark. He's going to have to face the left arm spin of the former Gloucestershire all-rounder. Very much a bowling all-rounder, but he can bat. We saw that in the Middlesex innings. Getting to work on the ball again as Bell-Drummond covers up and works it to the fielder under the helmet on the leg side at short leg. Zafar on his way once more, and again perfect in defence. And making plenty of noise. Lots of chipper. Roland Jones back on the field. It looks like there might possibly be another change here because there's just been a signal from Max Holden. Don't know if he's going to put his feet up for 5 minutes. Down the ground goes Bell-Drummond. Down goes the hand of Zafar. Only gone for the 1 off the 4 balls that he's bowled so far. You can hear we've got to try and force it here. They want that 3rd wicket. Bell-Drummond, graduate of Millfield School, just has to look on. Kent captain now. A Londoner, though, growing up in southeast London. Getting that scholarship to go to Millfield. What a great school, working with Richard Ellison. That is the end of the over. A good one, another good one from Zafar. 41 for 2, Kent. 14 ahead.
Yeah, great work from Middlesex here, asking all the questions of Kent. Where this game goes from here, Middlesex very much having the best of day 3 so far. Kent hoping for quick wickets at the start of the day, didn't get them. Holden and Zamago are eventually putting on 232, continuing that partnership from yesterday. Holden 182, Zaffa 95. Quick runs from Roland Jones to 28, Helm with 11, getting them to 443 all out. And now have Kent 41 for 2. The lead in first innings was 27. North East then facing on 26. Sharma to bowl to him. North East leaves that. That one's come in at the Kent number 4. Sorry, number 3, I should say. Keeper Joe Cracknell. And it's the way he got Dawkins, one coming into the right-hander. So Sharma just in his 10th first-class game here. Played a couple of T20s for Middlesex as well. Under-19s, England Lions as well. Showing that quality as he bowls to North East. Just works that into the onside, and there's no run. It's Kenneth Faulkner. Fields the ball at mid-wicket. 2 slips and a gully in for, as far as the field goes, Laz deploy. There's Helm at 1. Robson at 2. Geddes at gully. There's a backward point there as well. Seb Morgan in the floppy hat. Sharma to North East, shoulders arms quite dramatically. Definitely not playing that one. Double.
Good delivery because it just nipped back. It was a good leave in the end, but it's just arched back towards those stumps. Going to be a little change in the field.
He is asking those questions of Sam North East, isn't he? It's almost leave at your peril. Seen what he's done to Dawkins already. The battle of wits between the 2 players. You were saying about whether you're a young cricketer watching it or somebody longer of years, that's the enthralling battle between bat and ball. Sort of cat and mouse between these 2 at the moment. It's North East back to Sharma. Tosses the ball to Faulkner, who's now under the lid. Helmet on at short leg. So North East just wandering off towards him. I'm not sure if they're engaging in conversation. He certainly likes to chat off the field to Sam North East. Very good company, but he keeps his counsel to himself here. Sharma to bowl to him. Bounces up towards his right hand. Sharma takes it on his follow through, and there's no run. Wickets falling around the country, but one for Durham against Northants, who are 107 for 3 now, building on a 45-run lead in the first innings. Rory Burns has finally gone for 115 against Glamorgan. Surrey battling there, though, to avoid an innings defeat. Sharma to North East. On the front foot, back at the bowler, end of the over. It's another maiden. Sharma's not gone for a run yet. He's got a wicket out of Ben Dawkins. And 42 for 2. Kent trying to grit this out here and make sure, first off, they're not going to be bowled into a position to lose this game, let alone to win it.
Yeah, it's being watchful and it's batting time, isn't it? Knowing that there's all of tomorrow to go, still a session after this. Suddenly, if you do start to race through, Middlesex have got every opportunity of doing it well within inside the 4 days, so they'll be aware of that as Zafar continues. And bowls to Bell Drummond, who's been watchful since coming out, yet to get off the mark, the skipper. Looks all around, just tries to assess where there might be the chance of finding that elusive single. Zafar's going to bowl into his pads as he does exactly that. A couple of quick steps to get to the pitch of the ball from Bell-Drummond. All the chat out there, all the chirp is from a Middlesex perspective. Sam Northeast very languid at the non-striker's end as Bell-Drummond faces up once more. Here is the left-arm spin bowler asking the question. Waved away by the umpire, some hands on heads. I think he's probably sliding down. But Bell-Drummond finding it difficult, knowing that runs are really at a premium. Zafar to continue. A little bit of width on the offside and the chance to get off the mark. There is a sweeper on that cover boundary. Northeast comes on to strike. 26 from 56 for him. Striking at just under 50. Going to just strengthen that offside. Sam Northeast very elegant in that regard. Faulkner just goes to extra cover as Zafar continues and picks out the fielder. So a good bit of work from Deploy, you have to say. Reading the script, understanding Northeast's strengths and weaknesses maybe. Just one run so far off the over. No wicket for 8. Through 3 for Zafar, who's on his way to complete the over. Middlesex chipper in the field. That is the over complete. 42 for 2.
Yeah, so Middlesex on top here against Kent. Elsewhere, going to the top division. Essex 165 for 6 against Nottinghamshire. Still needing 108 to make Nottinghamshire bat again. So 6 down there. Sorry, 255 for 6. I'm just saying that Roy Burns has departed. They now have a lead over Glamorgan, but that's just a 4-run lead. Sorry, now 257 for 6 with 4 wickets remaining. As Sharma bowls to Bell-Drummond just outside the off stump. Joe Cracknell takes it. Playing a miss by Daniel Bell-Drummond. Yorkshire are on the brink of being beaten by Leicestershire, with Joey Everson in their side on loan from Kent. 216 for 9. Yorkshire 52 in arrears still. Staring down the barrel of an innings defeat. It was a late partnership, a 10th wicket partnership, threatening to hold up proceedings of 50, I think, now between Moriarty and White. It might be just be staving off the inevitable. It looks like it is. This one seaming in towards Daniel Bell-Drummond. He defends it off his pads into the onside, and there's no run. So Everson has another bowl in that one, but got himself a 50 in the Leicestershire innings of 453 all out. Elsewhere, Somerset leading Warwickshire by 59 runs on 181 for 6, though, with just those 4 innings remaining. Sussex against Hampshire really is in the balance. Hampshire striking back with the ball. Sussex 115 for 5. Need another 138 to win with 5 wickets remaining. Navia Sharma now to Daniel Bell-Drummond. Plays that with soft hands through just backward a square. Just a little play off the hip there. Would it be? Yeah, just 2 for him. He moves on to 3. Northeast has 26. Elsewhere in County Championship Division 2, Derbyshire have already beaten Lancashire by 9 wickets, knocking off the 25 runs they needed today. For a loss of just 1 wicket. Northants 114 for 3 at Chestler Street against Durham, leading by 159 then in the second innings. Navia Sharma to Daniel Bell-Drummond, and that's gonna be a bruise on the thigh. There's a big shout for an LBW. It very much was. That wasn't gamesmanship from Daniel Bell-Drummond. That's hit him hard on the right thigh and bounced away. So too high. Again, it's beaten him. He's trying to whip it away into the onside to the bottom hand off. Moment, this is not looking easy for Kent against Middlesex. And finally in Division 2, Worcestershire 375 for 9. This is in their first innings. Gloucestershire 289 all outs. They're leading by 86 runs with 1 wicket remaining. So that game is well behind 8 ball in terms of any results. Looks all into like a draw. Who knows what happens in the remaining sessions. Sharma to Belldrummond, settles on that on off stump. Plays it back towards the Middlesex bowler, who just half parries it. Let's fielder pick it up. That's Seb Morgan on a lively spell from his pavilion end. Just Sam Robson warming his arms up, I think, probably just to keep himself limber at second slip as much as anything else. Middlesex women playing Warwickshire Bears women today. 193, sorry, not 190, 139 for 3 off 15 of their 20 overs in the T20. Blast driven up to mid-off. This one from Daniel Belldrummond off the back foot. Testing over again from Sharma, who has 1 for 2 off his 3 now. Just the 2 coming from that shot behind square from Daniel Belldrummond. The only scoring shot off his bowling so far off the 18 balls. Zafar at the other end, none for 8 off 3. And Kent, well, at this point, doesn't look like they can afford to take any liberties with the Middlesex bowling. They bowl very tightly. 44 for 2. Feels like Daniel Belldrummond and Sam Northeast need to dig in if they can to try and get themselves back on parity even in this second innings.
Gohar, the left-arm spin bowler, to continue from this pavilion end. Bowling to Northeast, who covers up, pushes back down the track, and fielding is carried out and quickly thrown back to Zafar. Fernandez on the field. As Zafar continues, bowls another similar delivery, which again is fielded by the substitute for Middlesex, who is a good fielder, Nathan Fernandez. Very quick across the ground. Short approach. Zafar runs past the umpire. And Northeast is watching and waiting. And then tickling round the corner to the same fielder. Almost 3 carbon copy deliveries so far. And that was a no ball. I missed it momentarily and then got it. Zafar tighter to the stumps this time and just backing away and opening up the offside is Northeast. Let's see what he wanted to do when he rehearsed it. It looks slightly better. Didn't get too much bat on it. Lots of motorbikes in the distance, making plenty of noise. Zafar continues. He probably picked them up on our microphone.
Certainly did. Sometimes it sounds like there's a street circuit around Canterbury. I don't think there is, but who knows? Might be a way of bringing revenue into the city. Make it the new Monaco.
Well, there's an idea.
It's not a good idea, but it's an idea.
Zafar to continue. Very leg side, tipped away. Round the corner down to long leg by Northeast, who takes his single. And brings Belldrummond back onto strike, the Kent skipper. And just takes a fresh guard from the umpire. Our umpires fought this fixture, Messrs Baldwin and Watts. Don Shelley and Lorne Hart, the 2 scorers. 2 good guys of the game. And that is the end of the over. Northeast just playing out. Oh, sorry, Belldrummond just playing out a dot, brings Northeast back on to strike. 47 for 2. Kent in their second dig, leading by 20.
Yes, indeed. I didn't do all the scores, by the way. I didn't mention that England have been beaten by New Zealand by 253 runs, gone out for 209 earlier today. West Indies women beating Sri Lanka women by 5 wickets in the World T20 as well. India are playing South Africa in that same tournament at the moment. It's a lovely shot that from Sam Northeast. Substantial straight drive, and that'll be 4 off Sharma, the first boundary that he has conceded. And a 50 up for Kent. Much needed runs at this point. India women 84 for 4 against South Africa in the T20 World Cup. That through 10.4 overs. International T20 Bangladesh 109 for 8 against Australia, 112 for 3. Australia winning that one. International cricket as Sharma then to Northeast. Just thinks about push and run for a single there, but mid-on is up to it fairly quickly. That is Laius deploy at mid-on. And I mentioned Middlesex women playing Warwickshire Bears women in the T20, the top division of the Blast. Didn't mention, if you're a massive San Francisco Unicorns fan, they've beaten the Test.
Don't mention that one. I'm recording.
Oh,
that.
sorry.
I've got that on the beta, mate.
I'm so sorry. There we go. All results possible. Bouncer from Sharma through to the wicket, and there's no run.
You've got people on the edge of the seats. You'll best complete it now.
Well, yeah, it was. They got home with looks like 13 balls to spare, the Unicorns against the Texas Super Kings. So
classic.
Absolute classic by 7 wickets. Washington Freedom, big scoring run, big scoring game against MI New York, 245 for 5 they made to win by 30 runs. And the big one, of course, I know you'll be tuned into later at 9:30, will be the Seattle Orcas against the Los Angeles Knight Riders.
Should be a good one.
It should indeed.
Up the Knight Riders.
I think I've just about completed the entire scoreboard now. Sharma to Sam Northeast, turns it to the onside. It's commotion from the Middlesex fielders who are enjoying their afternoon in the sunshine. They have Kent 51 for 2, a lead of just 24 on second innings. But just goes to prove there's franchise cricket happening, T20 cricket happening at any time of day or night, I think, pretty much across the 365 days of a year. Not to belittle the San Francisco Unicorns, obviously. That'll be the last thing I'd want to do. Northeast facing on 31. Sharma bowls to him. And he's defended back. Front elbow very high from Northeast. Everything perfectly in line. As Jamie was saying, it's like a longish tail for Kent. Certainly one that Middlesex, we think once they got them 5 down, they've got every chance of perhaps a run through. Although it didn't prove that way in the first innings. 51 for 2. They'll be much the more pleased of the two sides at this point. Roundabout, or yeah, just over halfway through in terms of overs. Day 3, clipped off the toes by Sam Northeast. It's a nice looking shot. Zavagahar will stop it, going for the boundary at backward square, but they'll come through for 2. So just going fullish there, not necessarily over pitching, but looking at that Yorker length. Sharma, a nice clip off the toes by Sam Northeast. For a couple, he moves on to 33 from 53. Daniel Bell-Drummond has 3 at, from 18 balls so far.
Yeah, it's been watchful, hasn't it, from Bell-Drummond? He's had to make sure that he's just kept company to Northeast, who's seeing it slightly better at the other end. And Gohar just taking on some instruction, deploys round him. Roland Jones is talking to him. There's certainly a lot of leadership out there as he tries to cool himself down. Very, very warm conditions. Won't be something that he hasn't experienced throughout his career, of course. Playing a lot of cricket in the subcontinent. Very difficult conditions heat-wise too, when you play at those respective grounds. But very warm today as Bell-Drummond goes aerial and picks up 4 runs here. He's just worked the ball down to long on. A couple of quick steps to get to the pitch of it from Bell-Drummond, and he more than doubles his score.
Yeah, interesting this, isn't it? But I'm deciding to take Zavagahar on. Is that a moment of frustration from the Kent captain, or is it just tactically thinking we have to start opening this up? We can't be pinned down from both ends. We have to take a scoring shots where we can, maybe.
The lead's up to 30, a good start to the over for Kent and Bell-Drummond, who's facing up again, and punching the ball to extra cover. No chance of a single. Middlesex chipper in the field. Cracknell's been good behind the sticks. He took 5 catches in the Kent innings, Kent first innings. Good young wicketkeeper bat. Bell Drummond's been wrapped on the pads here. A big question to the umpire. He got a stride in, that's what I would say. But you can see that Zafar thinks that that index finger should be raised. Matt Cole's going to have a little look at it.
It's a mighty swing of the bat, isn't it? Yeah, he's come quite a long way down the pitch.
Yeah, he got a good stride in.
Yeah,
I think that saved him.
Difficult for the umpire to give that, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, you never quite know what it's going to do when it goes on. This time he decides to go leg side and tickles the ball round the corner. Bell Drummond picked up that boundary. And now he's had a little bit of a life and then a dot ball. Advantage to the bowler here. Zafar very much looking to try and make things difficult. In a cricketing perspective, looking to try and strangle Bell Drummond. Wearing the 77 on his back, here is the left-arm spin bowler, running up once more and bowling another delivery that just keeps low, and Bell Drummond just takes another fresh guard and twirls his bat, and he knows that he's got a bat time here. All the chat is from Middlesex. 2 umpires looking on, the crowd very pensive. And here is Zafar bowling again to Bell Drummond, who plays out the over with another dot. So just that one scoring shot from the over. A 4 off the first. Kemp 57 for 2.
Yes, indeed. As you say, playing with fire there, Daniel Bell Drummond advancing down the pitch and being hit on the pads by Zafar, and a big appeal there. And it's again 57 for 2. See Liam, the marketing manager at Kent here, sending me a few photos of the luminaries of days past that are on the ground today. Cricket week. Looks like they've had a good old lunch into the onside. Paul Downton, former director of cricket, as well as player here, of course. Graham Johnson. He's been here. Martin Sack, as we mentioned, one of the he's on the umpires list. Richard Ellison as well. Some great photos there. Chris Cowdrey. And John Shepherd, among others. Thanks for that, Liam. Great photos. Blast from the past. Well, I'm president of cricket, of Kent Cricket. Enjoying Canterbury week, this historic cricket week, the longest running. 174th year, I think, down the leg side. I'll check my maths in a second. But followed by North East through the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. 33 from 72 for North East. Bell Drummond has 7 from 24.
Yeah, some great names of Kent Cricket down the years there. Richard Ellison, a name that stands out, synonymous with that good series against the Aussies. Always played with a great smile on his face, Ellie, that shock of hair.
So here, with the shock of hair behind the headband is Navya Sharma. North East trying to get on the front foot there. But being pinned down by the young seam bowler. 57 for 2.
I never watched John Shepherd before my time, but my dad said he was one of the slowest walkers back to the pavilion when he was out. The great West Indian hated giving up his wicket.
He's Kent legend, of course, and just yeah, so generous with his time as well to everybody on this ground. And Sharma to North East, clips it past the man at short leg, Caleb Faulkner. I don't think he had time to react actually on the ground anyway. But just get that feeling, John, from the very first chance I had to speak to him, that you feel like you've made a friend immediately. Do you know what I mean? It's just such a generous
Great
man,
warm
warm chap.
Yeah.
That, and once again, a bit like we're saying of some of the cricketers who've been fantastic talents, but great credits to themselves and their clubs off the field as well.
Part of that greatest ever Kent side,
Yeah.
the side that will never be forgotten.
As Sharma bowls to Northeast, squeezes down on that, bounces up to Kelly Faulkner at short leg, and there's no run. Tom Helm, you can hear, is the loudest, I think, of those voices. Just supporting Navya Sharma in his 5th over here, 1 for 8. He's done a great job so far. Toby Rowland-Jones just going through some back stretches at square leg, but I'm not sure whether that's, again, just keeping himself limber for the next opportunity or the next call from his captain, Laz Deploy. Sharma to Northeast, driven back at the bowler, 1 bounce to him. Half fields it, end of the over. He has 1 for 8 off 5 overs with 3 maidens. Superb spell so far. Do wonder, I think generally in this game, and understandably, given the conditions, is that seeing bowlers tending to bowl shorter spells perhaps than on some occasions, given the heat. Got enough bowlers for rotation. Zavagahar will continue in conversation with Laz Deploy at the moment and just wiping his hands on a towel, which he hands to his skipper. Zavagahar, the spinner, to continue to bowl to Daniel Bell-Drummond.
Yeah, indeed, he's at the top of his mark. Middlesex have had some wonderful cricketers down the years as well. Mike Gatting, of course, will probably be the captain that you remember for that side that did so well, and that golden era squad, 1976 to 1985, was probably the side that you look back on. We mentioned Haynes and Gatting, 2 great bowlers. They had their own West Indian in Wayne Daniel. He could certainly bowl quick. Angus Fraser, John Embury, Phil Edmonds down the years, 2 good spin bowlers latterly. Had some real good cricketers. Toby Rowland-Jones is just putting up his hands and saying that he wants to have another bowl here. 57 for 2 as Zafar continues. Fernandez does the fielding at straight mid-wicket. BBC Radio London and BBC Radio Kent coming together to bring you commentary of this game. My name's Jamie Reid with Matt Cole in the commentary box here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. That's changed over the years, holding on to some of its character. Floodlights in place all around the ground, of course, which is the way that cricket's going. There's a demand, isn't there, to see cricket on the television. People want to keep abreast of their favourite club, whether they can come or whether they watch from slightly afar. Just backing away and working the ball out to deep cover is Northeast. He takes a single and brings Bell-Drummond back onto strike. Just 2 runs off the over so far. Still 38 overs to go, so 6 overs and this 1 remaining ball before we reach tea here at Canterbury. What's Zafar got from this delivery? It's a slightly quicker one. Drilled to extra cover. A dot to end the over, so just a couple off it. Max Holden is back. Holden makes his way back onto the field. Nathan Fernandez makes his way back to the dressing room. And Rowland-Jones is back into the attack. Bowled 6 first up, 5 maidens. The over that went for runs, a boundary and a single. Very metronomic, though. He does bowl so nicely, doesn't he, Rowland-Jones? He'll go down as a Middlesex great. Born in Ashford, Middlesex in old money, Surrey in new money, but very much a Middlesex man. 59 for 2, Kent. Roland Jones at the top of his mark. He's going to run down the hill from the Nackington Road end.
Yeah, he just bowls to Sam Northeast there, who defends it into the onside. So it wasn't just to keep the muscles from seeding up then from the warm-ups from Toby Roland Jones. He is back into the attack.
Yeah, keen to play his part.
And starts with those miserly bowling figures of 6 overs, 5 maidens, none for 5. And Kent on 59 for 2. Sam Northeast just plays that away. Thought that was a little bit edgy at first, but he's done really well. He's just flicked that backward of square. He's come down the wicket a bit, bat away from body, but has, as I said, flicked it for 4 through backward point. Good shot in the end. Some improvisation there from Sam Northeast. And, well, wouldn't you know it? There we go. Strangest thing has happened. The ECB have put out a press release saying that Ben Stokes and Gus Atkinson are going to join the Test squad for Trentbridge. Who would have thought, Jamie?
There's a surprise.
It comes as such a shock after they've withdrawn from their 2 county sides in the middle of their games. Of course, Durham and Surrey, respectively, not gone down terribly well, I don't think, for the supporters of either of those 2 county teams. But I'll leave you to discuss that, listeners. Do get in touch if you feel you have something to say about it, or about this game, more importantly. Kent Cricket at bbc.co.uk. As Kent move on to 65 for 2. Northeast tucks it away on the onside and gets 2 down to backward square.
But one thing I would say, as much as you miss Ben Stokes as a player, and you undoubtedly do, I think you miss Gus Atkinson as well. But with Ben Stokes, you don't only miss him as a cricketer, you miss him as a leader. Joe Root, slightly different the way he does it, but I think you do miss the persona of Ben Stokes when he's not there.
Yeah, I can certainly see that as Rowan Jones bowls to Northeast. He's looking to attack him there, trying to drive a foolish delivery back past him. He has done, hasn't gone all of it. Stopped by Sharma at mid-on. But yeah, I've seen 1 or 2 comments about, obviously the test match starts on Thursday and these games finish tomorrow. So could they not have waited a day for Messrs Atkinson and Stokes to come back? Not sure. Here's Roland Jones rather, to bowl to Northeast. Dot ball. I suppose the argument might be, what if one of them gets injured in the ensuing time? But for lovers of county cricket, I can completely understand. You're a Durham or Surrey fan, or even a neutral, thinking, could they just not finish those games? Anyway, I'm trying to be as BBC as possible, Jamie, so you can hear on both sides of the debate. People will think different things. Here's Roland Jones to Northeast. Just a little bit of a walk from Northeast forward. So he's taken a 4 and a 2 off that over, has Sam Northeast. He moves on to 40. Much credit to him at the moment. Coming in at number 3, he's got 40 of 65 scored so far. Compton went for 4 in the 4th over. Off the bowling of Tom Helm, caught behind, and Sharma, excellent delivery, beating Dawkins off the pitch and for pace, as you suggested, Jamie, for 11. That was in the 21st over. Dawkins, a long stay at the crease, very patient, very watchful. Well, it only ended up with 11 runs on the board, but I think perhaps these pair will be jolly glad of the 60 balls or something he absorbed in terms of bowlers flying in and shine on the ball as well. But Sebastian Morgan then from the pavilion.
Yep, young Seb Morgan getting another opportunity. Bowled nicely in his first spell. No wicket for 7 from the 5 overs that he bowled. And he starts with a good one just outside the off stump that races through to Cracknell, the wicket keeper.
So I'm calling him Sebastian rather than Seb for some reason. I have no idea. I don't know. He's known as Seb, isn't he?
I wasn't sure if you were his father. And when we mention the word father, we should probably say Happy Father's Day to all of those celebrating. And if you have lost your father or you're not celebrating, then commiserations and thoughts with you. I know it's not an easy time, so we wish you the very best of luck. I am still lucky enough to have my dad. You certainly relish that relationship. 65 for 2 as the ball is just flicked off the pad. It's going to go down to long leg. It might race away over the boundary's edge. I'm sure it will. Was that a good bit of work, Matt Cole? Maybe it is. It is, I think. Great work.
Yeah, it was a tumbling stop, wasn't it, at the end? Just trying to pick out the fielder there.
Leg buys.
Yeah. Is that Zafar down there, in fact? Oh, no, I think maybe he's at mid-wicket. Might even been Navya Sharma doing the tumble there.
Well, he's very quick, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, it probably is Sharma. He can really cover the ground quickly. Morgan's going to continue. Little bottom edge from Bell Drummond carries through all along the ground to the fielder in the gully.
He was just trying to get the bat out of the way of that one, Danny Bell Drummond, didn't it, maybe? But yeah. Just to emphasise, I'm not in loco parentis of Seb or Sebastian Morgan today. But if you're listening, Seb's dad, Sebastian's dad, do feel to put me right. Feel free to. We welcome your company.
I'm happy to be called anything, really. And I'm sure that Seb Morgan's in the same sort of vein. Well, anything nice.
Well, yeah, I completely agree with that. People do occasionally ask me, do you prefer Matthew or Matt? I really don't mind. It's like, as you say, if there's, as long as there's not, aggressive words going along with it, I'm absolutely fine with it. So,
I always say I've been called far worse.
Indeed, yeah. Well, that's the radio game for you, Tony.
Indeed it is. Morgan to continue. Plenty of bottom hand as he punches this ball to mid-on. Roland Jones does the fielding dot ball. He's not really timing it, Bell Drummond. 8 from 34 shows that.
Yeah, that is showbiz, as they say. Well, I always think if you're lucky enough to do this job, there's going to be people that don't like you as well as like
yes,
you, aren't
indeed.
there? And so I take it absolutely on the chin. So
Morgan to complete the over. He's on his way once more, running up past the umpire and almost a carbon copy of the preceding delivery. It ends with a dot, and that is the end of the over. So the state of the game: Kent 416, Middlesex in reply 443. Second time around as Morgan bowls that over. Kent are currently, he's bowled 6 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 7, so a good economy rate. We'll just wait for the score to flick over. 67 for 2, second time around, which is a lead of 40.
So here's a rather puzzling email from Phil. It's not abuse, which is great. So Phil, I'm very delighted to read it out.
Thank you, Phil.
Yeah, it's from our previous comments. Thank you for your kind comments, Phil, in fact. He says, hi, Matt, I'm shocked to hear that Middlesex's Ashford is now in Surrey. Crikey. Now, this is a conundrum. As Roland Jones bowls to northeast. There's a whip of the wrists, and it's backward a square for a single. Have they taken to nicking other counties' towns as well as players now?
Let me, I would need to check that, but I said it, and I'm pretty sure that it is.
Oh, right, okay, there we go.
I'm pretty sure that it is, but let's just check it.
Well, it absolutely is an Ashford Surrey. Is it the same one that people used to say? Oh, okay, so, yeah, because Middlesex is a ceremonial and historic county, isn't it?
Yes.
Rather than an administrative one. There we go. I think Phil's joking. I see what you mean. Here's a Roland Jones then to Bell Drummond. That's him on the pad. Bell Drummond has a look back to the umpire. Umpire is unmoved in all the important manners in that he's not putting his index finger up. 68 for 2.
Just to sum it up, Ashford, a large town and suburb in the borough of Spelthorne, Surrey, located about 15 miles west of central London, just north of the Thames.
There we go.
On the Greater London border.
I think Phil is making the joke, isn't he, that that Surrey...
They'll nick anybody and anything.
Who signed so many other players, but cricket players maybe. Started with the town as well. Bottom hand off, that sharp from Roland Jones. And Daniel Bell Drummond is not looking comfortable out there at the moment. 8 from 37.
And, of course, an Ashford not far from here, Matt.
Well, indeed, yes. They can't have that one, Phil.
Well, not yet.
We will... We'll defend it as
We'll
much
fight
as
them as manfully as we can.
Exactly right, Jamie. Yes, unless the odds are overwhelming.
I hope you'll be on our side, Phil.
But Phil says, looking very difficult for Kent at the moment. Now, I'm not sure if that is in reference to Ashford Kent. I think he's talking about the cricket. It's a late appeal from Roland Jones. It's going to be leg byes. It's going down the leg side. And assuming the umpire is thinking that's exactly where it was headed when it hit the pad. They come through for 2. But I won't say out of nothing. But Daniel Bell-Drummond is looking very uncomfortable against Toby Roland Jones in this over. It's really good bowling. Keeper up to the stumps. Accurate, full. And Bell-Drummond is trying to just trying to get the ball off the strip at the moment, let alone the square.
Yeah, he's looked very scratchy so far.
Roland Jones to Bell-Drummond. It's a bit better. Cleanly hit, but into the offside and fielded on the run by Max Holden. Surprised he can even get to a jog, Max Holden, after his marathon 182. But there we go. Phil, thank you very much. Great to hear from you. Kent Cricket at bbc.co.uk. There we are. Ask people if they want to talk about Stokes or Atkinson. No, Phil wants to talk about Ashford in Middlesex or Ashford in Surrey. You are more than welcome. Roland Jones to Bell-Drummond. Thinking to drive Roland Jones this time, and again it's a bit scrappy. Toe end of the bat up to mid-on, and there's no run. Feels like Daniel Bell-Drummond, apart from anything, he's just trying to break the shackles at the moment, but not timing the ball terribly well. With Middlesex bowling very well, 70 for 2. North East has 41 of those here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC London, via the BBC Sport Network, BBC Sport Online, and with the pictures, courtesy of Kent Cricket Club. Welcome wherever you are listening today.
Yeah, good to have your company. Always a pleasure. Never taken for granted. Thank you. 1 over to go before we reach tea. Kent lead by 43. Here is Morgan. No wicket for 7 from the 6 overs he's bowled so far. He's been very tight. Hasn't given much away. And not surprisingly, he starts with a dot. North East 9 away from a half century. Bell-Drummond scratchy at the other end, 8 from 40. But they're both still there. They're fighting on. And that's what Kent must do. Hear that, chat.
So there's some noise there, isn't there? Crikey.
When a side's chipper, it generally shows that they feel very comfortable. Morgan bowls one on off stump to North East, who covers up and pushes back down the track. 6 minutes to 4 in the afternoon.
Yeah, Kent could get nothing like this momentum going with the ball this morning, could they? I'm not bemoaning what they did with the new ball, but they just couldn't get this run of pressure on Holden and Gohart early on.
Yeah, stemming the flow of runs helps, doesn't it? That gives you control with the ball in hand, but you've got to bowl nicely, and that's what Middlesex have been able to do here. 70 for 2, the score. A little bit of width, a little bit close to the pads of North East, who tickles it round the corner, down to long leg it goes. Brings Bell-Drummond on to strike. We have got the Graham Gooch in terms of overs, 33.3. Seems a long time ago. I'm thinking when he did it, would it have been 1990 or 1991 against India? Got the 333. Excellent bit of batting from G.A. Gooch with that Stuart Surridge. Here is Morgan. Bowling one that just keeps low to Bell-Drummond, who jams down on it. Works it to square leg. Dot ball is the outcome, and suddenly we get ever closer. Just 2 balls to go until tea. And then there'll be 4 sessions to go in this game. Morgan. What can he produce? He's at the top of his mark and comes running in. Right arm over the wicket. Bowling to Daniel Bell-Drummond, who didn't really know too much about it, but he's worked it out to square leg. He picks up a single. And most importantly for him, gets off strike and brings North East back on 2 strike.
Really like Seb Morgan, the
He's good, isn't he?
Spells he's bowled, yeah. It's just lively, isn't it? It's not the same as Ronan Jones in. I mean, it takes all sorts to take wickets, doesn't it? But it just seems to be something's happening every ball with him.
5 for 104 in the first innings.
Bit of extra bounce, getting seaming away, just challenging the batters.
Here he is to bowl the T ball. And it's going to be another dot. So there we are. The umpires will just remove the bells, and that will be it for T. Players will get to leave the field, have a little liquid refreshment, and maybe a little bite to eat.
I think you've gone just a couple early, Jamie. I'm not sure what the...
Oh, 34 left. Apologies, I thought it said 32.
No, that's fine. I think the AIM scoreboard is slightly ahead.
There we are. There is still 2 to go.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
right. Well done, Matt. That might be eyesight. I'll have a trip to Specsavers.
We do. Other opticians are available.
Readily, yes.
Yes. I was going to say check your yellow pages for details, but I'm not sure such a thing exists anymore. And now I have to make an apology in case they do. 72 for 2. That was trouble of my own making. Here's Roland Jones to Daniel Bell. Drummond thumps into the gloves of Joe Cracknell. But yeah, this has been a good session again from Middlesex. I would say, in inverted commas, just 2 wickets, but 72 for 2, having had a lead of, ground out a lead of 27. This is good work. The lead at Kent have now, doing the maths, is 45. 2 down, Beldrummond 9, North East has 42. Beldrummond faces Ronan Jones. And feels a little bit like Ronan Jones has his number at the moment. Daniel Beldrummond, though, is a classy player. He plays aggressive shots, certainly, that a lot of players on the county circuit can't play, but Ronan Jones has just got him tethered, it seems, at the moment to the crease.
It's just not been fluid, has it?
No.
They're only scoring at 2 runs and over.
Absolutely. Keepers up as well. Ronan Jones is fizzing the ball towards the outside edge, making him play there. Daniel Beldrummond. I guess that's also the thing about Ronan Jones, isn't it? Wicketkeeper's up, but he's quite happy making the batter play at every ball. He doesn't need width, seam away because he's so accurate. He's just nagging now, waiting for the mistake. Daniel Beldrummond similarly waiting for a loose ball. On this evidence, he might be waiting a while. Ronan Jones comes in again from the Nackington Road end, goes for a pull, and he gets that away, and that is 4 runs low, back with a square. And, well, there we are. There's the seesaw. Just moves the other way. Daniel Beldrummond is an expert just pulling the ball with almost no width, and he's done that low away for 4 runs.
Yeah, that's not pleasant. Faulkner under the lid there was just taking cover, because when you throw one down the leg side like that, you're never sure if you're going to get hit as a fielder very close in like that at short leg. Raced away to the boundary's edge.
4 to the total. There is a bit of movement to the right of the side screens. I think someone just taking their seat once again in the front row. Ronan Jones to Beldrummond, defended back up the pitch towards Ronan Jones, and there's no run. And so yeah, there's a white bank of seats there next to the Les Ames stands. We look right-hand side of the sight screens, and then a row of folding chairs, I think, set up on the left towards the digital scoreboard. Beldrummond defends. End of the over. One to come for tea. 4 o'clock it is exactly. And, well, if you're looking around this ground, what you will see is wall-to-wall sunshine. Beautiful. Just some wispy clouds. Very much fair weather clouds. Barely a breeze. So, spectators here have come to sun worship as well as watch the cricket or having a great day.
I'm not educated like this, but is that the moon up ahead of us?
That is the moon, indeed, yes. Well, I say, I'm not very well
It's out
educated.
early,
either,
isn't it?
Yeah.
Morgan to bowl the tee over.
Listening to the radio this morning as I was on my way in, because it's the summer solstice today.
Oh, yes, of
it's
course,
the longest day. People were talking about, one gentleman was talking about getting up early. Not only saw the sun, I think this is the right way around, saw the sunrise this morning, but the moon set.
Nice.
And he said it was absolutely spectacular.
Wow. No, nor have I.
No, never thought to be looking.
God, that is clever.
Yeah.
That's something to see. It's a bit of bat involved here. Down the leg side it goes for welcome runs to Northeast. Takes him within a boundary of a half century. He moves on to 46.
Yeah, and during the tea interval, if anyone can explain that to me.
Yeah,
because of course,
and me.
I say of course it sets. I wasn't really even aware that you'd be able to see that. I know that's ridiculous because obviously the moon appears to, you know what I'm saying. So yeah, Kent Cricket at bbc.co.uk. It is a science or an astrology question, but I'd love to know. Here we go.
Every day's a school day. Make sure you get in touch.
I reached this ripe old age without knowing anything about these celestial bodies.
Yes, indeed. Exactly the same. Morgan continues. Oh, it's a big shout and the finger goes up. That is the end of Northeast. He's sent on his way for 46 and that's a real huge wicket for Middlesex. You have to say young Morgan's bowled really, really nicely. 5 in the first innings and he's picked up a crucial one here. Northeast sent on his way back for 46. He's been trapped in front. That's a big, big wicket for Middlesex.
As you said, exactly the word I was going to use. That's huge for Middlesex just before the interval. And they come off Sam Northeast looking like he wants the ground to swallow him up. Just looking at the floor, so disappointed. But he'd make really good inroads. If anyone had 46 of the 80 for 3 as they come off for lunch. And Daniel Bell-Drummond follows him, and they will have to rebuild once again, presumably with Chris Benjamin to join Daniel Bell-Drummond after tea. They come in for the interval. 80 for 3, Kent, just 53 ahead. Middlesex sensing something here. It's been their day so far, Jamie Reid, for me.
Yeah, it really has. They did well with the bat early on, and they bowled so nicely here. Kent have got a lot of work to do. They've got to make sure they see out that final session and they bat metronomically. They've got to make sure that they don't keep giving away wickets because Middlesex have got their tails up here and the scoreboard shows it.
We'll be back in 20 minutes to bring you more from this enthralling contest between Kent and Middlesex on day 3, the final session to come with me, Matt Cole, and Jamie Reid very shortly. And welcome back. Session 3, day 3 here. Kent against Middlesex. Very much advantage visitors here, having finished their first innings 443 all out, a lead of 27. They now have Kent 80 for 3 then. So a lead of just 53 for the home side. Kent here. Seb Morgan taking the wicket of Sam Rothesay, who looked, if anyone, of the 5 Kent batters that have been there so far, the best of the bunch. He went for 46, Dawkins performing for 11, Compton for 4, wickets for Helm, Sharma and for Morgan. And Middlesex looking to make this a very tricky last session of day 3, get among the wickets even more and perhaps bowl themselves towards a victory on the final day. I'm Matt Cole, beside me Jamie Reid. And well, for BBC London and Middlesex supporting listeners, this has been a very good day indeed for Middlesex so far.
Yeah, it really has. They've used the conditions wisely. They batted nicely, got themselves in front, and then with the ball, they've just shown real brilliance. And Morgan has been right at the forefront of that 5 in the first innings, and here he is continuing into this one and starting with a no ball. The umpire just throws out the arm. So Morgan will have to bowl that one again, but he's bowled really nicely, Matt.
First thing I should say, actually, is that Chris Benjamin is down to come in at number 5, did the first innings, but it's Ekansh Singh who comes in ahead of him. I'm not sure if that's perhaps because Benjamin really likes to put bat to ball, likes to score quickly. If they're thinking Ekansh Singh will have a more considered approach, maybe absorb some more deliveries.
Well, Singh is facing up to Morgan, who's on his way once more, and he's perfect in defence. Plenty of bottom hand as he pushes to mid-off. Looks very compact the way he looks to try and bat. Morgan 1 for 15 through 8 overs. Really has bowled really nicely here, the young man. Looks a real talent for both the current and the future. Wearing 16 on his back. He'll certainly play for Middlesex for a good few years, the team will hope. Singh just tickles one round the corner and it just drops short of Faulkner under the lid at short leg, who's set quite deep.
He hand his bottom hand off the bat really quickly there, didn't they? I just wonder if that's jammed his fingers, but yeah, good delivery again from Seb Morgan. One to come of the 36th, his 8th.
Yeah, he's been on the money all throughout this bowling spell. And again, perfect textbook defence from Singh, who's been watchful. You would expect that when you come out there. You need to make sure that you hang around. You play to Bell Drummond. He's been scratchy, but he's still there, the skipper. And these two have got some repair work to do.
They really have. 82 for 3. And, well, they certainly saw Middlesex score runs later in their innings with that 232 run 7th wicket partnership between Max Holden and Zafar Gohar, but you don't want to rely on that. The top order need to be getting you some way towards respectability. And Roland Jones, who gave Daniel Bell Drummond a bit of a working over before tea. Well, actually, that's a good shot from Bell Drummond. It's a foolish, saying over pitch, but he's clipped that off his toes for 2. And they're on to 84 for 3. Bell Drummond has 15. Ekansh Singh has none. There's been no extravagant movement, I wouldn't have said, but I think what there has been off the pitch, the Middlesex bowlers have generated really well. Morgan 1 for 15. Roland Jones none for 18 in his 10th over now. No one's been able to get him away. Bell Drummond drives to wide mid-off. Fielded by Zafar Gohar, who hit 95 earlier on today. Or completed innings, which included 95. So I saw a 7 on the bat. That's quite obviously. There's deploy number 76 rather than number 77. Zafar Gohar is elsewhere on the field. As Roland Jones to Bell Drummond, looks to drive that back past the bowler, but just chopped it into the ground up to mid-on. And there's no run, but looks like Daniel Bell Drummond has aggressive intent here. As Jamie was saying, looking a bit scratchy before the interval. And I wonder if this is his answer. He needs to try and feels he needs to try and start knocking bowlers out of this attack by aggressing them. 84 for 3. Beltram has 15 from 51. And Jones bowls to him again. Defends it this time. And Jones picks up on his follow through. And 21 on his Middlesex white shirt.
Yeah, very difficult to do anything with that when it keeps low and it's arrowed in at that off stump. You've got to make sure that you're just watchful and right in behind it. He doesn't give you much, Roland Jones. He makes you work for every run that you score off him.
Really does, doesn't he? And for 18, more than halfway through his 10th over. As he bowls to Daniel Bell-Drummond. Dries back at the bowler, one bounce. He deliberately just patted that to the floor, Toby Roland Jones. Perhaps thinking it might hit the stumps at the far end. Give himself a lucky run out of Ekansh Singh if he was backing up. But no harm done whatsoever, no runs off that. It's been a long career from Toby Roland Jones. 4 tests, one day international. 644 first-class wickets he's currently on. As he bowls to Daniel Bell-Drummond. Pushes out to the offside. They will take the run. There's a little hesitation for Daniel Bell-Drummond as he set off, but Ekansh Singh was coming full bore down to the danger end. So Bell-Drummond will take the strike for the next over. He's on 16. Singh yet to score off 4 balls, 85 for 3. Yeah, Toby Roland Jones, 644 wickets in first-class cricket at 24. And an overall economy of 3. He's going like nothing like that in this game, but he's had an incredible career already and shows no signs of wanting to stop. Fantastic to watch him in action.
It really is, and one man who's been able to really learn from him is the man just about to bowl this latest over, Morgan. I think it was 2017 when he had that great start against Life in England colours. South Africa, the opponents. So a long time ago, 9 summers ago, but he's just been so good in Middlesex colours. And had it not been for that injury that he picked up, I think he would have played much more than the 4 tests that he's played. One man looking to try and emulate him and go past that mark is Morgan, who's into his 9th, 1 for 15 so far from the young fast bowler, who's on the approach once more, running up past the umpire and bowling on off stump to Bell-Drummond, who's pushing powerfully to deploy the fielder at mid-off, who gets plenty of shine onto the ball. You want fielders really to be able to work on it, make it easier when it gets back into the hands of the bowler. Deploy a very good shiner. Captain, of course, so that's why he wants to be close to the bowler. Roland Jones there as well to offer support. 85 for 3. And it stays that way. Bottom hand as he shuffles it round the corner to straight mid-wicket. The fielding is carried out by Zafar Gohar.
Just can't get the timing right, Daniel Bell-Drummond. Yeah, just doesn't feel like he's in to me. I mean, like he's actually got himself in rhythm as yet. But I think it's a battle for him, isn't it? As you're saying, looking a bit scratchy, but perhaps he is just trying to take the bowlers on to shake them off their rhythm.
2 slips and a gully in places. He's on his way once more, Morgan, and this time he's playing a beautiful shot. There's no fielder there. He works it out to deep point and picks up 4 runs. Max Holdham will need to give chase. He's not going to catch it, though. All he's got to do is basically go and fetch it. 4 runs, Bell-Drummond.
Well, that'll help, certainly. He's under 20 from 58. Ekansh Singh at the other end, yet to score the England 19 and England Lions international. Durham student currently as well. I believe this is his last year at university.
Short and wide, Bell-Drummond took full effect, made sure that he slashed hard and it raced away down towards the retirement flats on the old Dover roadside of this St Lawrence Ground in Canterbury. A better delivery next up from Morgan. Always important to learn. He's bowled 4 dots and given away that boundary. 1 to go in the over. His shirt untucked as he makes his way back. His hair just blowing in the wind. Just a bit of gentle breeze all across the ground as he completes the over, bowling onto the pads of Bell Drummond, and Bell Drummond's put him away. Suddenly he's finding a little bit of rhythm. Another boundary for Bell Drummond, 2 in the over. It was just 2 straight, wasn't it, from Morgan? You wonder if possibly Tom Helm could be brought back into the attack. Roland Jones bowling at the Nackington Road end. Helm has bowled at this end. Morgan's bowled really nicely. Take nothing away from him. 1 from 23 from the 9 that he's bowled shows that. But I just wonder if you look to go experience and get Helm back into the attack.
Yeah, I can see the wisdom in that, certainly. Bell Drummond just, perhaps in that over, has just played himself into a bit of timing, forcing the shots. It looked a little bit earlier in his innings and just before tea. But 2 very crisp boundaries there. He's on to 24. Ekanch still to make his way in this game. And defends that one off stump, and there's no run. There's a slip in and a gully. Now the 2 fielders behind on the offside. Crackner's not coming up to the stumps for Ekanch Singh.
I like Singh. I think he looks a real prospect.
Yeah.
Good solid defence, plays nice shots. He's got work to do here, though.
Yeah, tidy player. 17 he made in the first innings. Got himself a unbeaten 50 in the game, the Riverside against Durham. Jones bowls to him. It's off his pads. Through the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. But very much the impression we were getting last season is he was a very promising batter who bowled a bit. He's put on a yard of pace over the winter with his bowling. So, as you were saying about more strings to the bow, making himself a very handy cricketer. His bowling comes to the table as well. Here he is. Roland Jones to him. Defended up to mid-on, there's no run. Still work to do. 1 or 2 surprised. I'm not surprised by that Joey Everson has gone on loan and that Ekanch Singh is preferred to him in these 2 games, but he will be competing for the all-rounder spot. Obviously, Grant Stewart a bit further down the order, but both Singh and Everson are handy with the bat. Here is Singh. Face Roland Jones up to mid-off rather, and there's no run, but he's yet to score in this game.
What was the thinking there, giving Everson the opportunity to go back to the East Midlands and join Leicester?
Yeah, I think he wanted to play. I think they were committing themselves to Ekanch for the next couple of games. I mean, not been told this by Ken, but it's a decision to make, isn't it? They want to back their young players at this point. And Roland Jones to Ekanch. One bounce to Faulkner, who backhands it towards the round of the back of the hand, throws it towards the stumps. Ekanch is inside his ground though. I think it is one of those. It's one of those coaches' selection decisions. You've got 2 good all-rounders. Obviously, Everson.
Nice position to be in.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Yeah, felt that he was only going to play 1 and has given Ekanch the chance in these 2 games. Joey Everson, to be fair, hasn't had the greatest season by his reckoning. He was looking really good last year. Driven by Ekanch, straight back past the bowler. It's gone under the fielder. Well, let's go for 4. It will. I didn't pick up the pace of that, Jamie, because we're right behind the shot, but it's actually going at quite a rate, wasn't it, to the boundary at the Nackington Road end. So straight 4, good shot. Sharma can't cut it off, and he goes on to 4. In total, his first scoring shot. Danny Bell Drummond on 24. Similarly, you might say, I mean, it's different age profile, but Chris Benjamin, given the gloves for the Championship team and for the T20 team ahead of Harry Finch this year as well. Those were big decisions for Adam Hollyoake to make, and it's certainly worked with Chris Benjamin. He's Kent's top run scorer this season. Harry Finch has come in when he's had the opportunity and played really well, but still Benjamin is ahead of him at this point.
Plenty of bottom hand here from Bell Drummond as he works the ball out to deep point. Good bit of fielding from Middlesex. They've been sharp in the field. He picks up 2. Just opened the face. Plenty of bottom hand as he shoveled it through that offside. Very wristy, isn't he, Bell Drummond?
I'd have to say I have no indication either from the rumour mill or certainly not from the club that there's anything more sinister in Everson going out on loan than just making sure he's playing cricket. Obviously, after the 1st of June, players can be talked to about contracts, can't they? But I don't pick up anything about that at the moment.
No, and of course he's a Nottingham boy, so it's a chance to go home, isn't it? So to speak, Leicester and Nottingham bordering counties. Another couple to Bell Drummond, who's suddenly finding a little bit of form, and there is the Kent 100.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what kind of applause that is. A grateful applause, perhaps from Kent supporters, because Middlesex have been on top for most of this day. Yeah, Joe Everson, I should say, he's out of contract. Sorry, he's in contract until at least the end of next season. So I think it is just, as I said, it's a selection decision at this point.
The lead is 74. Should Kent get up to 250, anywhere north of that will be a challenge for Middlesex. So that's what they've got to try and do. And Northeast going just ahead of T, but Bell Drummond finding a little bit of form here. Another boundary. He's had 10 off 3 balls here. And that's why I was saying about the change. I would have got Helm on. I'm sure that he'll probably bowl the next one from this end now. I think I would have just been thinking to myself, he's tiring a bit, the young man. I know he had T either side of the overs that he's bowled.
Yeah, Bell Drummond just seems to be getting after him a bit here, doesn't he? And I mean, these are marginal decisions, aren't they? I can also see from Laius Deploy's point of, if Bell Drummond's trying to attack him here, does he pick up a wicket? You know, he's done it just before T. Do we keep him on for another? But yeah.
Yeah, I think Helm will come into the attack, but we await to see. Here is Morgan to continue. He bowls a dot here, but it's a no ball. He's overstepped.
It's a good point you make. If Kent get up to around a 250 lead,
that's a chase then.
I mean, yeah, absolutely, and that's. I'm trying to think what more do they need? 143 from. Yeah, that's probably into tomorrow, isn't it? Effectively, getting there or thereabouts, trying to do the maths. So yeah, they would have cut down the amount of time in the game as well.
Morgan to continue. Just opening up the face and working the ball to the fielder in the gully is Bell Drummond. Got right over the top of it, so no chance of a catch.
That's why this session is so crucial.
It really is.
Middlesex get deep in the Kent batting lineup, they could be scenting a victory tomorrow. Kent need to ban out the session. Well, they don't want to lose many wickets, that's for sure, in this one.
Well, the more time Kent take up, the less time Middlesex have got to chase down the runs. So that needs to be the thought process. Just races past the outside edge of Bell Drummond's bat. Through to the keeper it goes.
I like this from the Middlesex fielders. They're giving masses of encouragement to Seb Morgan here.
They really are.
Oh, you can hear it. There we go. They're just trying to. His last ball of his over.
What will he produce here, Morgan? He's on his way, right arm over the wicket, bowling to Bell Drummond, who's got a little inside edge. It's gone so close, agonisingly close to that off stump, but it runs its way down, squirts down to very fine leg, and he picks up a single to keep the batting, keep the strike. 108 for 3, Kent.
As you say, Jamie, no two ways about it. Very nearly cleaned him up there. He's got loose outside the off stump. It's a good ball from Morgan. And he's just sort of swiped at it. Bottom hand comes off. And yeah, fortunate to get away with that one. He does, though. 33 has Danny Bell-Drummond. Ekansh Singh is on 4. Bell-Drummond keeps the strike. Kin to 108 for 3. Danny Bell-Drummond taking responsibility for trying to back Kent out of a hole here at Canterbury. As Toby Rowland-Jones continues from the Nackington Road end now. Bell-Drummond works that into the onside. There's no run. It's stopped at a shortish mid-wicket. So looking at Daniel Bell-Drummond this summer, actually just 1 century and no 50s so far. Although that century did come in the win against Derbyshire. So yeah, he's not been prolific by his own standards, Danny Bell-Drummond. But Middlesex will know, every county will know, if he gets in, he can be mighty dangerous. 33 so far. Squeezes down on that one, behind square, and that'll be a single. To the onside. Moves on to 34. 109 for 3. Jones going back to his mark. Accompanied by Captain Laius Deploy, as you say, Jamie. He's keeping pretty close to his bowlers at mid-on and mid-off, isn't he?
Yeah, I think that's good captaincy. You tend to find the captain in that position, but they can just talk. You then want a senior player, preferably a bowler, to stand alongside the bowler on the other side.
Yeah, discussing plans. Rowland-Jones now to Ekansh Singh. Mingles into him. Ekansh responds by working into the offside. It's fielded by Max Holden, and there's no run. He's in the covers, so it's a slip and a gully. Backward point. Quite a way away from the bats, then cover. Mid-off we just discussed was Laius Deploy. Wider at mid-on is Navya Sharma, I think, there. Mid-wicket, square leg, and a deep backward square. I believe there is a third. Third man. Oh, it's gone through him, and that'll be 4 byes, will it? What's it come off? It's 4 runs.
Bat, yeah.
4 runs, goodness me. Kept too low for a catch, I would suggest.
It was the old Surrey cut, wasn't it?
Goodness me. It was close enough, wasn't it? Oh, no, outside edge. It's outside, but it's low.
Was it outside? I thought it might have been an inside edge. It was an outside one, was it? Right, okay.
But kept low. I don't think, to be honest, Joe Cracknell had absolutely no chance at all because it kept very low. Whereas Beetle passed him, so it's 4 off the bat. Ekansh Singh moves on to 8. Oh, the scary means, though, you'd have to say, in terms of the way that's gone to the boundary. Encouragement for Rowland-Jones if he needs it. On the back foot driving that, Ekansh Singh. Stopped by Navya Sharma. To mid-on. So yeah, it's gone very close there. Rowland-Jones too. At this end, getting rid of Ekansh Singh. Where Seb Morgan, the last ball of, might well be the last ball of his spell. We're very close to seeing Daniel Bell-Drummond drag a ball onto his stumps at the other. So there's still plenty of life in this. 113 for 3. As Ekansh Singh leans on that one into the onside. It's fielded by Ben Geddes at mid-wicket, end of the over. 113 for 3. Lead at 86 for Kent now. 27 overs available. I think we can probably say remaining in the day, can't we? I'm going to nail my colours to the mast. I think the light's going to be fine, Jamie.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we can safely say that. Morgan coming out of the attack, and there is going to be a change of bowling. I thought it might be Tom Helm. They've gone back to spin.
Interesting.
Whether Helm's going to get an opportunity maybe from that far end. Rowland-Jones tends to bowl short spells, doesn't he? That real glorious summer in 2016 and then went into England colours 2017. He's just kept going.
I think is it 3 after tea for... Yeah, it's 3 after tea so far for Rowland-Jones, but maybe he will just bowl
So he's bowled 3 either side at tee, hasn't he? Yes, he bowled 6 first up. But yeah, only 3 after tee, so maybe they might give him 1 or 2 more. Helm's going to be desperate to bowl, and Sharma's going to be wanting to bowl. That's the good thing when you're chipper out there in the field. You want opportunities, you want chances. Zafar will want to bowl from this pavilion end, and of course you want your pace bowlers to get that little bit of assistance down the slope. Bottom hand from Bell Drummond, tries to tickle it round the corner to straight mid-wicket, but the fielding is carried out by Sam Robson, the opener, who missed out in the first innings. He'll hope to score runs when he gets an opportunity in the second. Both he and Ben Geddes, the 2 openers, single figures. Bell Drummond again. Helm's desperate. Look at him bowling now. I think that's what's going to happen. He's telling the captain, get me on as soon as you possibly can. I think Roland Jones is going to take a rest. Zafar to continue. Big shout here. The umpire's got a question to answer. He cannot believe that he hasn't picked up the wicket here. Bell Drummond just moves away. But look at those Middlesex fielders. They're confident they've got their man.
Has to be a little bit careful there, Zafar, in terms of the appeal, but certainly it was lusty. Bat and pad go down. I think it's pad first. Well, umpire like a statue there.
2 to go. More chat between the captain and the bowler. And more things to consider for Bell Drummond. He's gutsed it out. He's moved on to 34. Maybe, though, he's had a couple of lives. Here is Zafar to continue. Plenty of bottom hand as he shovels it through the leg side. And gets off strike. Brings Singh back on to strike. 8 from 14 for him.
See that replay again. Can do. Yeah, it's doing a bit, but I guess again, if the umpire just says it's inside edge onto pad, certainly that's not the way that Zafar and the Middlesex team saw it.
10 to 5 in the afternoon, 1 to go in the over. Singh's put that one away. He's just swatted it. Picks up 4 runs. As soon as he hit it, you knew it was going to the boundary's edge. It was short, but you can see the bowler just having a good word with the umpire. He's able to ask the question. You can see deployed just doing just that. He gets between bowler and umpire. Umpires don't mind you asking the question as long as it's in the right manner. You're not questioning their decision. You're just asking what's happened.
Nice deployed, just trying to put an arm around Zafar Gahar there, and he's clearly still frustrated by the decision, I think it's fair to say, but he's a fierce competitor, so no surprise there.
Bowlers think every ball is out, don't they? And batters think everyone's not out.
That's true.
Yeah. So you're always going to have to temper that. Helm is into the attack now.
Yeah. Couple of overs late for Captain Jamie Reid. See what they've been missing. Bell Drummond has 35. Singh has 12. Helm 1 for 22 as he returns. So yeah, a short spell after tea for Roland Jones. Just 3 overs. Helm to bowl to Bell Drummond. It's leg byes. Umpire at the far end has already signalled that. And it'll be one of them. So yeah, 119 for 3. The umpires for this match. Umpires Baldwin and Watts. So Paul Baldwin and Chris Watts. I always want to call Paul Baldwin Pat Baldwin, but he's not an EFL central defender, so no reason to. Into the offside, Ekant Singh. He's a rising delivery from Tom Helm, and there is no run. 119.3 then in this final session of the third day. Pivotal, it feels, as Helm bowls to Singh, drives, doesn't quite time it, straight drive, on drive, it's stopped by Navya Sharma.
Yeah, quite a good backstory with Chris Watts. He's turned himself into a very good umpire, but he was formerly very much high up in the police. So he was a detective superintendent and a senior investigating officer with the Met. And then, of course, he was an anti-corruption manager for the ECB and with the British horse racing. So he's got a good backstory.
Oh, yeah. Not the traditional path into umpiring, one would say. As Akansh defends that with the offside.
No, not a traditional apprenticeship.
So that's as a dot ball. Again, played to the offside by Singh off Helm. Turning with that 1 wicket for 22. Having taken the first wicket to 4. Ben Compton earlier in the day. Short ball, Akansh sways away. And it's a dot ball. Through to wicketkeeper Cracknell. As you can hear, still plenty of enthusiasm from the Middlesex fielders trying to keep their bowlers encouraged and focused. Mr. Pye shines the ball with a long sleeve top on. Short sleeves for Tom Helm. Tall, quick bowler coming towards us now. So we look from the pavilion end. Bowls to Singh. Again drives that in the V. It's up to mid-off this time. Let's deploy fields. And there is no run. A maiden over for Helm to return. And over 3 maidens, 1 for 22 here on BBC Kent, BBC London, via the BBC Sport website and app for BBC Sport Online, and with the pictures from Kent County Cricket Club. It's great to have your company today. Wherever you're listening, it's an absolute scorcher at Canterbury, and I think it will be tomorrow.
First ball, little bit of width, hit out to the fielder at deep cover. Gohar continues into his 8th over. No wicket for 23 so far. Hasn't really favoured the spin bowlers. They've not been the chief wicket takers. Gohar with no wickets in the first innings. So he'll be aware he wants to try and get on the board. He's now got to face Singh, who's looked decent since coming in. 12 from 20, using that bottom hand to pick up another single. Might take 2, he does. Running that first one hard. Little bit of education for any youngsters listening and watching. Make sure you get into that first one hard, then look to try and turn and get back.
It's a nice little shot, that, isn't it? Looks like no more than a nudge, but you're right, because they've run the first one hard. There's a bit of a chase for the fielder, and they made the second look fairly comfortable.
And a bonus run to the total if you do it. Zafar on his way once more, and this has gone high up into the air. It's going to beat the fielder and race down the ground, and that's 4 runs to Singh. Maybe he wasn't in full control, but he's certainly got plenty of power, and he's picked up a boundary.
Yeah, I'd agree. It looked to me like he was trying to steer that one more long on than long off, but it got the desired result for him.
Here is Gohar to continue. High up into the air it goes. Singh might well have picked up a maximum here. He's certainly caught hold of it. It has gone for 6. He's being given the treatment. The 50 comes up between these two. A good partnership. coming up at a great clip as well. Just 51 balls. Singh has 24 of them. Drummond has 23. Is the worm turning again? Kent suddenly finding a little bit of form here and racing on to 132 for 3 with it. The lead's over 100, 105 now.
Yeah, that was hit a lot more convincingly, wasn't it? And for 6 over, wide long on towards cow corner. Unsurprisingly, that has caused some discussions between Les Deploy and his bowler Zafar and a change in the field. I'm not sure. Where's Faulkner appears to be just wandering across the pitch. Not sure he's entirely supposed to be doing that, but no harm done. He's on the onside. Yeah, he's been moved round to mid-wicket here, so come out with any sort of short leg position. A bit more defensive.
Well, 13 off this over.
Yeah.
You're suddenly thinking to yourself, maybe the spin option hasn't worked.
Yeah. Been on the drive, off and leg side.
This time he has to be more circumspect, Singh, but you can see he's very much a bottom-hand player, likes to play through the leg side. Picks up another single, so he keeps the strike.
Yeah, it's worked well for him. Impressed that he didn't go for another big shot there, because they're up for the miscued drive, aren't they? But then it left a big space on the leg side for him to push that single into. So he's taken the one.
And there is still one to go. I thought that was the over ball, but Drummond will face one unless if he picks up a single himself. Singh suddenly really finding form, 25 from 24. Drummond, though, facing up. And down the ground he comes. That's gone high up into the air, and that might be another boundary. It is a maximum 6 to Daniel Drummond. I think it might be the case that you have a look at another bowler here, because that's a real expensive over. And he's going at over 5 and over now, Safar. He's gone for 42 from his 8.
Yeah, it's 20 off the over. That's more of a T20 over than a county championship one, isn't it? Drummond is on 42. You're saying Ekhan Singh has raced on to 25 from 24 there. And, well, there we are. The pendulum swings a little bit the other way towards the batting side. Questions for Les Deploy what he does in this next over. And they're spending time. Just checking the over rate. They've brought some spin in, so well, it shouldn't surprise me that my eyes still aren't good enough to see on the scoreboard below the clock whether that's +1 or -1. So there we go. I should have brought my binoculars with me or something, but either way, it's not a disaster. They're having a look at the ball. As far as damage to ball, the Woolly stand, I wouldn't say exactly a graveyard for balls hitting to it, but it's big and concrete. And if it's hit hard enough there, yeah, they're going to need another ball, which will not upset Middlesex at all, I'd imagine, as this one has been disappearing. 24 overs remaining in the day as drinks are run on. Is that Bertie Foreman out there? Will be in a short-term contract for Kent at the moment. So comes Seb Morgan with a box of balls. Umpires Watson, Baldwin go out to meet him. They're telling him to go away. They may well do, rather than have an audience for choosing the next Dukes. But yeah, drinks being run out there. Chat between Daniel Drummond and Ekhan Singh. So they go through a number of options. Trying to find the one that's got a sticker on it saying 44 overs old. I don't know. 130 for 3. I've never inquired as to how many options they have and what it ranges between. Is it a closely kept secret, Jamie? It could well be.
Yeah, nobody's really allowed to look.
It's
if you do have a look in there, they have to shoot you.
Is that right?
Yeah.
They just take you out the back. And I don't think that makes cricket any less frustrating. It just makes it more interesting to me that there are so many different parts of this game, aren't there? So many different variables that. So it's Mikey Cohen. There we are. He's gone off to get the box of balls. He gets to look at the new one. And he's taking the old one off. There we go. I thought for a moment they've shown him.
Every time I see a briefcase and associate it with cricket, I think back to Alan Stamford. I know I shouldn't, but he had the very best briefcase. This is nowhere near.
No, it's fair. I doubt it's foot. No, I'm going to stop there. Indeed. I don't think Mikey Cohen has done any sort of deal with this game, to be honest. I think he's just a sub-fielder. 130 for 3. It didn't end well, Jamie, did it?
It really didn't for him, no.
It wasn't the greatest decision-making all round, I think. It turns out. But, so, new ball, please. New ball provided. And eventually, here at Canterbury, we're going to get Tom Helm starting the next over, but with a replacement ball now to catch Singh and defends that. Let's see what it does for Tom Helm. So my question would be, how many balls are in that briefcase? Does it get refreshed when one gets taken out during a game?
Yeah, who refreshes it?
Yeah, who refreshes it? Who's marking the balls for the number of overs elapsed? Because the umpires are very obviously choosing there, aren't they? They're not saying, "Oh, this is the one that has this many overs bowled in it." They're looking at the state of it, I guess. They run a quick one into the onside, and single taken, 140 for 3.
Yeah, all good questions. It would be nice to hear from a match referee on those answers.
I've never asked. It's one of those things that you put it out there during a commentary, and then I never think at the end of the day to actually find out from somebody. But yeah, maybe someone in the Kent office that's listening can talk to the powers that be and find out. Unless, as you say, it's a mystery, so tangled in the lore of cricket that if we were told, we would immediately have to be dispatched. Born to the offside, in which case I'm happy not to know. 140 for 3. The lead is 113. Daniel Baldwin has 42. Ekant Singh has 26. And the other thing is, we're really not supposed to be talking to the umpires or the match referee during the game. So I suppose that's another reason why we probably don't find out. Might have to hand a question. A cut away by Daniel Bell-Drummond. That should go all the way to the boundary, and does, forward a square, actually. I hear a groan of disappointment from Tom Helm, giving him a bit of width there. Back, Daniel Bell-Drummond's on to 46 from 79. Kent on to 144 for 3.
And since tea, they've really found rhythm. Singh's batted nicely, but Bell-Drummond's opened up. I mean, he's only 4 away now from a half-century, and suddenly these two are thinking to themselves, look, we can put on 100 partnership plus here.
Doesn't seem very long since Daniel Bell-Drummond really was scratching around, wasn't he? Trying to get the ball off his pads as much as anything else. 144 for 3. Middlesex could do with just pinning them back here. I thought I was up in the air for a second. No, it's gone past the bowler. I completely lost the flight of that, Jamie. I was looking where the bat seemed to be pointing into the wide open space wide of mid-on, and it ended up going over the stumps.
Well, Sharma did run towards it. Yeah. I think he probably kept us on our toes that there could be a catch.
Yeah, that's been spooned up over the stumps. Gone more or less straight. Well, it's a full shot from Daniel Bell-Drummond. He's up the other end now, 47. Singh has 26. Run a ball, 26. Straight drive. We'll just get a single. Will it be a single? It will. It's a shy at the stump by Sharma. In the end, it's well wide. I think that might have been close. He was having to put the afterburners on Ekant Singh.
Wasn't accurate, was it, the throw?
No, it was, never troubling the stumps. Obviously, it's putting pressure on the fielder as well. I think that would have been close. But Akash Singh takes the single, puts the pressure on the fielder. 27 for him, 47 for Daniel Bell-Drummond. These two came together at 80 for 3, so 63 put on for the 4th wicket so far. But still with 23 overs remaining, there's a lot of overs for Middlesex to take wickets here.
Yeah, and the lead up to 119.
Yeah.
Gohar is going to continue, so Deploy saying to one of his star men, do something special for me here. We need a wicket. Here he is bowling to Singh, who just pushes forward. It's a long way forward.
It's an interesting tactic, this, isn't it? Because they might have thought, Kent, that they bludgeoned him out of the attack here. But Deploy happy to keep him on.
Yeah, and we kind of saw it in the Middlesex innings when Kent were bowling. You could have possibly withdrawn Dudgeon.
Yeah, yeah.
He kept going and picked up his wickets, didn't he, late on? So
true enough.
Suddenly things can change. It's been expensive so far, running along at 5 and over, Zafar. But if he picks up a wicket, and he had a chance there.
Yeah, that was a good ball, wasn't it?
He's drawing Singh forward. Tom Helmet slip with plenty of chat. Joe Cracknell likewise, the wicket keeper. Gohar at the top of his mark, runs up past the umpire again, and driving pleasantly is Singh. Down to long on it goes. They take a single.
Nice solid drive, as you say. So I'm really impressed by the noise coming from Middlesex. It's not, sometimes it all just feels a bit pointless, but you get the real feeling from them that they're absolutely at it, encouraging their bowlers.
And they need to stay at it, don't they? Because Kent are finding their way back into this game. It's twisted and turned throughout this day, and you would expect that in a 4-day championship match. You will have periods, you will have sessions. He's only gone for 1, so it's been a good response this from Zafar. What can he do to see out the over? Can he get out of it? He's just worked down to 3rd. There's nobody there. The fielder will give chase. Not sure Geddes will cut it off. He's not going to be able to do so. So it is 4 more runs to Bell-Drummond, and that is his half-century. He moves on to 51. Up goes the bat. It's been a good knock this from the captain. 51 from 82. He's not been at his fluent best, but with 7 4s and a 6, he's helped Kent past the 150 in the process.
Yeah, as you say, not been fluent, but how important it was for him to counter-attack after losing. Kent lost Sam North East just before tea.
I told you not to put your head in that box of balls. The police are just coming for you.
It's a fair cop.
He's in here, officer.
Asking awkward questions, that's where it gets you. So yeah, first 50, he's got a century, but first 50 on its own, if that makes sense. I can't see him going forward there. None too convincing, has just chopped that into the ground outside the off stump, and there's no run. 151 for 3. Yeah, they like that one. No end of chat from Middlesex. Another mistake like that, they're saying. So Akash Singh has to literally block out the noise. As he says, faces his next ball from Hell. Defensive shot, no run. Up to mid-on. Beautiful Sunday late afternoon here at Canterbury. Full sunshine, very warm out there too. Crowd enjoying this. In the balance, this 4-day game, as Helm bowls to Akash Singh. Just blocks that into the offside. It's not gone wide enough of Deploy to take a run. So there's no run to mid-off. Slip of the gully now. So the slip, Sam Robson gone a little bit further away from Joe Cracknell, effectively a second slip position. And Ben Geddes is at gully. Point is just backward of point, in fact. Then cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square leg, long leg. As Helm bowls to Singh. Tried to take a step forward to Helm there. And Helm, I don't know if he saw him coming, but has dug that in. Singh ducks underneath. Helm gives him a glare. Hands on hips as he turns and walks away. Tom Helm, the Middlesex bowler. Ekhanch Singh has 28. And Drummond with 51. Once more for Tom Helm then to Ekhanch. This one's a ballooning bouncer. Ekhanch looking to the square leg umpire, or the point umpire as he is now, to ask whether that was hittable. The answer is good enough for the umpire. There's a lot of chat out there. They keep it going. Our Middlesex, 151 for 3. So Sharma just doing some warm-ups. As Helm bowls to Ekhanch, settles on that on the off stump and defends it away. End of the over. A maiden for Tom Helm, 1 for 29 off 11 overs so far. And the Kent pair, for the moment, standing firm. 71 between these two. The wickets to go if you're just joining us. Kent wickets to go. Ben Compton caught by Cracknell, bowled by Helm for 4. Dawkins bowled Sharma for 11. That was a 40 for 2. Sam North East with the ball before tea. LBW to Seb Morgan for 46. Since then, Kent have lost no wickets. Trying to bat out the rest of this session. I mean, that would be absolutely ideal for them if they can do that. It'd be a long way to making sure they don't lose this game.
Sharma's got other ideas and he's back into the attack at this pavilion end, which seems kind of strange timing because Gohar was expensive in his preceding over. He then bowled another good one. But Deploy looking to make the change here and give Sharma an opportunity. He's bowled nicely. Only the 5 overs bowled so far, 3 of them maidens. 1 for 8 so far. What can he do here? Bowling to Daniel Bell-Drummond. Right arm over the wicket. Bowls on the pads of Bell-Drummond, who works it down to fine leg and picks up a single. Certainly got good ability, this young man. See a little bit of the Bumrahs in him. The way he just brings that arm round. Can't see much of him close up, but I can see a little bit of Bumrah. If he has any kind of career like him, he'll be more than delighted by that comparison.
Yeah, I was going to say.
But certainly looks a talented young man. He's just slightly moving the field. He wants Max Holden to be a little bit straighter, and then he moves mid-on a little bit wider. And he's on his way bowling down the leg side. Needs to just slightly... He's bowling too straight, isn't he? He needs to bowl with a bit more width outside off stump rather than onto the pads of Singh, who's strong through that area. Just moves away and then gets back in. They're still making plenty of noise. There's been a lot of chatter out there from the Middlesex fielders, considering how hot it is. They've kept right on top of these Kent batters, who've moved the lead on to 125, 152 for 3. Singh goes offside this time. 2 backward point. No thoughts of a single. The fielder right in behind it. Rehearses the stroke. It looks much better second time around.
Does that need one tonight? I'm saying.
Yeah, you would think to yourself that with 20 overs, at least one, absolutely.
Yeah, but
1 buys 2. It's not always the right way to be greedy. Here's Sharma on his way. Hit straight into the arms. What's it got? It's gone wide, has it, of Holden? No, straight into Holden's arms. I lost it momentarily there. Thought he perhaps got a bit more of it.
Yeah, must have
Singh.
Must have slammed it into the ground fairly close to himself as it's gone to Holden safe.
Fairly straight at mid-wicket there, Holden. Batted beautifully earlier on in the day.
Really did.
Sharma then at the top of his mark. 2 to go in the over. Here he is running past the umpire, and perfect in defence is Singh. Really is a beautiful day. No real breeze. You can see at the far end, the Nackington Road end of this beautiful St Lawrence ground, the flag is just moving around, but very gently. 1 or 2 seagulls just starting to circle. And 1 to go in the over for Sharma, who's had a good comeback here. He's only gone for 1, went for a single off the first ball. He's bowled 4 dots. How's he going to end the over? Just by cramping up Singh, who gets in behind it, blocks it out. Just the 1 off that over then, a nice little return. 152 for 3.
Yeah, nice work indeed. Nice and tight on the stumps. Elsewhere around the county championship, I'm sure you'll be aware if you're a cricket fan that New Zealand beat England by a huge margin, 253 runs of 6 wickets for Matt Henry, former Kent player, of course. Still thought of very warmly here, I think it's fair to say. But what a performer he is on worldwide cricket. But yeah, it took 6 as England were bowled out for 209 to level the series then for New Zealand, going to the championship shortly into Division 1. As Helm continues bowling to Danny Bell-Drummond, who's on 52. Bell-Drummond leaves that, keeps straight on, and pitches about 5th line, the 5th stump line. Nottinghamshire have beaten Essex by an innings and 52 runs. They bowled them out for 221 at Chelmsford in the second innings. O'Neill taking 5 for 39 there for the reigning champions. Surrey 320 for 7 at Cardiff against Glamorgan. So they're 7 down, they lead by just 67 runs there. So Glamorgan will be very hopeful of a victory. As Helm bowls to Bell-Drummond, push back at the bowler, who gets a finger on it, deflects it, and Bell-Drummond looks for a single, then shouts no to Ekansh Singh. Somerset at Taunton, 283 for 6 currently, leading Warwickshire by 161 now, with 4 wickets remaining in that one. Could set up an interesting final day. Sussex-Hampshire is over, and it's Hampshire that have won that. Sussex, I think, was 60-odd for 1. They've been bowled out, though, for 134 at Hove. And all keeps low, but Danny Bell-Drummond blocks it out. So, yeah, Hampshire have won by 118 runs, bowling out Sussex in their second innings for 134. 3 for Abbott, 4 for Jack, 3 for Felix Organ as well. And they've had a pretty wretched season so far, Hampshire. Sussex the opposite. But Hampshire have won that one by 118 runs. Into Division 2, we heard earlier that Derbyshire have beaten Lancashire by 9 wickets. Finishing off 25 for 1 at Derby. Northamptonshire 168 for 6 now against Durham at Durham, leading by 213. 4 wickets remaining in the second innings. That's a good shot from Danny Bell-Drummond up on his toes. Guided that into the offside. No chance to the fielder. And 4 more to the Kent captain. He moves on to 56. And Gloucestershire finally batting in their second innings, a 27 for 1. They're still 72 behind. Worcestershire built a first innings lead, 388 all out against 289 all out. Middlesex women, unfortunately, have been beaten by the Warwickshire Bears women today. 185 for 5 Middlesex made. But this is in the County Cup. I said it was in the Blast earlier. My apologies, but it's the knockout competition. It's Bell-Drummond. Straightened up a little bit by that one from Helm. Defended back at him, and there's no run. Been beaten by Warwickshire Bears by 8 wickets. 185 for 5 Middlesex women. Very excited dog there. Warwickshire Bears 188 for 2 in reply. Winning with just 5 balls to spare, though, by 8 wickets. So it's around the county scoreboard today. as Helm coming towards the end of his 12th over, bowls to Belldrum. Bouncer balloons over Danny Belldrum, and that is a wide. Yeah, I don't think Danny Belldrum was getting that in a month of Sundays. And so one more to come. Legitimate delivery. Covers are wheeling around a little bit now. They think it might be the end of the day. Still 19 overs to bowl after this one, though, as Helm goes to Belldrum and attacks that one, drives it through the offside, and that will go away. Will it for 4? Morgan is chasing it, might get there, no. Just has to give up the chase at the end. 4 more for Belldrummond. That's 2 boundaries off the over and a wide. Belldrummond on to 60, Singh on to 28. Kent on to 161 for 3. This partnership is 81 now between Daniel Belldrummond and Ekant Singh, and it started immediately after tea as Sam Northeast perished to Seb Morgan just before the interval.
Yeah, and suddenly Belldrummond has become the aggressor again because Singh really got going, got to town, and 28 from 42 is very, very impressive. But Belldrummond has been able to pick up his scoring rate. He's now scoring at 67 runs every 100 balls, 60 from 89 for the skipper. And when you consider he was scratchy first up, he's found a little bit of rhythm here, Daniel Belldrummond. And he's moved Kent into a decent position. The think tank well and truly in operation. Toby Rowland-Jones double teapotting as he talks to deploy the captain. The ball will be given very shortly to Sharma. And there's work to do from this young man. He's bowled nicely. He's only gone for 9 from the 6 overs that he's bowled so far. 3 maidens within that analysis. So his runs per over, very, very tidy. He's picked up 1. He'll want another. And here he is, charging in past the umpire. And bowling on Singh, who's very wristy as he works it through the leg side. Does look to try and shovel a lot onto the onside, Singh. Belldrummond back on strike, just takes a fresh guard from the umpire. Checks that he's happy where his stumps are as he looks to face up to Sharma. Suddenly the field's just dropped a bit deeper. You can see the fielder at extra cover. Just drops a little bit deeper. There's a sweeper on both sides now as Belldrummond looks to try and pick one out. Good fielding though in the covers. Morgan, that fielder. Not quite the chatter that we've had throughout, and it's no real surprise the lead's up to 135. You think to yourself, if you could double that up, you'd give yourself an excellent chance. Certainly not losing the game, but potentially winning it. So it has fluctuated. 162 for 3, Kent. Oh, he's got him. What a brilliant delivery that is. Stumped right out the ground. Daniel Belldrummond's played all round a straight one, and he's sent back for 60. He did all the hard work, and then he's been dismissed by Sharma, and that is the benefits of this young man. He bowls straight, he bowls wicket to wicket, and just as he did to Dawkins, he's dismantled the stumps, and Belldrummond's on his way back. That's a huge wicket for Middlesex. Kent 162 for 4.
Yeah, I completely agree. And like you were saying, it felt like Kent were starting to get on top with the bat, and a big partnership, 82 between Danny Belldrummond and Ekant Singh is broken in spectacular fashion by Navya Sharma. Great delivery again. It's a very nice habit to have, isn't it? To pop up, ripping a stump out of the ground. And they'll be delighted. The 20-year-old leaping in the air. Not just the excitement of taking a wicket. It won't be lost on him how important a wicket that is. Getting rid of the Kent captain, who seemed to be over the worst in some ways, but got himself to 60. But in the 50th over, he's gone for 162 for 3. Chris Benjamin comes out with 4 down. As I said before, he's had a great summer for Kent so far. Got 70 in the first innings as well. Now it's not a question of adding runs. They need the runs from Chris Benjamin here. 4 50s, 2 centuries already this season. Let's have a single duck to his credit as well. Middlesex will be hoping it's very much the latter than the former form that they find him in as he comes to the crease.
Well, we mentioned the think tank, and they're still talking, aren't they, Deploy and Roland Jones, making sure that they're going to eke every bit of goodness out of this Middlesex side. Would you believe I would have thought those two and the bowler should take all the recognition? Kevin Hand jumps in his car and says, I'm taking that wicket. He wants a share of it.
How's he claiming that one?
He'll claim anything that's going.
Deary me.
He'll want an appearance fee as well, I'm sure.
Well, I've no idea how you managed it, Kevin, but it was a great delivery. It looked like Sharma was bowling it to me, but...
He's never bowled a bad one, Kev.
No, there we go. Still pulling the strings, even though he's not here on the ground. But Sharma then, 3 balls to come of this over, and if they can get Chris Benjamin early, goodness me. If you say 1 brings 2.
And it could swing again, and that's how it works,
absolutely.
Isn't it, the Championship cricket? It's very easy to think you know what's happening.
Yeah, it was 162 for 3, looking pretty healthy, wasn't it? Singh on 29, Drummond starting to clip the boundaries, but now...
Here's Benjamin facing up as Sharma bowls to him onto his pads, and he's going to get off the mark straight away, and he might get underway with a boundary. He does. That's far too fine for the fielder. No chance of cutting it off. So you mentioned that Benjamin's been in good form. He's shown it then, although in fairness, that was a nice easy one to start up.
Yeah, he's a danger, no doubt about it, for Middlesex. If they can get him early, though, they really will have game on here. What he scored, how quickly he scored his runs in the first innings. I'll get back to you on that.
Here is Sharma to continue the over. Oh, he's played all around that one. He's going to get away with it. It's a big shout. It's wrapped him on the glove. He's really hurt himself. Benjamin, but he lives to fight on. Sharma just asking the question again of the umpire as he makes his way back to his mark.
He's just flexing the leg there as well, actually. But yeah, said he's beaten him for pace, isn't he there, Sharma?
Yeah, he's lively.
Yeah.
He's quick, isn't he, the young man? And he's fancying it. He's gone for 5 so far. He's picked up the wicket. He's got 1 to go. How does he get out of the over? Kent, 166 for 4. Just popped up on Benjamin, who pushes to deploy at mid-off. And that is the end of the over. And suddenly, questions will be asked of Benjamin, the new batter, and Singh, who's 29 not out at the other end. Middlesex get another quick 1 or 2. They're right back in the game.
Great over from Sharma, who has 2 for 14 off his 7 now. He's had that very happy knack of making breakthroughs. Great. Getting rid of Dawkins when he seemed to have battled his way out of defence. It's gone short, it's in the air. When it reaches the fielder, it won't. Oh, God, it's a terrible misfield. Ball's spun as it's pitched, has it? It's beaten Seb Morgan. They come back for a comfortable 2 in the end. But, yeah, Joe Cracknell, huge shout to catch it. It was in the air, not entirely under control by Akash Singh, but he gets himself 2. He moves on to 31. Benjamin has 4 so far, but was very much uncomfortable against Sharma in the previous over. So here is Helm to bowl once more, and Singh just shapes up as if he's going to hook that away and then just drops the knee to squat away from the bouncer, and Helm gives him a look, maybe a comment.
I think there might have been a bit of chat there, yeah.
Don't know enough about Akash Singh's temperament in the middle to know whether he would be at all interested in a conversation with Tom Helm here. Doesn't strike me as one of those, but you never quite know. Things change when you get over the white line.
Second slip just comes out.
Yeah. So, yeah, they're protecting, or Tom Helm saying, I like the short ball tactic. Take the second slip out.
Max Holden moves
Backward
into
square.
the gully.
Yeah, there's 3 for the catch on the onside now, aren't there, for a short ball. Helm then bowls to Singh. It's instead full leg and middle. It's come off the pad as it has. It'll be a leg by. So pressure released for a second there. For Kent, 169 for 4. Benjamin had been struck on the leg by Sharma in the previous over. Seems to be moving okay now. Exciting game, this one. So here is Helm to Benjamin. Ooh, bouncer. Benjamin just ducks. He takes his eye off it, but he's just getting underneath it as far as he can. And I think Matt Parkinson mentioned last night in his interview, and I'm paraphrasing, but words to the effect of, even though Middlesex looking pretty good on 319 for 6 as they resume today, saying, as Kent, we just weren't in games last year. So many games we were out of it, even 2 days in, thinking we are just trying to defend for a draw here. So he was saying just delighted to be in these contests, and I completely understand that from a competition point of view. They are in this. But Middlesex at the moment, tails up, bowling bouncers. 169 for 4. Wretched campaign for Kent last season, and for supporters and players alike. Parkins was just expressing yesterday.
Peter Fulton new into his time as head coach with Middlesex. How would you assess Adam Hollyoak's contribution with Kent?
I think it's been remarkable, and there'll be Kent fans saying, but wasn't last season dreadful? And I would say it's remarkable for how he's turned it around this year. And even after a bad start in the championship, as Benjamin just on the front foot plays it back at Helm, end of the over, 51 overs gone. Speaking after the Lancashire game, which they won and really did a job on Lancashire last week at Blackpool, he even corrected me. I said, look, you started with 2 bad games in the championship and you've turned it around now. And he said, I think you're being too fair. 3 bad games, but turning that around for the results that they've got since then. How has he done that? And, I said to him, you've got to take, surely as a coach, you get responsibility when things aren't getting wrong, but you've got to take credit. And he said, I'm not about that, but something he's doing is working. He said, it's a sort of holistic approach. They've changed a lot of things, but it's been a remarkable turnaround, certainly. 3 wins and a draw in the last 4.
Sharma to continue from the pavilion end, bowling quick down the leg side, and Singh got no bat there. Happy to see it run through to Cracknell, the keeper.
A lot's been made of them turning off the comments on social media about his talking to players and saying, just try and stay away from it. He said, it's a lot more simple than that. The approach generally is to try and refocus the players. They're in a rut. Daniel Bell-Drummond saying, we almost felt like we were too desperate. We were trying to force things too much. And the coach has said, clear your minds, done everything to do that, to try and focus the players. So that's good coaching, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. I think you do need to declutter, don't you? And keep it nice and simple. As Singh does just that, pushes back down the track. Roland Jones does the fielding.
So he's made a deliberate choice to change things behind the scenes. One of the players saying, even the ground stuff, they're not allowed when the players are out here on the side of the pitch, the nets here on the playing surface. The mowers are turned off. They are somewhere else. Just, he said to the ground staff, not we don't want you here, but more to say, when we're doing that, we want clear minds, focus on everything. Those kind of small changes that he's made.
We're in the zone, yeah, absolutely. 2 dots so far for Sharma, who's continuing and bowling with a bit of width on the offside. Singh looking to try and open up and get a single going. Middlesex chipper in the field. Straight back on it, deploy. And Roland Jones chat to each other again. He's been there and done it, the old sage, Toby Roland Jones. Such a fine exponent with ball in hand, but understands and knows cricket as a former Middlesex captain.
Yeah, he described the other day, Adam Hollyoaks. He said, I'm the sort of bloke, if I'm parking in a difficult parking space, I turn the music down. He said, that's what I'm trying to do at Kent at the moment.
Sharma to continue. Great clarity. Yeah, I can understand that.
Just to turn down all the outside noise and get back to basics effectively. So, yeah. So, yeah, whatever he's doing, as I said, it's the turnaround in form has been quite remarkable from the start of the season in the Championship.
Well, he's a wonderful player and leader, wasn't he, on the pitch? And he's kept that going. Great tragedy in his life, of course, losing his brother and good friend in Graham Thorpe. So we wish him well. Nice to see that he's doing a good job. Former Surrey man, of course. 169 for 4, Kent. Bottom hand, the prominent hand again from Singh, who works it to Holden. At straight mid-wicket, another dot. Can he join them up and get out with a maiden here?
But I don't think it's false modesty either in him saying, it is my responsibility to take the flak when things go wrong. I think, honestly, he would rather you talk to the players when the team are winning, if that makes sense. That he wants them to flourish under that sort of conditions. It's not for him about the sort of personal glory of that. So,
good leadership being shown by Adam Hollyoake. Here is Sharma, still a very young man, bowling into the pads of Singh, who works it to Holden, and that is the maiden that Sharma was craving. 2 for 14 from the 8 that he's bowled so far.
And plenty questioned him, having not, head coach as a head coach hadn't coached an international side, hadn't coached a county side, particularly coming into this. Simon Cook's decision as well. It's a big decision for the director of cricket to take on Adam Hollyoake. I wouldn't say untried. He'd obviously coached before, but and after a dreadful first season as well in the Championship, albeit they were good in the T20, got the quarterfinals. So yeah, it's been fascinating. I think it's fair to say. I think he's a fascinating character, but don't worry, Middlesex fans. I'm not saying he's the ultimate genius and Kent the best team in the world, but he's changed things around, and it takes something to do that when the teams in the hole that Kent were. 169 for 4 as Helm bowls to Benjamin outside the off stump, leaves that, and there is no run. So after that chat about Adam Hollyoake, he's got his work to do as a coach. Middlesex, well, I still say it's their day, and 4 wickets down in the second innings. Kent have a lead of 142. Middlesex get even a couple more before the close here, and they could look at tomorrow and think, we've got a very good chance of winning here. As Benjamin goes to cricket, hear that off the bat. He's hit that very hard. I thought he hadn't timed it. There's an attempt by Faulkner to stop that on the boundary. Bottom part of the bat, I thought that from Benjamin, but he has. As you heard the report off the bat on the effects microphone there, that has been hit and stayed hit, and that's 4 through mid-wicket. Great shot. 173 for 4. Benjamin's on to 8. Singh has 31. 2 slips in. No gully for Chris Benjamin. As Helm bowls to him now. And he goes to pull that one away, and that's forward a square, and that is a sumptuous shot. He has hit that hard again, but he's pulled it this time through cow corner between the man at mid-wicket and at wide mid-on, and there is not much room between them. He has muscled that for 4, Chris Benjamin. And this approach give Middlesex a chance, though. Benjamin likes to score quickly, did in the first innings. As I said, if they can get him early here. Got 70 from 81 in the first innings with 11 fours. Ooh, ducks. Has that hit him or hit bat? It's hit the helmet. I thought he ducked low into that one. He's gone looking to sweep that away. It's hit the helmet. Chris Benjamin, well, from here, certainly didn't even react to it. He ran, what's a leg by, but there will be a break now as the physio checklist, and also to make sure that the batting helmet still has integrity enough. But yeah, he's been struck on the head there by that ball from Helm. So Chris Benjamin just taking some attention from physio Dan George. I say he looks all right from here, but obviously concussion doesn't always show itself quite as quickly as that. So I need to make absolutely sure that he's fine. Rather ducked into it as well. It didn't get up that much. I think it was just a bit back of a length. And he's gone to swat it away. And it's hit him on the batting helmet. Chris Benjamin. So Dan George, the physio, yeah. And if that's hit him again, it's hit him on the side of the batting helmet as he's ducked down. It's not got up tremendously much. But yeah, so the question is going on at the moment. And as I said, you really can't tell from Chris Benjamin's body language. Concussion is such a sinister thing. They will take no chances whatsoever. Having said that, now physio Dan George is making sure that the helmet's okay to continue. So presumably he's got through that with Chris Benjamin, who looks as casual as you like, leaning on his bat, taking a drink. Well, the physio works on the batting helmet, but he's taken a clonk.
Sure, he'll probably wear a new helmet, won't he?
Yeah, he would have
He is
thought
working
so.
on it, isn't he?
Just making sure there are no cracks in it. That is, yeah. There's another helmet comes out. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. What's happening here is he's taking out the lining, isn't he? The padding that fits it to Chris Benjamin's head. But yeah, it took such a blow on the side. But yeah, it just got low. The ball had been not exactly banged in, but short of a length. He got down low, attempted to pull it away. And in doing so, it's not hit the bat, it's hit the side of the helmet. So great to see he's fine, obviously. Ran to the far end as if nothing had happened, which made me question whether it indeed had hit the bat. But no, it's come off the helmet. Chris Benjamin discussing it with Tom Helm. Hostilities just for a minute or two are being ceased. A leg by that ends up being off the helmet. And we'll have a break here. Still just about, yeah, 15.2 overs remaining. So could be a good hour of the game yet. As it did yesterday with so much seam being bowled. End up as more of a 6:45 than a 6 o'clock finish. 178 for 4. Yes, it's taking a while to make sure it'll fit Chris Benjamin as the new helmet comes on. A break in concentration, perhaps for the bowler and for batter. Again, Singh will face the next ball. He's on 31, not out. So, to see if there's been any change to the county scoreboard. Time to plug the excellent cricket text page on BBC live county championship. You get the updates, not exactly ball by ball, but every important landmark there is. The last one on the ticker at the moment actually is Kent's lead passing 150, which I hadn't immediately acknowledged, obviously, as more important things to look out for Chris Benjamin's health. And the editors of the text page saying all results still possible in Canterbury, absolutely, still in the balance. Surrey have meanwhile lost an 8th wicket, 337 for 8. And have a narrow lead against Glamorgan. That's good news for Glamorgan taking another wicket there. Elsewhere, yeah, not much happening late on in some of those games. A lot of them will be getting on towards, as we approach 6 o'clock, close of play. You're on BBC Radio Kent, BBC London, via the BBC Sport website and at BBC Sport Online. Thanks for joining us wherever you are. You've had a good day. You may have been out in the sunshine and joining us late on. The story of the day is Middlesex taking 319 for 6 overnight onto 443 all out. Keith Dudgeon took the final 4 wickets to 4 for 93 finish with, but that really wasn't the headline. It was a 232 partnership completed by Zafar Gohar, who was out for 95, and 182 for Max Holden. Brilliant from him. And then quickly among the wickets were Middlesex. 6 for 1 when Compton went to the bowling of Helm, who's about to rejoin us, and bowl to Ekanch. Bouncer, Ekanch is underneath that one. And that is the end of the over, isn't it? No, beg your pardon. I can't count. 6 to make an over, 1 more to come. So Compton went at 6 for 1 for 4. Caught by Cracknell, bowled by Helm. I should say that Middlesex had themselves a 27-run lead in the first innings. Dawkins bowled by Sharma for 11 at 40 for 2. Northeast just before tea. Felt like a huge wicket, 80 for 3. LBW to Seb Morgan. As Helm bowls to Singh, working at one off his chest to make sure that's a dot ball. End of the over, 178 for 4. And then Daniel Bell-Drummond, you may have heard if you've been with us for even for a short time, bowled by Navya Sharma at 460. That at 162 for 3. Benjamin has 12 not out. Ekansh Singh has 31. And Sharma stays on. He has 2 for 14 off his 8. Helm 1 for 14. 1 for 48 off his 14 so far.
Yeah, I take your point about all 3 results possible. You would think it would probably be a result either way, but you never know. Things do quickly change. 151 is the lead. There is going to be a change of bowling. Morgan back into the attack at this pavilion end. It's what keeps us on the edge of our seats. The fact that things do fluctuate, they do continue to change. Morgan on the money. Bowling to Benjamin, who's driving, but only to deploy at mid-off. The umpire's doing a little bit of stretching. It's just one of those days, isn't it? Very warm. Not easy conditions. But we've persevered, as have both of the teams out there in the middle. It's our pleasure to be with you as Kent continue. 178 for 4. They thought about a single, it wasn't there. Deploy was getting ready to shy at them. Wanted to try and whip one of those stumps out the ground. No single there.
Actually, Surrey are 9 down now, by the way. 3-4-2 for 9, leading by just 89. And Thomas Rue has got himself a century for Somerset today. On the text page I was talking about, Somerset fans saying, "Are you watching England?" Almost certainly, I would suggest.
Absolutely. Morgan to continue. Oh, it's just got big. It's popped up on the batter.
Oh, yeah. Get a bit of glove to that even, maybe. Oh, this is testing, isn't it? Morgan for Sharma. Immediately making things happen. Chris Benjamin uncomfortable out there.
The lead's over 150. 151 Kent are on in this game. 6 second innings wickets standing. And Morgan charging in once more, bowling with a bit of width and driving very powerfully is Benjamin. You can't bowl to him there. He's a very strong man, the wicket-keeper bat, and he's put that one away.
He hit 2 fours in the previous over before being hit by Tom Helm. Just pure muscle, I have to say. Well, timing as well. I'm not saying, you know, I'm saying there's technique there as well, but hit so hard, and that one has been as well. But yeah, going back to Thomas Rue, I think it's fair to say he is not exactly flying under the radar, is he? I think he's not one of those gems hidden deep in the county championship. The Rue brothers, everyone knows about them. England certainly do.
Yep, indeed. Benjamin facing up to Morgan once more. Down the leg side as he gloved it. Has it gone through? Up goes the finger. And that is a big wicket. Benjamin is sent on his way back. In truth, it wasn't a very good delivery. And because of that, it makes it an even better dismissal. Cracknell's taken the catch. It's a fine catch. Diving away to his left-hand side. Morgan, well, you just can't keep him out the game. Benjamin makes his way back for 16. And suddenly the pendulum just switches one more time. Kent, 185 for 5.
Goodness me, yeah, Middlesex on top now with 5 wickets down. And Kent Batters below Benjamin got runs in the first innings, but it's not about will they get runs. They have to now, surely, for Kent. Middlesex tails up. I was saying after Daniel Bell-Drummond went, Jamie, that a couple more tonight. And Benjamin's one of those, and Middlesex will think going until tomorrow. I mean, more than that would be fantastic, but just one more tonight. And they've got 14 overs still to bowl. Will put them in a great position to try and close this one out tomorrow. It's hard to say how much it's doing off the pitch, but certainly Middlesex bowling really, really well. We've noticed certainly early in the Middlesex innings, they lost, what was it, 47 for 4 at one point. Can happen, even 159 for 6. But
Grant Stewart, the new batter, he can give it a clump.
Might need to here. Yeah, got himself 48 in the first innings. Morgan takes the wicket. He has 2 for 40.
Yeah, 7 in the match. He bowled nicely in the first innings, 5 for 104 from the 26 that he bowled. So you can't keep him out the game. What can Grant Stewart do here? He's facing up to Morgan and perfectly driving, but uppishly. And he's going to get underway with a boundary. But again, it's the way he plays. As the Small Faces said in 1967, it's a little bit all or nothing. But on this occasion, he's got it all. He's got a boundary.
Oh, yeah, a little bit loose in the end, actually, looking at that shot. But, yeah, it's cleared. And Faulkner made a heck of an effort, didn't he? Got airborne at backward point.
He's a good fielder, isn't he, in fairness?
Absolutely.
Very good fielder.
Just even be in with a chance of that. But, yeah, 4 for Grant Stewart.
1 to go in the over. It's been expensive with the 2 boundaries, but the wicket priceless. 188 for 5. Stewart driving down the ground, wanting a single. It's not there.
Yeah, aggressive approach by Grant Stewart from the get-go. The lead at 161, 188 for 5. And, well, I must admit, when I looked at this overnight and the big stand that Max Holden and Zabak O'Hara put together, I thought, is this Canterbury flattening out? Is this draw territory already after 2 days? The answer is no, ladies and gentlemen. 188 for 5. Still may be a draw, but what an exciting game. Yeah, Sharma's swapping ends here. The 2 young bucks, Morgan and Sharma. There's Deploy is trusting them to try and bowl his team towards an eventual victory here. Sharma then bowls to Akansh Singh. Defensive shot. A little bit of calm for a moment for Kent. 189 for 5. He has 31. And the noise increases once again. There's no surprise in that. So Akansh Singh, just 150 so far for Kent in this is his 5th game of the season in the Championship. He's taken wickets as well, not in this match, but Sharma bowls to him and goes wide looking for that one. Plays it into the ground very deliberately outside the off stump, goes reaching for a little bit of a wide one, wide and fullish. Gets a single, there's Deploy at mid-off. Not only has marshalled his bowlers really well, but I like to see the confidence he's got in his young bowlers too. Rather than relying on the spin of Zabak O'Hara, he is absolutely getting Morgan and Sharma into this game and being rewarded for it too. Sean bowls short. Stewart will take that on. It's 4 runs. Much more conservative than his first shot off his first ball, but keeps that one down. Hooks it away low, and no chance for the fielders at square leg and backward square to get that. And he moves on to 8 from 3 balls. Very much a Grant Stewart innings. The lead at 166 now. So still 5 wickets for Kent, but Middlesex showing they have teeth in their bowling attack, even with the ball 54 overs old. Sharma to Stewart, cuts that away, wanders down the pitch for a second, and shy at the stumps by Sam Robson from Gully, but no run. Stewart gets back to his mark. So dot ball, 5 off the over so far, 2 to come. So we close in on 6 o'clock. Stewart 8, Singh 32, 193 for 5 Kent, the lead at 166. Not nearly enough yet for Kent. Sharma to Stewart, oh, bowls him! That's made a mess of the furniture, Yorker length. Sharma has it, he has 3 for 19. Great bowling by the young Middlesex seamer. Yorker, one stump out the ground, the middle one is knocked sideways, and Stewart goes for 8 off 5 balls. And just at the moment, Kent are rocking here. The leaders at 166, they're 193 for 6 now, and Sharma has broken through once again.
Yeah, you can see exactly what Singh's saying at the non-striker's end. He's saying, look, we've just got to make sure we stay patient here. He's just done the hand signals to the dressing room. I'm not sure from an experienced player like Grant Stewart, that's the kind of innings that you want to see at this stage. People play their own way, I take it, and I fully understand that. But 8 from 5, it's a little cameo, but it's nothing more.
Yeah, I agree. He's absolutely come out swinging the bat, hasn't he? And Sharma's done him there. Oh, my goodness.
The one thing I would say about Sharma, he hurries you. He bowls those quick deliveries, and that's why he's going to get a lot of dismissals clean bowled. He's an exciting talent.
Yeah, he really is. Middlesex fans will be delighted to see him working up ahead of steam here. Not so good if you're a Kent supporter, obviously, but yeah, he has. Grant Stewart. And Keith Dudgeon comes out next, who has been great for Kent with the bat this season. 30 in the first innings, and he scored regular, consistent runs for the county. But as I said now, Kent need the tail to wag. Here's Sharma to Dudgeon. He's not taking any chances on that one. Front foot down the pitch. Maker's name shown to Sharma, defends it. But what figures those are, and richly deserved. 3 for 19 off 9 with 4 maidens. And Navya Sharma, including destroying Grant Stewart's stumps. And applause, as you say, a knowledgeable and warm crowd here for Sharma's bowling. 193 for 6 Kent, the lead is 166.
And we mentioned earlier on in the innings about the old stagers, Roland Jones and Helm. It's the 2 young pups doing the business here, isn't it? Sharma and Morgan have picked up 5 of the 6 wickets to fall. Sharma 3, all clean bowled. But Morgan, who's been a little bit more expensive, is on his way here. 2 for 44 through 11. And bowling perfectly on off stump to Singh, who's just going to have to be watchful here. He's really got to make sure that he bats through the innings. And hear that chat. Dudgeon can hit a long ball, but it's not really that game here. Got to make sure that they occupy the crease. Here is Morgan on the charge once more and bowling to Singh. Singh goes leg side and he's going to pick up a boundary. He's hit that with great power. All bottom hand again. But 4 welcome runs to the Kent total. Takes the lead on to 170, 197 for 6.
Yeah, Dudgeon's, so for a lower order bat, he's averaging about 23. No 50s as yet, but regular runs been so important. Higher 44 this season.
Yeah, he seems a wonderful club man.
Yeah.
Contributing with bat, ball and in the field. Singh just pushed back here.
Yeah, Phil Close as well. on-field in the slips or at gully. He's a good all-round cricketer for your overseas.
Kent have had some great South Africans, haven't they, down the years?
Yeah. Just reminiscing the other day about the days of Justin Kemp, who helped bring a couple of the South Africans to the county.
Yeah, Martin van Jaarsveld was an excellent pickup, wasn't he, from Northants? Andrew Hall, another good South African. Tyrone Henderson, who went on to play for Middlesex. There's been a list of them.
Yeah.
And let's not forget Micaiah Ntini had a short spell.
Yeah. Andrew Hall, of course, and Ryan McLaren, both fantastic all-rounders for Kent. As you say, a long connection with South African cricketers. Back to those. Graham Ford, of course.
Yeah, he brought them all about, didn't he? Worked really closely with the first team. 197 for 6, the score. Morgan on the charge again, and just pulling out of any particular shot was Singh. He's bowled 4 dots again. One's gone for a boundary. How does he finish the over? He's got to look to bowl at the stumps and look to try and get Singh out for me.
I just wonder with Kent whether the talk in the dressing room is we're going hard here for the victory, but at the moment, as you said, the body language from Ekant Singh, maybe they need to just put a break on.
Singh this time drives the ball through extra cover. It's a wonderful shot. He doesn't score many or as many through the offside, but he brings up the Kent 200.
Or maybe they're not going to put the break on. There we go. Funny old game, cricket, isn't it? Yeah, great shot. 200 up, so a lead of 174. What rate are they going at? 3.5 at the moment, 3.6. But with both sides scoring 400 plus in the first innings, you want to leave a bit to chase, wouldn't you, for an opposition side here? At the moment, 174 doesn't look like very much. So Sharma to Dudgeon, takes that on the full, actually, low on the bat. Into the covers, fielded by Max Holden, there's no run.
Yeah, I think if you get north of 200, suddenly the mindset changes. So that's where Kent need to try and be. They need to get past 200, and if they can eke away and get close up to 250, then I think it's a real chase batting last on this pitch.
I agree, even at 4 and over, that's what, 60 and a bit overs. You're still going to need to race a little bit to get that. And perhaps they want Middlesex to be doing the same. Sharma to Dudgeon. It's a nice nudge into the onside there from the South African. Will they go for a second? They will not. Good sliding stop there.
Yeah, just a little bit straying onto the pads of Dudgeon. It allows him to use that powerful bottom hand.
Is that Fernandez there? Is that the subfielder on again? Not sure, but he got to it so quickly, the fielder there.
He's been on and off all day, hasn't he?
I think it is, yeah. Got it to it so quickly, but yeah, put the doubt in the mind. So they kept it to 1. Ekant Singh has 40 from 62. Kent 202 for 6 here. Sharma bowls. Ekant stops that one. Looks at the toe end of the bat. So yeah, just 150 for him this season, but early in the career for Ekant Singh. It's just his 13th first-class match. In the all-rounders position, but batting at 5 today, ahead of Chris Benjamin. Comes Sharma to him, rising delivery, plays off his chest, midriff perhaps, getting up a little bit, but I'll take a single, backward of square. Yeah, it's Fernandez that fields at backward square. Joe Cratnell just communicating with, is that with the 12th or maybe with the man at long leg there? Seb Morgan. Get 203 for 6 here. Dudgeon to face after that single from Singh. Goes for short ball. It's not going to carry. Actually, it's carried over. Beg your pardon. Fernandez just out the side there and caught the window frame. But he did go reaching for it, didn't he? It's looped up a little bit from Dudgeon, but has fallen safe over Fernandez's head at mid-wicket and too short of the man at square leg, Faulkner, to get there. It's a single.
I'm not sure it hasn't gripped in the pitch and maybe he was through the shot. Always looks much better when you rehearse them. That's exactly what Dudgeon did. Risky for a single.
It really was, yeah. 3 singles off the over so far. Ball to come from Sharma, who goes full up. It's down the leg side. Difficult one for Cracknell. Low to his left. And they're going to come back for 2 byes, I think, there. Or leg byes. Is it? No, just byes now. I didn't think it hit anything. So 2 leg byes to end the over. Kent 206 for 6. The lead at 179. They have just 4 wickets, though, remaining in their first innings. Singh has 41. Dudgeon has 2, and he'll be on strike for the following over to Seb Morgan, who has struck recently, getting rid of Chris Benjamin, caught down the leg side, a strangle, and Sharma spectacularly cleaning up Grant Stewart in his previous over for 8. Kent 206 for 6.
And they're going to go back to spin. Middlesex. Safar Gohar is going to get another opportunity from this pavilion end. Maybe he's been a little bit underutilised, but he's been expensive in this second innings. No wicket for 47 from the 9 that he's bowled. When you consider he went 0 for 85 from 22 in the first innings, so he has been a little bit expensive throughout the game. But good bowlers show spirit, they show bottle, they show determination, and they pick up wickets. Dudgeon perfect in defence. Just getting over the top of it, head right over the ball. You can hear Safar Gohar just being encouraged to bowl skillfully and to bowl aggressively to hopefully pick up that wicket. What can the left-arm spin bowler do this time? He's bowling to Dudgeon, who's just going to be watchful and play to Singh, which is exactly what you should be doing in my mind.
Yeah, I think this is a good call. Dudgeon a little bit less comfortable against spin than the seam.
Gohar bowls to him once more and another dot.
I think they're just going to say to him, we'll crowd you here. Look for the bat and pad catch, perhaps tempt you into a big shot.
He's not biting though, is he, Dudgeon?
No, not yet.
Just happy to play second fiddle to Singh, who's seeing it nicely. This one just squirts out on the offside. Another dot. 4 bowled, 4 dots.
He's a good cricketer, Keith Dudgeon, but he'll be under pressure here from the Middlesex fielders and bowlers.
Well, Zafar's bowling at a good clip here. Getting plenty of revs on the ball. Here he is. And bowling to Dudgeon. Who's very watchful, happy to be just that, the South African, who's enjoying his time with Kent, and understandably so after the disappointments of last season. That one runs past the outside edge through to wicketkeeper Cracknell, and that is the end of the over. Safar returns with a maiden.
Yeah, had that terrible knee injury after bowling Kent to victory in the very first game of the season, taking 7 wickets in the second innings. But yeah, missed the whole season. But in return, he has returned and signed on for Kent for the whole season in all formats, which is an absolute rarity these days, isn't it? To get an overseas player of that calibre to be able to commit to you. So they've done well with him. Ekansh Singh now will face Sharma though. 3 for 22. Singh angles that into the offside. Gohar fields at point. Pretty close on the offside for Ekansh Singh. Got a point and a cover. Fernandez is mid-wicket. Vacant beyond him towards cow corner. If Ekansh fancies swinging across the line. Big. That will be risky against Sharma from what we've seen. He was honed in on the stumps. He bowls now to Ekansh. Again, drops that into the offside. On the bounce, it's fielded by Let's have a go on once more. But yeah, 3 victims bowled so far for Nabil Sharma. 206 for 6. Kevin Ham will be with us once again tomorrow. He's already claimed one of those, Jamie says, so we'll see what more he can do for Middlesex tomorrow.
Could be a low-scoring classic tomorrow, couldn't it, on the final day?
Yeah, we'll see what, yeah. We know Middlesex will have to chase at least 180 at this point. On the front foot there, Count Singh. There we are. That's one where I think it's fair to say they're still trying to get in at Count Singh's head here. Very decently played into the onside, but there's good accurate delivery.
I like his temperament.
Yeah, I think he's. So he looks like another cricketer in this, young cricketer in this particular match that's got an awful lot of promise. But he's facing one, isn't he? Sharma. He's bowled up a storm today. To a Canch, clipped off his pads. That's really well placed. Past Fernandez at mid-wicket. They'll come back for 2. I don't think it'll be any further than that. Indeed, 2 runs. And applause from the Kent crowd and Kent supporters. He moves on to 43. 208 for 6. 2 balls to come from Sharma. He's not hooping around here. The bowlers really are having to bowl for value. And that's why I've just been so impressed by Sharma and Morgan, particularly the younger bowlers. Sharma bowls what's more to Akash Singh, goes a bit short. And this is Singh will take a single from what's a low hook. Just took all the pace out of it. You can see the short ball coming, but made absolutely sure it's along the ground. So ball to come of the 59th over. Dudgeon will face it. He's 2 from 10 so far. Let's see how he approaches this. Change in the field as Lance Deploy goes across to a wide mid-on, or actually more mid-wicket, and Fernandez is pushed in on the onside. Looking for the clip into the onside, a pop-up catch maybe from Dudgeon, who instead just drives that an off drive straight back past the bowler. He might even get himself 4. No, it's going to be stopped by Max Holden. Dudgeon is running hell for leather for a 3rd to the danger end, and it would have needed an incredible throw from Max Holden to threaten the stumps that end, and it's actually really good running in the end by the South African, backing himself to get to that far end. They take 3. Dudgeon keeps the strike. 2-12 for 6. Then Kent lead by 185. Singh has 44.
Yes, an excellent hand this from Ekansh Singh. It really is. He's looked very nicely out there. He hasn't really looked troubled at all. Happy to make the bowlers bowl to him. He looks unflustered. Temperament-wise, very impressive. Safar is going to continue. It's been expensive. 4.7 runs and over. He's given away. Sharma at the other end. Much more effective in terms of the wickets he's picked up and the runs per over. Zafar to continue, driving down the ground to deploy is Dudgeon. A bit of the Tim Bresnan about him, the way he bats. Plenty of bottom hand, a powerful man. Broad across the shoulders. Just to really bend down to get in behind the ball, which is what he's doing on this occasion. A little bit of drift from Zafar. Can hear they're right behind him, the fielders. 1 wicket really changes everything. Matt Milnes, Parkinson and Mahmood to come. Dudgeon with a bit of width on the offside, taking full advantage. Out it goes to deep point.
Yeah, Faulkner was doing he's jumping a skipping rope there, wasn't he? Just trying to get out of the way of that one. on the offside under the helmet.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do is wear one, especially if Keith Dudgeon's wielding the axe from very close range. Kent, a little bit unfortunate. You mentioned the injury to Dudgeon. Also, Glenton Stearman getting injured early in the season.
Absolutely, and following an unpleasant pattern for Kent in terms of injuries to their bowlers.
2 South Africans, of course, 2 imports. Singh facing up again, covering up and pushing to extra cover.
Yeah, took 5 wickets in the draw at Durham the first game, and then that was the end of his spell, and it was really a case of not again for Kent, having signed him.
Zafar bowls the 5th ball to Singh. Down the ground it goes. Just needs a little bit of backing up there. It's a bit wayward, the return. Pick up a single down to long on. And it brings Dudgeon back onto strike.
Roland Jones a little bit wayward, as you say, with the sidearm throw in.
6:19. 8 overs and the remainder of this to go. Gohar continues, and again, Dudgeon is perfect in defence. So 48 deliveries to go for today. And Kent 214 for 6. That's a lead of 187.
Indeed so. So shadow's just lengthening a little bit, but longest day of the year, the summer solstice. So plenty of light, plenty of sunshine, and plenty of exciting cricket all the way through the day. It's been really entertaining so far. Gripping stuff. Nerve-wracking for some supporters, I'm sure. As Ekansh Singh faces Navya Sharma and just clips it into the onside. Just leaning forward on that one. It's saved by Geddes at mid-wicket. He's slipping a gully in there. Tom Helm is just stretching his calves out there. That slip, I'm not sure if that's full bowling. Oh, there we are. There we go. He's doing the butterfly stroke now, basically. Warming the shoulders up, so I'd imagine he is in last deploys. Thoughts before long.
I think him and Roland Jones will probably see it out for the day, yeah.
Yeah. Sharma's bowled a good spell, though, here. No doubt about that. 3 for 28 he has on the board as Ekansh Singh. Will he steer that past mid-on? He won't. But so the details of Sharma's spell so far. Oh, so in this short spell, yeah, 1 for 14 off 3 started this over. For key wickets, he struck at such important times. And so when Dawkins and Bell Drummond seemed to be past the scratchy stage of their innings, he cleaned them up, and Grant Stewart didn't even get going, really. 2 big blows for 8. 214 for 6 as Sharma bowls to Singh. Ooh, that just gets big on him for a second. And Ekansh Singh has looked so good in the previous overs. But that was the first one to really hurry him for a while, getting up towards the waistband. He's played it away. Down at his feet, no run. Yeah, do just wonder. Did you say big finish? Coming from the slips there, maybe that is, yeah, just the indication. They're going to bowl him in a quick spell of 4 overs. To Ekansh now, who's clipped that off his toes. That's a good shot from a delivery, pitching deep in the crease. And he'll take a single there, take the gloves off. 7 overs to come after this one. But could Sharma perhaps, with Ekansh Singh at the other end, threaten Dudgeon here? Again, Leicester Boy's done really well, hasn't he? He's bowling these quicker bowlers in short spells. Making sure they're absolutely their best when they're bowling. 215 for 6. Lead of 188. Sharma bowls to Dudgeon. just tucks that to mid-on for a single. Calls Ekansh through. Thumbs up to Ekansh Singh. Dudgeon spotting the run there up to mid-on and taking it. So 1 to come. Come on, Shamsi. I think you heard off the effects microphone there. Could be his last ball of the day. But what will he do with this one? As he bowls to Ekansh Singh, who's on 46. And Singh drives that strongly up to mid-on. End of the over. 2:16 for 6. 7 to come on day 3 of this contest. And I'm not sure who's ahead. I think it's Middlesex at this point with a lead at 189. But if Kent keep their 6 wickets down for the remaining 7 overs, I don't know.
I think it's quite even.
Maybe it's even going, yeah. As I said, if they don't lose another wicket or 2 wickets here, Kent, on the remaining 7, probably pretty even, isn't it, going into the final day?
Yeah.
Fascinating stuff.
If Kent can get up to a lead of
you were saying, yeah,
250, they'll fancy their chances. They really will. Lots depends on Singh, doesn't it? Yeah. Zafar to continue.
Tom Helm really is warming
He's desperate, isn't he, now to come on? He literally couldn't be doing any more to catch the captain's eye. Zafar continues to twirl away. He's bowled 2 dots as this runs past the outside edge of Dudgeon.
Yeah, if Tom Helm was on a leash, he would definitely be straining at it at this point, I think it's fair to say.
Zafar just shines the ball up. And then runs past the umpire and bowls to Dudgeon, who comes forward. And again, more from Helm.
Yeah, Zafar gets through his overs nice and quickly as well, doesn't he? They will keep an eye on the over rate, but it's at level at the moment.
Here is Zafar on his way once more, driven down the ground. It's going to be 4 runs. Dudgeon got right behind it. He's a powerful man.
Yeah. She's straight off the bat, wasn't it there? Well controlled in the end.
Into double figures. And the lead now 7 away from the 200 mark. All these runs priceless from a Kent perspective. Gohar bowls to him, plenty of bottom hand as he bludgeons the ball down the ground, but the bowler gets right in behind it. Roland Jones was there in any case. And just 1 to go in the over. Just 1 scoring shot, the boundary. Gohar completes as this one races past the outside edge through to Cracknell, the keeper. That is the end of the over. Kent 220 for 6, 193 ahead.
Yeah, it's just fascinating stuff. Looking forward to the post-day interview rather, to find out what Kent's approach to this has been. 46 for Singh, 11 for Dudgeon. 6 overs left in the day of day 3. It will be Tom Helm. No surprise there. I'd be much more surprised they haven't brought him on. But so we'll get a final 3 perhaps from that end. I know Zafar will bowl out from this end, perhaps, but conversation with Toby Roland Jones. There's deploy, lets the 2 experienced seam bowlers get on with it. Bowls now, the slip of the gully in. Ekansh, oh, he's hit his bolt, his LBW, trapped him in front, and it just didn't get up. I think Ekansh Singh was in 2 minds whether he was going to pull that or try and get underneath it. In the end, he's been pinged in front of the stumps, I think, on the thigh pad, but he's got low. I don't think there's much doubt about the decision. I think Ekansh Singh was in a lot of doubt about what to do with that delivery from Tom Helm. He returns, Ekansh Singh goes, and Middlesex noses ahead here for me.
Yeah, absolutely, without doubt. He was just trapped on the crease, I think. He didn't seem to get forward or back to it.
220 for 7. So these two have put on together 27 together. But Ekanch comes off now. And I think this is nervy for Kent. Lead of 193.
Yeah, it's a huge wicket. It really is, and it could be pivotal in the overall context of this game. Should Kent get another wicket, if they could get Milnes tonight or Dudgeon, that will put them in a real strong position. You can see Milnes in no hurry making his way out. Make them wait for you.
Yeah, Milnes is a decent bat, no doubt about that. Then they are, well, I say down to Matt Parkinson and Hassan Mahmood, but Hassan got 22 in the first innings and Parkinson 13. Those will be very handy runs for Kent to have now, but I got to get them first. And Middlesex tails up end of day 3. They've had the better of the day, there's no doubt about that. Match position. Kent lead by 193. Dudgeon and Milnes in conversation. Milnes got 18 in the first innings. Again, all these would be useful runs, but this isn't the first innings. And Middlesex full of confidence. But yeah, just a strange kind of dismissal that almost from Singh, wasn't it? Just indecision in the end, and LBW in the end from Helm. And again, that's what Middlesex want. Milnes faces. There's a drives. Immediately goes to take the single. Quick run taken. Dudgeon is quick across the ground, so too Milnes. And it's a cover drive. Not completely timed by Matt Milnes, but enough to get them the one into the offside. Bit of a change in the field now, and Roland Jones just going over to have a quick chat with Tom Helm. Takes him the ball. Just a little bit of a delay here. Goes back, almost to plead his case, it looks like, with Tom Helm. I'm going to move one of the leg side fielders around. There's 2 on the leg side boundary. I want to put another one out to mid-wicket. Well, they put Fernandez back a few paces back at mid-wicket, just a tweak. As Dudgeon faces with a slip and a gully in behind him. Nudges the onside. He's calling Milnes through there. Matt Milnes was a little bit on his heels, but Dudgeon is running the singles. Building the lead in ones. The lead's at 195 now. Dudgeon has 12. Milnes has 1. Both these very capable with the bat, but they are lower order batters. Milnes just settles here. Here is Helm, bouncer. Milnes gets underneath it. And there is no run. Plenty of chatter from the Middlesex fielders. And bowler. Double Nelson on the ball, 2-2-2 for 7. Ekanch Singh went for 44. In the previous over, in this over, the 63rd. Comes Helm to Milnes, up towards his chest, but again, they've seen the gap on the onside and they're taking the single into it. Conservative, but taking 3 off the over so far. Just nudging the ball around. Dudgeon and Milnes. And that moves on to 2. And Sharma has been sent to the mid-wicket boundary. Are they giving Dudgeon a single here? Do they think he's going to swing? Yeah, it's last ball of the over. They want to give him the single. They're looking for him chipping into the onside. Instead, he pulls into the onside low and will take a single off a shorter ball from Helm. Faulkner Fields, end of the over then, 4 off it. Dudgeon 13, Milnes 2, Kent 2-2-4 for 7. The lead at 197. again, I would say that's not enough for a final day. If they lose quick wickets here, they want to build what they can here, Kent. Middlesex doing their very best to stop them, and their very best has been very good so far.
Zafar to continue. I wondered if Toby Rowland-Jones might get an opportunity, whether they're going to look to try and save him for the morning of the final day. Yet to pick up a wicket so far, the spin bowler. He just sends one through, a slightly quicker one. It just beats the bat. And again, more chat, more chirp out there in the middle. Middlesex can afford to really talk it through. Pushing down the track is Dudgeon, 13 from 26. It's been a good contribution from the South African. Milnes keeping him company. Parkinson and Mahmood to come. This one's slightly straighter, worked out to backward a square on the leg side. They pick up one. That means that Milnes will get his opportunity. What can Gohar do here? He's got half an over to bowl. Just over 4 overs to go. Here at the St Lawrence Ground in Canterbury, the venue for this championship fixture between Kent and Middlesex. Both sides with lofty expectations, finding a bit of form, a bit of hope. Middlesex probably just got their noses in front after picking up that crucial wicket of Singh. But things can change as the lead edges ever closer to 200. Milnes defends. And just one to go in the over. Here is Gohar bowling another quick one. Milnes right in behind it. And that is the end of the over. So 225 for 7, Kent.
Yeah. So 4 to go till the end of the day here at Canterbury, St Lawrence Ground, which has rewarded spectators with some great cricket today. Max Holden ending up on 182. 4 wickets for Keith Dudgeon. 27 runs behind at the turn. 4-4-3 all out. Middlesex going to press their advantage here in the final session. It's a short ball to Dudgeon. Just clipped down to a fine leg and it'll take a single. Welcome to listeners on Sports Extra 2. Just talking to our listeners here on BBC Sport Online, BBC Kent and BBC London. What an absorbing contest this has been, and with start of the day, Middlesex 319 for 6, taking their first innings to 443, a lead of 27, 182 for Max Holden, 95 for Zafar Gohar, continue a partnership that started yesterday as Milnes just stoops low to defend this one from helm to 232 in total. Dudgeon taking 4 wickets, all 4 to fall this morning. And Kent have only been really going in fits and starts. They're 226 for 7, top scorer of 60 from Daniel Bell-Drummond so far. Navia Sharma, the 20-year-old seam bowler for Middlesex, has been excellent today. 3 wickets, all of them clean bowl, getting Dawkins, getting Bell-Drummond and getting Stewart. Ekant Singh has made 44, 46 for Sam North East, but at 226 for 7, I think it's advantage Middlesex here. Session 3 with Kent leading by just 199 now. Make that 200 as they go to 227 for 7. Jamie Reid beside me, Matt Cole. And Jamie, you were saying, just for our Sports Extra listeners that are just joining us, 250, decent lead for Kent. Short of that, is it Middlesex's advantage, do you think?
Yeah, I think it probably is. They've got a bat last on the surface, and that's got to be taken into account. You need somebody to go big. Singh, of course, batted very nicely for Kent in their second innings. Middlesex would need somebody to do likewise. You don't often see, do you, a batter repeat? It does happen, but when you see that big score like we saw for Holden, will it happen again? So maybe you're looking at one of the openers to go big, or possibly the skipper.
So helm to Dudgeon pops up off a short ball. He's just fended that off in the end of a ball throat high, and it's fallen short of Caleb Faulkner at short leg. And, well, the reaction to that, I think, is quite an obvious one from Tom Helm and from Captain Lairs Deploy for Middlesex, as Caleb Faulkner is going to go in a bit closer and stick the helmet on. And they've seen what's happened from that short ball. As Dudgeon reacts to it. There's 2 deliveries to go of this over, with 3 remaining in the day after this. I'd imagine one of these 2 is going to be short. And this is this one. Is there an edge? No. Down the leg side. Does the umpire say that's the second one? I think he should be. So 1 to come.
Yep, little bit of chin music for Dudgeon. He played it nicely, in fairness. It was uppish, of course it was, but for a lower order batter, I thought it was quite stylish the way he played it, and no real opportunity for the fielder.
Yeah, in the end, as you say. Plenty of chat from the Middlesex fielders there has been. As to Dudgeon keeps this one down, a shortish ball as well. Backward of point, Zavagoha fields up backward point, and that will be the end of the over. So 3 to come now. Milnes has 3, Dudgeon has 15. Kent making, I suppose, just what they can from these last 3 wickets here. Dudgeon and Milnes are no mugs with the bat, certainly. After them come Matt Parkinson and Hassan Mahmood, who both made runs, both got the double figures in the first innings. But I was saying to our listeners, with Sports Extra just joining us, Kent need lower order runs now here to give them some security going into the last day. But, Middlesex hoping for quick wickets here.
Well, they've got the whole of the final day, and of course, the longer Kent can bat, the shorter amount of time that Middlesex get. So it's a double-edged sword. They won't want to give them too many overs, knowing that the lead and the target isn't going to be huge. Stands at 200 at present. And these 2 have really got a bat time, Dudgeon and Milnes. It's Milnes facing up to Gohart. He's bowled 2 very similar deliveries, both of which have yielded no runs. 2 dots so far. You just wonder if Deploy will look at a possible change with just 2 overs to go. Will he look to go one from one of his seam bowlers and just look to try and change things up, flick things up? I'll be surprised maybe if not, but we await to see. Gohart hasn't picked up a wicket as yet. He's been slightly expensive at 4 runs and over. Helm's taken those 2 wickets. He certainly won't want to give the ball up. He had to fight for it to get it. Here is Gohart to continue. 3 dots so far. This time worked away on the leg side by Milnes, but only to the fielder just in front of square. Another dot. More chat from the Middlesex fielders. They're bang on the money here, sensing that if they could get one more tonight, it'll give them an excellent chance of wrapping Kent up early in when play gets back underway tomorrow morning. Should be a fascinating final day, a low-scoring classic, you just get the feeling. 5 dots so far from Zafar. How does he get out of the over? Just 13 balls remaining in the day's play. Little bit of width and driving through extra cover, and they're going to take a single. Went straight through the fielder. Holden was that man. Dropped down that right arm. But Milnes takes the strike, and he's going to face up to Helm in the penultimate over of the day.
Someone's alarm going off.
Sounds like it.
It's like a watch alarm or something. Making sure it's not from one of our devices. No, I don't think it is. I think we're fine. It sounds a lot like the alarm clock to wake up. There we go. It's fading away now, but 2 overs to go then. Helm from the far end to Bolton Milnes. Milnes has 4. Dudgeon 15, the lead at 2:01. As you say, Jamie, they'll want to take this into tomorrow and beyond, Kent. Or further into tomorrow, I should say. Left outside the offside by the off stump by Matt Milnes, and there's no run.
Good delivery that, because it's arched right back in. Interesting field. They've put a leg slip in. Fernandez, the substitute fielder, in that position.
Yeah, indeed. So they got a conventional slip, a leg slip, Fernandez, as you say, short leg. Kenneth Faulkner there. And then close on the offside as well. Zafar, a backward point, wideish min on and mid off. As Helm bowls to Milnes, it's a bouncer. Milnes happy to just duck underneath that one. Then yeah, more orthodox mid wicket halfway to the boundary, Navya Sharma. Square leg and a backward square. Looking to try and intimidate the batter with a short ball. Didn't work on this occasion. But Milnes ducking early. Keeper Joe Cracknell, I think that is, with plenty of chat from behind the stumps. Helm to Milnes. That's a good-looking shot, actually. Back foot, and he has clipped that through the offside. The wide open spaces through the covers. Nice shot. As I said, Milnes is no mug with the bat. Number 9s ain't what they used to be, as they say. Well, as I say. He goes on to 8. Kent on to 2-3-2 for 7. This game interestingly poised. Not sure if Sports Extra listeners will be joining us tomorrow, but this looks like a fascinating final day to come between these two, 3rd and 4th in the championship. Milnes just up on his toes there, a ball just back of a length from Helm, and he plays it down to the ground, into the offside, and there is no run. So 2 to come with the penultimate over. And obviously there is a wicket in the final over. We will be stopping there. So if my maths is correct, they're going to bowl Kent out. Tom Helm's going to need to do it in the next 2 balls. Needs to go wicket, wicket. Stranger things have happened. 2-3-2 for 7. As Milnes faces once again, ducks underneath that one. That will not be a wicket ball. Again going short, Tom Helm. So Milnes, any inkling of it going back of a length is immediately taking evasive action. So final ball of the penultimate over of the day as Helm bowls to Milnes. That did threaten him. That got close to the body. And Milnes eventually just wriggling out of the way of it, more or less, making sure the gloves and the bat were out of the way as it came towards his upper body through the wicketkeeper. End of the over. 15 Dudgeon, 8 Milnes, 2-3-2 for 7 Kent, lead by 205. 1 to come. Would it be the spinner? Yeah, I think this makes all sorts of sense. Got 2 lower order batters. Just crowd them out if you can, Jamie Reid. That's what I'll be thinking as a captain. Put plenty of pressure on. Last over of the day.
Yeah, indeed. Dudgeon's just going to want to see it out here, isn't he? 6 deliveries to go. Matt Milnes will just lean on his bat at the non-striker's end. He won't necessarily want to face again. Runs, though, crucial. So if they can pick up a couple more, they'd clearly take them. Dudgeon just covers up, pushes back down the track, and fielding is carried out by Safar. Into his 15th over. Yet to pick up a wicket. But it should be a good final day. Hopefully there'll be a decent crowd in place to watch on. With school back on, maybe not many youngsters, although some are finishing, aren't they, of course, with the exams. So maybe 1 or 2 more might be in attendance. Dudgeon's just going to have to face up here. 2 dots so far. What can Zafar do? This 3rd ball off the over again, watchful in defence. I think he's just playing for stumps here, and who can blame him? This is wise from Dudgeon for me. Just see it out, evaluate overnight, and then look to try and go again on that final day. Zafar on his way once more, floats this one up. And they will pick up a single. It was a little shy at the stumps from the fielder at silly mid-off. Just turned his back a wee bit, didn't he? Faulkner, who's good under the lid, make no doubt about that. And just 2 balls to go for Matt Milnes to try and see out. Zafar gave the last one a fair bit of flight. This one's much flatter. And this is the final ball of the day, about to be bowled. 206 is the lead. How many will Middlesex chase down on the final day? Well, you'll hear all of the drama unfold. Can Milnes play out this final ball? He can. Gohar on the money, but he was right in behind it. And that is stumps on this penultimate day. Kent reaching 233 for 7. Dudgeon making 16. Milnes on 8. The lead is 206. It should be an interesting final day, Matt Cole.
It should indeed. In the balance between these two sides. Lead of 206. As they come off the field. Massive congratulations to Max Holden for his 182 and that huge partnership with Zafar Gohar as well. Middlesex's young bowlers particularly. Been great to watch. Seb Morgan and particularly Navia Sharma today as well. Ekant Singh showing what he can be as well. 44 with a bat. A lot to like about day 3. If you can join us tomorrow for the final day, this looks like it could be an exciting finish between the sides. 3rd and 4th in Division 2. A win massively important for both. Thank you very much for your company today from me, Matt Cole, and from Jamie Reid. We lead you here at Canterbury. Kent 233 for 7, lead by 206. More to come tomorrow from 11 a.m.